That's right. It's Monday. We're back. Home team. Do I hit him with the sprinkler? Do I hit him with the sprinkler?
I dare you.
Yeah. Oh man, what is up? What is up? Happy Monday, everybody. It's your boy Big Easy. We're back with another huddle edition. Man, this was gonna be a great one. You want to talk about skill building, you want to talk about perfecting your craft. That is what we do here. I know you see her, she's right there next to me. She's gonna be here today. It is your very own Jackie Costello. Jackie, what's up?
What's going on? Happy Monday.
Yeah, man, just a little intro if you can. What Give us a little intro by yourself, a little bit of background, how long you've been with home team. Talk to us.
Sure. I've been with Home Team since 2020, right before COVID. Signed up and then, went through all that. Been doing my position now as an LOA manager for about 2.5 years. Just figuring it out as we go. Lots of changes, always improving as much as we can. And I'm in Orlando, trying to set up our office right now. But I've just been doing this for a little while, a few years, getting our team right. Started transitioning over to have the whole team into hybrids. So that's been interesting lately. Lots and lots of work.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, man, you're handling it like a champ. You're handling it like a champ. Orlando, that's right. New digs, man. So I see Ivan and you guys up there setting it up. Motivated because everybody knows, hopefully I'll be moving up there soon. So that'll be my new digs too, hopefully. So
we'll make sure we have an office for you.
Heck yeah, appreciate it. So yeah, I mean, there's so much more that Jackie does, right? There really is, from all of your loan assistants, to the way that they assist you, on your contracts, and in some cases your pre-approvals, man. It is all because of the coaching from Jackie. So, you're awesome. I know that we have a tool here that our underwriters use, right, in order to go ahead and verify the income calculations for each loan officer. Definitely wanted to bring you on so that you can drop some knowledge, throw some tips at them, tricks, how to use, the worksheet for these guys, so that way they can kind of follow along the right path, man. So I don't want to steal any of your thunder. This is your show today, as far as I'm concerned, man. So I'm turning it over to you. All right. And let's go ahead and bring up your deck real quick so that we're on the same page. All right, Jackie.
All right. So like you said, this is the income calculator that our underwriters use. This is something that your hybrid, your LOA, your processor, somebody should be doing with you or for you before you send the file into underwriting. The reason why this tool is super important is because although we, for the most part, can calculate income manually, sometimes this actually comes down to like the day. So depending on when your borrowers worked, how many different jobs they've had, the type of income they have, all that stuff, this is a super helpful tool. I have gone over it before and I'm always here if you guys have questions, but this is definitely something that you should be super familiar with. From a sales perspective, it's always really important if you use the income calculator, especially from the very beginning when you're doing a pre-approval, just to make sure that the numbers that you're using, that you're pre-approving the borrower on is accurate. When we review the file to be disclosed, before we send it into the underwriter, we usually will do an income calculator like this, just to double check and make sure that your income is at least, somewhere on track to what was already in the file. It's important because obviously if we submit the file to the underwriter and the income's not accurate, it's definitely harder to work backwards from. If you are not familiar with this, if you don't have a copy of it, please make sure that you let me know so I can get you guys a copy of it as soon as possible. And if you need me to help you go over it a few times, we can definitely do that. Your LOAs should be very familiar with this. So if you have questions, you can always ask them also. I'm going to go through the tabs a little bit just so you guys can kind of understand what you're looking at here. The first tab that we have is the instructions tab. This has a lot of information on it. If I'm being honest, I've read it before, but really just to kind of see what was in there. It is actually really useful, but it is a lot of information. So you can kind of search for maybe what you're looking for. It's numbered and kind of gives you an idea of the different subjects that it talks about. You can go through this whenever you have some time. But again, I'm here if you have questions. Sometimes it's a lot easier just to ask. this second tab. So this second tab here, let me zoom out just a little bit. It looks a little squished. All right, so on this second tab here, this is your main page. So the IND worksheet is going to be where you're going to get your income calculator from. So over on the right-hand side, this is going to list all the different income calculators that you have to use. And on the left side, it's going to be kind of like a summary of all of them combined after you enter all your information in. So whenever you want to choose one, let's just say we're going to do a W-2 income. You would choose this one here. You press add. Mine's actually already down here, so I'm going to delete it really quick. We could do it up here. Okay. So when you click on one of your tabs up here, you're going to have to either press it a few times or you'll press view and go. It'll depend on the specific calculator that you're in. It really is hit or miss. Sometimes it'll bring it right up and sometimes it's requiring you to press view and go. Either way, the tab will open down at the bottom over here. When you go over to the tab, it's pretty self-explanatory. It'll sort of show a breakdown of the different incomes. So just as an example, if we're calling this borrower 1, they work for ABC Mortgage. Okay, so when we're doing our pays, just like how we would when we review a pay stub, we would want to break these down per the different types of pay. So for example, base pay, overtime, bonus, all those different pays, you never really want to lump them together. The only time you're going to lump anything together if it's considered a base pay. If there's different types of overtime, you would lump them together, that kind of thing. So in your pay type, I would always suggest typing whatever it is that you're doing. So we'll do base. I'm going to do an overtime one just as an example. Over here, it's going to have your current year. So it's saying that currently we're in 2023, which is accurate. Your expert is your calculated income. So your expert would be an hourly amount, a salary amount, an annual salary, biweekly, bi-monthly. Doesn't matter how you want to set it up. You'll select the frequency here depending on how the borrower is paid. So let's just say my borrower makes $1,200 a week. I'll just do $1,200 weekly. And down here, you want to complete your start date and your pay period end date. The pay period end date is important to make sure that you're using a pay period end date, not a pay date. There's a huge difference in the two. A lot of the times the pay period might end a week or two prior to when the actual check comes out. So down here, we're just going to put a start date just for the sake of this call, 2020. And then we're going to put our pay period end date as 6/31/2023. Okay. And so now in your 2023 section, this is your total year to date for only the base. So when you're sticking to the base, you need to stick to the base all the way through. So if we have a base income of $1,200 a week, now we need to know what our total year to date is. So just again, for the sake of the call, we're going to just put in a number here. And then we're going to say last year they made 120 and the year before they made 120. Okay. So here, what this is showing you over on the right-hand side is based on the numbers that you put in on the left side and the dates that you put in on the left side, along with the frequency, it calculates the income for you over on the right. So over on the right-hand side, your expert is exactly what it shows. It's going to be the $1,200 a month by 52 weeks times, $1,200 a week by 52 weeks divided by 12 months gives you an annual income of $62,400 over a period of 12 months. The line right below it for the year-to-date for current 2023 is the year-to-date base just for 2023 only. All it's doing is taking the total and it's dividing it by 12, depending on when your pay period is set up for. So again, that's why this date right here is really important, because your year-to-date is going to be calculated based off of that. What this is telling you, though, is that actually this looks a little weird. So let me try this one more time. Should actually not say 12 months. Of course, this would happen right now while I'm presenting to you guys. Let's try again. Let me see if this one reads a little different. Okay, this one actually is reading correctly. So let me start over here. Okay, so same thing I was just saying. Sorry, I just needed to move to a different calculator. I don't know what's going on with the other one. Okay. So here we go. So we'll start back again. So $1,200 times 52 weeks divided by 12 is $62,400 over a course of 12 months. Here we have $53,000 that we've received so far through 7/28/2023. So what that's telling me is that it's taking the total of $53,000 divided by 6.94 months. So what I was referring to before with the pay period end date is this 6.94. It's super important to not necessarily divide by 7 or to divide by 6 just because you're basing it off of what you think the number should be. That makes a huge difference right here. If this is 6.94 versus 6 or 7, it is going to make a difference in what your monthly income comes out to. So it's important that if you put the accurate dates here, it'll spit out the accurate income for you so that you can understand which one to use. Now I'm going to just switch this up so that I can give you a different example of how this is super important. So here, again, we have our salary income and then we have the year to date. What this is saying is that normally if the borrower was making $1,200 a week, they should be making $5,200 a month. However, so far this year, they've only made $36.02 a month, which obviously is low. So that's why it's important that when you plug these numbers in, that you plug them in correctly and that you plug in the correct dates. That's going to help you to make sure that all your numbers are on par for what they should be. When your year to date is super low like that, you always have to ask why. Maybe there was a recent raise or a recent increase in hours, change from hourly to salary, something along those lines. But we definitely need to find out in this case, like why our year to date would be that low. As you go through, it's going to do the exact same thing for the other years. It takes the total amount divided by the amount of time that you had. So if we had that we started in 09 of 2022, it's going to calculate our 2022 income by just 4 months because we've only been there since September 1 of 2022. So depending on these dates, depends on the numbers that come out. It is very important that you double check your dates because there's a lot of times that if you don't, your numbers may be incorrect. This is very, very helpful. It helps also to know if there's any kind of a decline. It tells you right here if there's any sort of a decline. That's super, super helpful. Any kind of a decline, especially over 10%, should definitely be looked at and explained. You always want to make sure that your income is back on par. Okay, so that one's pretty easy because it's the base. You're really just plugging in the numbers based off of a BOE or off of a pay stub or something like that. The next one that I'm going to do is for a Schedule C. Same thing like I said before, Schedule C is pretty easy too because you're really just plugging in the numbers that it's telling you to plug in. So as an example, right here in the green, it tells you what lines you're looking at and it tells you where to look at those. So specifically, when you're looking at your income calculator, you want to pay attention to if it's asking you to look at a Schedule C, if it's asking you to look at a 1040, if it's asking you to look at a 1120S, whatever it is, it will break down for you where you're looking. So in this case, we're working on a Schedule C and it tells you the lines that you need to get your information from. So we've plugged those numbers in. As you move down a little bit, it's going to have your business miles and it automatically will calculate that for you depending on the year that you have entered up at the top. And then if you wanted to exclude or not exclude your 2021, there's a button for that. And then down here, you just need to tell it how many months you want to divide by. So if, for example, in this case, I'm going to exclude 2021 and I only want to divide by 12 months, it's going to take my total income here, divide it by 12 months down here, and give me my total right here. Here. So this is telling me that in 12 months, based on my 2022 numbers, I make $83.05 a month. If we exclude and include all of the income and divide it by 24 months, it takes these two totals combined and divides it by 24 here. It'll always give you some tips down at the bottom, especially like in this case where we have such a large decline. It gives you tips on, what you should do, how you should do it, because this is showing that it's over 20%, that you need to pay attention to it. It's really important to just look at these little notes that pop up, especially ones like this that tell you that there's a decline. If it's red and yellow, I would tell you it's probably a warning and you should look at it. So that one's pretty easy too. The next one is a little bit more complicated because we're working off of 2 sets of tax returns. So what I was saying before, that when you look at this form, over on the side, it's going to tell you what form you're taking the information from. So if it says like line 30, but it's down here on the 1120, you're not going to take line 30 from a 1040. It doesn't go together. So you have to just make sure that whatever form it's asking you to give you the information from, that's where you're getting it from. So in this case, this little section up at the top would come from the 1040s or the W-2s. And then down here, this would come from your 1120. So after we put in our numbers, we'll put in the percentage of ownership here. And then down here, same thing like we did before, we'll let it know if we want to calculate by 24 months or 12 months. It takes our total, divides it by that number of time, and then gives us a total monthly income here. So for the most part, this is going to give you exactly what you need. I know some people are using Loanbeam. I really wouldn't suggest to do that. It not only costs money, but it's really not always accurate. Sometimes it pulls the numbers incorrectly. The only time that you should ever be using something like Loanbeam is if you get an approval to do that. For the most part, there's definitely somebody on our team who can help you with the income. So when you're calculating income, whether it's out of pre-approval or at an active file, it doesn't matter. If you are unsure about it, you should always ask. If you're unsure on how to use this, you can always ask me that also, and I can, make sure that you guys get some kind of training on it, or that I just go through it with you. There's a lot of different helpful incomes in here that you should just explore to see if any of them will benefit you at any point. One of the really, really big ones, and I was saving this for last because it's something that, from what I see, a lot of people are struggling with, is to average your income over a period of time with multiple jobs. So on this one right here called the income averager, that's exactly what this is for. Whoops. Okay. So with this income averager, the purpose of this is to be able to put in up at the top the time frame for each year that this borrower worked throughout multiple different jobs that you're listing over here on the side. And based on the income that they made with each job for each year, it'll average it down at the bottom for you. So let's just say that we're going to do this through 7/1 this year. Okay. So we're going to start with 2021. This borrower worked at Disney in 2021 and part of 2022. So under 2021 on the Disney line, I'm going to start with my income there. So I'm going to put that they made $43,600. In 2022, they only worked there for half a year, but then they also worked at Movement Mortgage for half of a year. So the total months is 12 months that they worked, but it was between two jobs. So in 2022, I'm going to have an income amount on Disney and an income amount on Movement. So we're going to put 25,000 here, and we're going to put 25,000 there. So now what this is telling me is that in 2021, I only worked for Disney. I made $43,600. In 2022, I worked for Movement Mortgage, and I also worked for Disney, and I made $25,000 and $25,000. And then now currently in 2023, I work for Gap, but I did also work for Movement for part of 2023. So I'm just going to put a little bit of money here. And then we're going to put the income amount so far that I've made at Gap. So let's say another 25. Okay. So now, as you can see, it kind of staggers its way down. That's because as your jobs get older, 23, 22, 21, you're moving down the list. So you always want to start with your most recent, and then you just add all of the information that belongs in each column for each job. Now, down here at the bottom, it's telling me that based on the dates that I put in, total, I've worked 30 months. So just for the sake of having 24 months, I'm going to go up here to the 2021 section and change this. So I'm going to change this to 05, 01, 2021, just to get me closer to my actual 24-month average. So now I'm at 26 months. You can see how that changes down here. So now what this is saying is that in the last 3 years, 21, I made 43,600, 22, I made 50, and so far in 23, I made 35. If you add all three of those up, you get 128,600. And it's telling me how many months I have down here, which is 26 months. So I'm going to divide by 26 months here. And it tells me what my monthly income is here, based on an average throughout all of those jobs, throughout all of that time, 26 months. It's telling me here that I had a decline from 21 to 22, and then I had an increase from 22 to 23. So again, this is super important that you're paying attention to the decline notices. You always want to double check to see why. Maybe your dates are different. Maybe something was entered incorrectly, or maybe you legitimately have a decline that you need to address. I'm going to go ahead and go back up here. I'm going to change these dates one more time just to make sure everybody's good on that. Okay. Oops. 7. 21. Okay. Okay, so again, it updated now to 2403. So I'm going to change this to 24 months. And so now it's telling me that my decline from 21 to 22 has grown. I have an increase from 22 to 23. So that's kind of okay. Not a huge deal, but this basically just breaks down my average income over the last few years, regardless of me having multiple jobs, regardless of me switching my jobs. I've maintained an average income of 53.58. That's important because if this is my averager and this is my regular income calculator, what I would want to see in comparison to the two is if this is my average 53.58 and my current new income is 5200, that means that now with my new job, my income has now declined. So it's important to just look at what your average was, especially hourly. This is a salary, so it wouldn't really count. But if you have hourly, and your borrower is still hourly, it's always important to just kind of see how your average income over a period of time versus your current income looks to make sure that the borrower's income is not declining. If it is, and obviously you just need to, find out the details and ask for help. You can always change this also where if you were to exclude a year, let's just say 2021 is completely invalid to me. I don't need to average it at all. And now I have 18 months. I'm going to update this again to 18 months, and it's going to re-average my income over that period of time. So this is something that you can manipulate the dates and stuff like that to be what you need it to be, especially if the borrower had a leave or something like that. There's a lot of ways to make this work for you so that you can average the income properly and make sure that you're not just winging it. A lot of the times it might be off by even if it's just like a few $100 and it'll totally throw off the file. So it's really good to go in here and to do this. I'm just checking to see if I have any others. Schedule E for rent. That's a really important one too. That's in here. Same thing. It'll tell you where to get your information from. So Schedule E, page 1, and then it tells you the different lines to go through. You'll just complete the lines there. Make sure that you complete your monthly payment information down here, and it'll give you your monthly rent. Let's see if we have any others. I think that's really it. Eric, can we get questions on here? If anybody has questions, are they able to ask?
And I definitely want these guys, put up your comments, especially those of you Facebook, YouTube, put up your comments, ask Jackie some questions. Jackie, give me some best practices real quick, especially for using this worksheet. Would you say that the LO, LOA, team up and use this worksheet pretty much every file?
Yeah, 100%. So I think that it's super important if they do it at pre-approval, just to avoid being confused about what the income could potentially be in the future. When it's hourly, it's really important because it's not always going to be a consistent 40 hours and it needs to be accurate. A lot of the times taking the calculated income versus an average does make a huge difference. And sometimes, like I said before, when you're trying to kind of wing it, because it's not always hard to calculate income, it is really easy to do manually, but not always knowing like a specific date. For example, today is 8/14. So I would probably have wanted to calculate with 7.5 months or something, but calculating at 7.5 months isn't exactly accurate because we're at 14 days. So using this income calculator will make it extremely accurate for you. It makes it so that if there is any time that kind of varies where your year to date is lower than your calculated income or whatever the case, it brings it right to your attention so that you can ask the questions you have to ask. This is typically what we use when we check a file before it goes to underwriting that brings out so many questions in the income. So my biggest suggestion is that if sales is doing this very, very, very early on in the process, you will likely have a lot less issues moving forward.
And are you finding, how often do our underwriters refer to the worksheet?
So the underwriters actually do their own worksheet. So being that we put this in the file, they don't necessarily follow ours. They do their own to make sure that it was entered correctly. They double check all the dates and things like that. However, this kind of just paints a picture of where you got your income from. So if you were to use your year-to-date base, but then use an average of overtime or whatever, when you're checking off those little buttons over on the side of your income here, it puts it up at the top to let them know what you're selecting. And then down at the bottom, there's a little notes section where you can kind of explain to them like why you made the selection you made. That helps a lot too. It just, like I said, it sort of paints a picture where it gives them an idea. I can't get my screen to go down fast enough. Kind of paints the picture for them so they understand where the income was coming from. It leaves it less for interpretation, for them to come up with their own way of calculating income. So I like to use it just to say, hey, I used this. I double checked my income averager. I used the lower of the two, whatever. I just make it a valid case and I explain myself that way.
All right. So listen, team, there's going to be topics that are going to be exciting, right? That are going to have you on the edge of your seat, right? Income calculation.
Income calculators.
Income calculation and calculators. Jackie has done a great job of making it as excitable as it possibly could be. But I want to lean on a disclaimer real quick, because no matter your expertise in income calculation, no matter if you're using this worksheet every day, if you guys have something complicated, if you guys don't feel comfortable, you have the support in Jackie, you have the support in Ed and in Meredith. Reach out to them, all right? Because like I say on all of our calls, right, they are approachable, right? So even though you're using these things and you have confidence, right, in your own income calculation, if you feel a little skeptical, man, these guys are also here to support too. So do we have any questions? Let's check and see if we have any questions coming in on the Facebook. No, just
I'm sure they're just pouring in, Eric.
Right? Just a bunch of positive things like this was very helpful. Thank you. Happy Monday. So great. But Jackie, man, thank you so much for being on the show today, man. If you had one thing to tell the LOs, right, with what you're seeing every day and what you're seeing from the LOAs, what would that be? Real quick, to just let you go on that.
I think it would be a lot of we'll figure this out later, we'll get this later. And although that's achievable, that just creates chaos. So that's why even using this income calculator will just help things to be cleaner from the upfront. It's a really, really big and very important thing that if you just take a few extra minutes, a little bit extra time on the upfront, you're going to see a huge difference on the back end. You won't be scattering to meet closing dates and things like that. You won't run into issues where we have to work backwards and figure things out. You guys have the resources, use them in a timely manner, and use them at the right times at the beginning of the process to avoid those problems, literally the day of closing.
Heck yeah. Well, listen, you heard it first. I always like to promote it. We got the toys here to get the job done. We have the support as well. Jackie, thank you so much. Y'all already know it's your boy Big Easy coming to you with nothing but the best. It's your growth, your development that really is the importance. So, guys, we'll see you on Wednesday. Wednesday, we got a special one cooked up for you. We're going to try our hardest to bring it to you live, but we're going to be at a massive realtor event in Orlando, Florida, and we're going to be coming to you from a live feed straight from the event. God willing, they got good internet. So stay tuned. Thank you very much for joining in today. It's your boy. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to this episode of Your Mortgage Process. I, of course, am your host, Greg Wareham. We have a great guest for you today. But before we get there, I just want to talk about all the time we've spent over the past several months talking about sales and sales techniques. And there's so many different styles to the sales approach, right? So are you a closer? Are you an objection handler? Are you analytical? Are you passive? Are you aggressive? And the list can go on and on about the different styles and different techniques for sales. Now, a very successful salesperson, like our guest today, will blend many of these approaches together in order to fine-tune the overall approach. But to me, the two biggest attributes of a great salesperson are your ability to listen and your ability to ask questions. If you're listening to what your client is talking to you about, you know what questions to ask, right? It's pretty simple. And after training and managing hundreds of salespeople over a 25-year career, I've worked with countless amounts of salespeople that just want to talk. They don't listen to anything. It's that proverbial show up and throw up. And as a consumer, personally, I don't know that there's anything worse than a salesperson just rattling off things to me that I'm not even interested in. It kills the rapport and it makes it just feel like someone's selling me something. So part of what we're going to talk about today with our guest is the art of listening and questioning as it relates to his business, and then go a little bit deeper. So with that, I am happy to introduce today's guest, Mr. Ron Eisen from the Eisen Group.
Greg, good morning. How are you?
I'm great, Ron. Good to see you today.
Thanks for having me.
You
Appreciate
guys got to make sure you watch this video. Ron's a really good looking guy with great hair. So, I mean, I don't lie, Ron.
All right.
So
if you
Ron,
say so.
So, Ron, give us a little bit of background on yourself.
So originally, I am from Brooklyn, New York, and in my past life, I was a financial advisor. I worked on Wall Street for a little over 20 years, and prior to getting into real estate, I did quite a bit of financial planning for a lot of my retail clients. And during my time as a financial advisor and doing the financial plans, I was asked to recommend a realtor because the client was either downsizing or just wanted to buy something else or an investment property. And I kept losing that business. And so a little light bulb went up in my head. And I said, you know what, let me take a look and see if my compliance department would allow me to do everything. So,
Okay.
Get my real estate license, do financial planning for my clients, and be like a one-stop shop. Went over to the compliance head and they said, yeah, why not? Go ahead, do it. Within 2.5 weeks, I had my license and, just started my real estate career.
And how long did you have a dual career?
I was doing it for about 8 months.
Okay.
And my first real estate deal was actually a $2.5 million sale. Once that happened, I said, you know what? I think it's time to hang up my license on the
Right.
financial service side and do real estate full time.
That's fantastic. And you've been in the industry since when, Ron?
6 years now.
Okay.
A little over 6 years.
6 years. And during that time, I know you've had some really great years. How did you do last year? Have you been platinum level producer?
So 2020 was actually my best year in real estate.
Okay.
It's crazy because I speak to so many people and it's just so many different conversations that I have with people as far as what happened in 2020. And, my business flourished, whereas so many others did not. And just really grateful for it. Yeah, I hit platinum in 2020.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. And I thought that would trickle into 2021, but the market got really, really tough. And things have changed quite a bit in 2021 after 2020. And I didn't hit platinum. I did hit gold, but I'm on par right now for a platinum year this year. So
Yeah, it's amazing, Ron, how you have to reinvent yourself, even though it's the same industry, but you have to change with everything that's going on in the times.
absolutely.
So, all right, so when you got into the business, and that was about 6 years ago, how did you focus on driving your client base?
So just basically what people always say is use your sphere of influence for your success. And a lot of people don't do that and they just try to shrug it off and do something different. But I focused on that specifically. I am originally from Brooklyn, New York, and a lot of my client base comes from the Brooklyn area and also the Staten Island area. And that's what I just focused on in the beginning. So on Facebook, where I have most of my transactions come from, most of my clients are from Brooklyn, Staten Island area, the New York area. So that's what I focus on, and that's what's been more successful for my business.
And what percentage of your business comes from that forum?
I'd say about 90% from Facebook alone.
Wow. So when you're putting together the plan to go after your sphere of influence, specifically in that social media marketplace, how do you create relationships with everyone?
So on Facebook, it's free. It doesn't cost anything to friend someone, right? So I see an individual on there and I see that we have at least 10 mutual friends. So I go ahead and, friend request them, and then I send them a private message just to say hello and kind of get that conversation started, because a lot of people say we don't want to necessarily cold call. So this is not cold calling. So this is more of a warm call or a warm message. And
Mhm.
from that message can come another conversation, maybe even on the phone.
Now that with that message that you're sending out there, is it in the form of a question, or is it just kind of touch and base and then we go into questioning?
Just an introduction.
Yeah.
Just, hey, how are you? I see that we have some mutual friends. Where do you live right now? You know, is there anything I could help you with? I do live in Jersey and I'm a realtor here. Have you heard of me or my group?
Sure.
And that's how the conversation starts.
So then you get the conversation going, and how do you build that bigger rapport?
Once again, I go back to who we know mutually,
Right.
you know, friends that we know, and maybe reach out to that friend and say, hey, I just actually spoke with this person. Would you be able to do me a favor and just reach out to them and say, hey, Ron Eisen is a really good realtor in New Jersey. If you ever need any real estate advice or, you know, help with real estate, give him a shout.
That's fantastic. And you know what? That's a nugget for everyone listening, because nobody succeeds on their own, right?
100%.
And you're making that initial contact, but then you're leveraging, for lack of a better way to put it, your relationships with the common people to reach out to them. That's really great, Ron.
It's all about referrals.
Yeah.
And that's where it all comes from.
So how critical do you think it is to find common ground with people when you're communicating with them?
I think it's huge. Without common ground, what else do you have?
Right.
You know, like you said before while we were off the air, you know, you sound like a broken record or just a salesperson. You don't want to necessarily show yourself as that person. So you want to find some commonality between you and that other person, especially when you first have that initial introduction.
Sure.
You don't want to sound like a robot. You don't want to sound like you're trying to sell something.
What does that look like?
You know,
Hey, Ron. So you pick up the phone and you call them, right? Eventually after the social media.
right.
So, hey, Ron, this is Greg. Thanks for reaching out to me.
How are you, Greg?
I'm doing great, Ron. How you doing today?
Good, good. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your day. I'm sure you're very busy.
My pleasure. Bob speaks extremely highly of you.
So I just wanted to reach out to you today and just let you know, I'm not sure if you see all of my content on social media, but you know, I am here in New Jersey. I've been doing this for a little over 6 years now in real estate. I know that you have perhaps some people you know that are honestly looking to move to Jersey because everyone is. Just wanted to see if there's anyone that you know that may need some help. I'd love to be there for them. If you can just, introduce me.
Well, Ron, I appreciate the phone call, and we're thinking about moving.
Awesome.
We've been in Staten Island. Values are way up right now, and we want to move. I think we got to make that natural trek over to New Jersey.
Greg, do you have any children?
I do. I have 4 kids.
That's awesome. So you're looking for a place in Jersey that has a good school system, probably.
Exactly. I need good school system, and we need a lot of bedrooms.
So that's what my wife and we were thinking about as well. When, we have 2 kids, 2 daughters, one is 9, one is 7. And I totally understand where you're coming from. So school system is very important to us as well. And that's why we chose Manalapan, because Manalapan has one of the blue ribbon schools, Wemrock Brook, and that's where we are currently.
Fantastic. Oh man, I hope everyone listened to that. It was fantastic, Ron. I put Ron on the spot with that, and that was really great.
Cool.
So you see how easy that can be when you rehearse it. Now, do you practice?
You know what? With all the years of experience
Yeah.
of being a salesman, I kind of just used that and just created something that shows me and not just, something that comes from a piece of paper written down,
Sure.
So I don't want to ever be a robot.
Sure.
And most people are, and that's why they're not as successful.
So, and I couldn't agree with you more. And not being a robot and engaging in that dialogue. I hope one of the things that people heard in just our brief role play, you're asking me the right questions. You nailed the question. Like for me, I have 4 kids. You ask that question, so immediately school system's important to me.
Well, I think initially, not only do I want to learn more about you as a client, but I want to get into your family and I want to know what your motivation is. Where do you see yourself in 5 or 10 years? Is this a starter home? Is this an investment home? Is this going to be a forever home? So that's something that's really important for me to jot down to make sure I know so that I am prepared when I actually meet you in person and show you the right home and not just waste your time.
And we were talking the other day. I mean, you speak to 50 new people a week, probably at least, right?
Right.
And how do you keep track of everyone? You keep notes, files on everybody?
You have to keep notes.
Do.
I have a note for every single client, and when I meet them, I basically just spit out something, maybe a name of their child, and they're like, "Oh wow, you actually remember that?"
Right.
And I'm like, "You have to, you have to be very personable when it comes to meeting new clients, and they don't want necessarily just another person in their life. They want someone that will make a difference."
Yeah.
And that's
They want the
where
relationship.
the relationship is key.
And I think that paradigm, I think that sometimes as salespeople, you can feel that it may just be transactional.
Right.
But at the end of the day, those long-term relationships and the really solid relationships that we have with all of our clients, they're all relationship based.
Yep.
Our relationships, right? It's all relationship based. And that's probably the number one. I noticed when we're kind of doing our role play, again, you're kind of listening to what I'm saying, then you're forming another question after that. Now, is that something you've always kind of been good at, or did you have to train yourself?
No, that's just normal.
Right.
Yeah, just in my head. That's what I do.
And don't overthink it either, right?
Don't
Just
overthink
it's
it.
people having conversations with people.
That's it.
And again, if there's anyone out there that's new listening to this, that's extremely important. This isn't about being a robot. This is about having conversation with people and being interested.
Well,
in
that's
the
where your
conversation.
referrals come from too, because if you're, if you're a good people person, that person will recommend you to their friends and family, and that's how your referral base starts
Sure.
working, and your business flourishes.
Now, what do you think are some really great questions to ask people when you're building the rapport?
Number one is, children. Number
Yeah.
two is what your motivation is. How long have you lived in the house that you are in now? Are you looking to sell that house? Are you looking to rent that house? Where is that money coming from? What do you do for a living? Has your job affected your family in the last couple of years? Things like that. Very important to ask, because you don't want to show them a house here for, let's say, $800,000 when they can only afford $700,000 house.
Sure.
So it's important to ask those type of questions.
When you're saying those questions, all I'm thinking to myself is it's a consultation, right? Like it is a consultation and having a conversation with someone that truly understand what it is that they're looking to accomplish.
Right. I don't see it as an interview.
Yeah.
It's just a normal conversation that everyone should have with their new clients, just to get an idea of what's going on.
Right. So how do you have to change your questioning depending on the type of person that you're speaking to? And what I mean by that is you have first-time home buyers, you have luxury buyers, you have step-up buyers, you have investors. Like there's different types of people that are looking to purchase properties.
I think for me, it just goes back to commonality. I always try to find a common ground with the person I speak with. If I can't find a common ground, I always add my partner who I work with now. And, if I feel uncomfortable with the conversation I'm having, I always include him and say, I do have a partner. His name is Jonathan, and him and I work together on helping clients such as yourself. I would love for him to be part of this process. If you don't mind, let's get him on the phone. Let's get him involved, just so that maybe he can find that common ground with that person.
Sure.
So it goes back to, it's important to knowing what that customer or client wants. And if I can't find that, I hope that my partner, Jonathan, can.
Well, and having the humility to make that transition, right?
Absolutely.
Where you don't have to control everything, and recognizing the fact, hey, listen, I'm not going to get along with every single person I talk to, but being comfortable enough, and again, having the humility to be able to make that referral.
I absolutely don't mind that. So it's been working. Why not?
That's great. And I know you're off to a great year this year. I want to talk a little bit about conversations that you have with clients, kind of that going back to the questioning and listening skill. Give me an example of a problem that can come up in the real estate field.
I think more so than anything, people think that it's important to just keep talking. And as a salesperson, I was taught that stop talking and let the other person speak. The more you know your customer, the better off and the more success you'll have to get that person in a house. here in Jersey.
Sure.
So it's important for them to just keep talking. And most of the time people want to keep talking. So
Right.
let them speak, and as they're speaking, jot down your notes. And at that point, when they're finished, then you can start asking the right questions and you
Sure.
don't sound like an idiot.
Yeah, and that holds true to every facet of it, right? The upfront building the rapport, doing your needs analysis. Oh, we have a problem, because there's a lot of problems that come up.
Right.
And your ability to listen to what people are saying and then be able to respond appropriately, because different people need to be communicated with in different fashions.
So it's funny because we all get the spam phone calls from
Right.
time to time, and I actually use those calls and to my advantage. And I always like play that role play game with that person, because I know what they're doing and I can actually tell when they're reading off a script. So I play with them, and at the end of the conversation, I'm like, "You're an idiot. You should not be talking so much. Let me speak." And I teach them. And I'm like, it's diarrhea of the mouth, and that's what I call it. And
Right.
and a lot of people do that, and I try not to get into that whole world. But I tell people who are new, that's something that you should not be doing.
Yeah, that's great. Do you always take the spam calls?
I always take those spam calls.
That's
It makes
great.
me better.
Right.
It makes me better, but I also like to just mess with the other person and teach them and teach them.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's great. So, who controls the flow of the conversation when you're talking to a client, customer?
initially, I let them control
Mhm.
the conversation, but I think when I get them, when I get them in front of me after the conversation, they're already, on the street, by the car, with their family, and that's where I kind of like, use my, I don't even know what it's called because it's just natural to me, but
Charisma?
it's charisma,
Yeah.
and being that I know so much about them and their family before I meet them in person just makes it so much easier. The ice is broken at that point. And, first thing I say is, "Hey kids, how are you? Dana," or whatever the child's name is, and, high-fiving them and just trying to make it more friendly instead of, making it a business transaction.
Yeah, rigid never works.
No.
Right? I mean, I know some people that's their approach and they can be very successful with it. I guess that goes back to someone's individual personality as well,
Sure,
right?
sure.
Being able to enjoy what you do. And you always seem like you enjoy what you do.
I love what I do.
You can
I'm
tell.
always, I mean, look at me. You always tell me I have a tan. I'm like, I'm always outside. I love what I do. I'm not behind a computer, and this is great. I love my life.
You always get a tan. You're always smiling.
Yeah, why not?
I'm with you.
We only live once.
That's it.
Yeah. It could always be worse.
So why do you think it's so hard for people to listen, especially when you're new in the industry?
Because a lot of people feel that they have to show their experiences and show that they're in charge and they've been doing this for a very long time and they've been successful doing it this way. I don't see it that way.
Right.
Let someone else speak, because I think the more information you have of someone, I think that's where the success lies. If you have so much to understand about someone, it just gets easier.
Yeah. I've kind of always felt that it's a little bit of an insecurity when people just continue to speak and speak and speak because they need to be able to control it, right? Because it takes a lot of, I mean, I know I'm using the word humility. Maybe it's not the right adjective, but let's say it takes humility to let someone else control it, or at least give them the illusion of the control of the conversation.
So I let that happen.
Yeah.
Let them control the conversation initially, but then once I have all the pieces that I need, that's when I take over.
Yeah.
And that's when they see that I know what I'm talking about. And I'm not shy from telling someone that they're wrong as well.
Right.
I think I use that to my advantage because most of the time that person is in control of their situation, and some people choose not to tell them that they're wrong. But once they hear it from me, they kind of step back a little bit and let me control the situation
Mm-hmm.
because they know they know I've been doing this for a long time, and they know that I know what I'm talking about.
You've earned the right.
Right.
Because you've listened to everything that they've had to say, you've asked them the right questions, and you've earned the right then to control it.
Absolutely.
Versus just coming bull in a china closet.
That's
I'm controlling everything, and we're gonna dictate all this. You've earned that right, and then they listen to you
Absolutely.
because you know what you're talking about.
I hope so.
I know you do. So you think it's easier to listen on the phone or in person?
I think it's easier to listen on the phone.
Okay.
In person, you technically have to, face to face, eye to eye, like I always try not to lower my head when I speak to you in person
Mhm.
and try to, look at you in your eyes, because that's what shows, strength.
Sure.
But on the phone, it's easier because they don't see what you're doing. And I'm able to like just think about things that I'm prepared to ask them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely easier on the phone.
Do you have a mirror in your office when you're talking to somebody? Did you ever?
When I was a financial advisor, they used to tell me to go home and practice, by a mirror. And I did that, but that wasn't my thing.
Okay.
I didn't like doing that. But I do, read to myself and just prepare notes of what I'm going to say when I
Sure.
do speak with someone. So it's repetition for me.
So you had mentioned eye contact, and in person, how much do the eyes tell you? Do you listen to the eyes?
I think a lot of times when I keep my focus on someone else's eyes,
Yeah.
maybe sometimes that may make them uncomfortable. And I see when that happens and they start moving their eyes away. And at that point, I change the way I actually present myself because I feel like they're uncomfortable. So I try to not make them uncomfortable and do different things.
How about body language? What does listening to body language? Sitting at the table with a couple of people.
A lot
What
of
do you
people,
read?
A lot of people always tell me whenever I present myself, I'm always, shoulders back, like, chest out, and it makes them feel that I've got control. And my partner says that to me all the time.
Right.
He's like, you control the room when you're there. He goes, I can't do that. I'm like, well, I think it's all about confidence, and you get the confidence from, the deals that you do. Every single deal gives you certain confidence that you didn't have prior to that. And I just use that and create more confidence going into my next transaction or my next client that I speak with.
Sure. It's repetition and flow. Because
Yeah.
when you even look at your questioning people, it's like 10 questions you ask
Right.
people. It's more listening like you do to what they're saying and keeping track of it to formulate your thought process as to, what am I going to ask them next that makes sense in relative to going deeper in the conversation.
Right.
So, Ron, we're going to take a quick break. Greg Wareham, Ron Eisen, we'll be coming right back at you.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, everyone, to Your Mortgage Process. I, of course, am your host, Greg Wareham. We have Ron Eisen from the Eisen Group today. Welcome back, Ron.
Hey, guys.
Hey, I wanted to backtrack a little bit and talk about potential, or pick up where we're at and talking about potential situations that you run into on a day-to-day basis.
So,
Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
I was thinking about this during the break, and situations come up where the new client that I have that I just get on the phone with doesn't understand the process of the real estate transaction and doesn't understand what is entailed in a successful transaction.
Mhm.
And that's where I have to come in. And, I do recommend certain individuals and vendors to, to put together for that transaction to be successful at the end of the day.
Sure.
But there are people who always say, oh, no, I have, a family friend who's an attorney, a family friend who has a title company, a family friend who has a mortgage broker. And I always say, that's great. And I appreciate that you do have that. And I'm sure they'll do a great job. But I want you to understand that the market here is crazy, and you have to have proper pieces in place in order for that transaction or for the purchase of your home to be successful.
Sure.
And, sometimes people tend to say, all right, yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but we want to use this person, we want to use that person,
Mhm.
and I have to be okay with that.
Yeah, and it's a part of the industry that the consumer doesn't necessarily understand. People do not want to be forced into using anyone that they do not want to use, and which we never do that. but it's what makes it work so well is the network. You know, you're always dealing with the same people, lender, title company, attorney, right? And it just makes for ease of transaction because there's a high trust relationship with everybody that's involved.
I think once the initial ice is broken between the client and I, at that point, I make them aware of what is entailed when it comes to buying a house.
Sure.
A lot of people just think, oh, it's easy. Buy a house and, get to the closing table and that's it.
Right.
But no, there's so many pieces to that puzzle. And if you don't have the necessary pieces in place, that may affect your closing date. That may affect, potentially something bad happening during the transaction.
Sure.
During your inspections. It's important to potentially use an inspector who I've been dealing with for the last couple of years.
Right.
I know their reports. Some inspectors come in, don't even take any pictures of the items within the house. And at that point, after the fact, you can't go back to the house and say, well, you have to fix this because we don't know what to fix.
Sure.
So I know that my inspectors who I recommend, they take pictures, they're detailed, and I'm able to use all of that information to hopefully get the client to the closing table.
So in the market that we're in right now, things have changed so much from last year to this year. And there's still that shortage of inventory and there's still a lot of people looking to purchase homes. But houses that used to sell for $100,000 over asking price, well, maybe they're only selling for $20,000 over asking price or at the asking price. So when you have someone that's listed a home with you where the house hasn't sold for a while, chances are it's probably the price, right? That's why it hasn't sold. Like, how do you have that conversation and not create any type of tension?
Well, in the luxury market where I have currently a house that I listed probably about 6 months ago, 7 months ago now, it's at a higher price point. It's a different market. And the house has just been sitting there. We've had a number of showings and more than I ever thought we would. And it just hasn't sold. And we had a bunch of offers at a very low price. And the seller just chose not to take them, didn't even want to start a conversation because he has a number in mind and that's a number he wants to get. Now, my job is hard because now I'm telling him, well, the buyers dictate the market and the buyers are willing to pay you this. So you're not going to get this. Right. And at that point, I have to have that conversation. I have to sit down and explain to him, the market has shifted. This is what the buyers want to pay for it. If you're not willing to at least entertain that offer, then maybe you're not motivated to sell. And maybe we have to re-strategize and, potentially take it off the market for a little while. Why waste your time?
And is that the candidness of the conversation?
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't want to waste anyone's time. And I know what's going to happen. If we don't reduce the price today, once my listing expires and my contract expires with the seller, someone else will come into the picture, tell them exactly what I'm telling them today, and they're going to be okay with that price at that time, and someone else will sell the house. Right. I don't want that to happen.
Sure.
So
how much of your job is being a therapist?
Always. I'm always hand-holding. That's our job.
Yeah.
Real estate is great, but it's all about hand-holding.
How do you handle the transaction start to finish? Make sure it gets to the closing table.
So
it's an art.
I'm always hands-on.
Yeah.
I never let, a lot of other agents, and I'm not going to point anyone out, of course, but, the bigger teams, they tend to have their rainmaker or team leader, be at the, initial interview to get the listing for the house. And then the seller never sees that person ever again. And then the entire team basically handles the transaction. That's where I'm different. No matter how big the transaction is or small, I always am there from A to Z, from the beginning to the end. I make sure that I know exactly what's going on. If the buyer is, already in process of getting their mortgage, has the appraisal been ordered? Have they reached out to an insurance company for insurance purposes? You have to have all those pieces in place in order to get to the closing table. I make sure that I'm there and I ask the questions when need be so that we are in line for the closing
Yeah.
date.
And I'd say from the mortgage standpoint on transactions that we've done together, you do that on a regular basis.
Right.
Okay, what's going on with this? What do we need? When are we closing? When's the appraisal?
Well,
And you know everything that's going on.
because they're always questioning me.
Right.
And it's not that they're calling the mortgage broker or their attorney, because a lot of times the attorneys that they use, they're not always available. And I pride myself on being available to every single one of my clients. And my wife hates me for this because I guarantee every single client of mine that my phone will never go to voicemail. And
Wow.
that's hard to do, but I always pick up my phone,
Yeah.
and people appreciate that. Not everyone can do that. And people ask me, how do you do it? I'm like, well, you know what? If I'm with you, I still pick up the phone for someone else, but I always let them know that I'll call them back in a few minutes.
Mhm.
So I'm always in touch with my clients, or for that matter, any vendors.
Sure.
If an attorney's calling me on a specific deal, I'm always there to answer, to make sure that they know what's going on. They know that I know what's going on.
Yeah.
It's important for
No,
me.
you take the call. I'll call you back.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's great. It's extremely difficult for those of you listening out there that may be newer in the industry. That's like a level 9 out of 10 difficulty to make sure, if not higher, to make sure that you're constantly taking the phone call that's coming in. But it's paramount in making sure that your consumer feels like you're involved and feels like you care.
Yeah, I just had a transaction that closed in Monroe, and the buyer was a little older woman who wasn't very tech savvy, so she wasn't able to check her emails consistently. Whereas I'm on my phone every 2 seconds checking my email, make sure that I don't miss an email. But she said to me, Ron, you're always available. Anytime I either text you or call, you're always available. I don't need my attorney because I know you know what's going on. And I pride myself on that. I love that. When someone tells me that, that's what I'm here for. Customer service is what I do.
So when people are giving you information, like if your customers are giving you information, or a lender or anybody else, do you pick up on contradictions of things that may be being said?
More so than not, I use my experiences.
Yeah.
And what I've experienced on prior deals, that's what I use and say, when I need it.
Right.
This is what I've learned just recently, and this is why I'm telling you this needs to be.
Right. So how do you create a strategy with people based on what you're hearing? Like, you make it look so easy. So if someone's telling you something, all right, well, how am I going to put a strategy together, especially if it's someone new, a new customer? Because strategies are different for everybody.
I can't even answer that.
Yeah.
It's just a normal thing. I think going back to my early days as a, stockbroker, where they used to, put me on the spot all the time and, make me stand up and just come to me with a question, and I have to answer. And if I don't answer it, I can't get back on the phone. So it was like, they scared me enough to, put into my head that, I need to be quick to respond.
Sure.
I think if you pause, just like I just did, someone on the other side may say this guy may not know what he's talking about. Is he the right person for me?
Right.
So you have to be on your toes at all times.
Yeah, it's like that cache memory, computer term, right?
Pretty much.
Right back at you.
Yeah.
And again, you're extremely good at it.
Thank you.
Well, it's true.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Is it easier to work with friends, family, or a third party?
I honestly don't care who it
Right.
is. Friends and family, great. Not always a good thing in most cases, because if you screw up, that's family, that's friends, and
Right.
you may not look good anymore towards them. But it really doesn't matter. I don't care who I deal with.
It seems like within the first, like, you have people at hello, right? Like, once you get them talking, they could be.
That's it.
It's like you're talking to friends, family.
Yep.
It's all the same conversation.
It's our smile.
That's it.
Yeah. Just got to smile, and everything else happens.
You know, it is a great compliment, and I'm not trying to make this about me, but I'd have people come into my office and they'd hear me on the phone with somebody, and they would assume I was talking to a friend of mine.
Right.
And after they'd say, well, who are you on the phone with? Oh, it's just someone brand new that called me. And they're like, really? I go, well, yeah. It's the same conversation that I'm having with the consumer, that I'm having with family, that I'm having with friends, that I'm having with referral partners. It's all the same conversation. It's upbeat, listening, and having a great dialogue with people. That's the magic to this industry, to the sales profession.
100%. And that goes back to the whole, commonalities.
Right.
Find something in common and it just gets easy.
Right.
Don't make it too hard. It's an easy,
I think along those lines, I've always noticed with some salespeople that they have a hard time not complicating it.
You're right.
Right.
Even on an initial cold call, like don't make it complicated. Just find a common ground. Don't make this a business thing.
Right.
Make that other person laugh, and joke about it, make them remember you.
Right.
And once they remember you, the next time you speak to them, they always will go back to that initial conversation and say, I remember what you said to me.
Right.
Make them remember.
And I'm going to go back to what you were saying before about, is it easier to listen in person or on the phone? And you say on the phone, right? Because you could think about it, you write it down and everything like that. I don't think most people are wired that way.
No.
I think it's very difficult for people to stay focused on a telephone call and really listen.
Because there's so much going on during that conversation that you start thinking about other things and the focus may shift somewhere else.
Right.
Whereas when you're in front of them, your focus is right there.
Yeah.
So,
well, and just understanding what's my objective, right? You're on the phone with someone, don't multitask. You're not on your computer. You're not checking this. You're not checking that. That person is yours exclusively for the time that you're on the telephone with
agreed.
them. But what I've noticed with especially younger salespeople in the industry, well, I like to do it in person. Well, that's because it probably hides some of the lack of listening that you're putting into it, right? Because then you can kind of flow in different avenues versus really having to be laser focused on what someone's saying and the questions that you're asking them.
Well, don't get me wrong. You want to meet that person in person.
Sure.
Because once they see you in person, it's a completely different ball game. You're not on the phone anymore. There's nowhere to shy away from. And, get to the point and try to find that common ground. Once again, I'm going to say this all the time. You have to find the common ground.
Right. What's the one question you ask everybody?
How long have you been married? If they're married, how long have you been together?
Yeah.
Did you guys always want to have children?
Yeah.
If they have children, things like that.
What if they're not married? What would you ask me? I'm a single guy.
What do you do for a living?
There you go. See, it's simple, right?
Yeah. What do you do for, and that's where that conversation goes. It's like, all right, how long have you been doing this?
Yeah.
Just to kind of understand where you're coming from, where you came from.
In sales, there's nothing more powerful than the perfect question.
Right.
Because you ask that right question and it just leads you down a rabbit hole of everything that they want to talk about.
Right.
Right. And being able to build off of that.
And once again, you ask them that question and they'll talk. And
Absolutely.
That's where you get the information from.
And that's the fun part of our job.
Right.
Listening to people, getting to know people, understanding where they are, where they've been, and what they're trying to accomplish.
For sure.
And not looking at it transactionally.
Sure.
And you come into it rigid, it's more of a transaction versus just flowing with everything that's going on.
Yep.
So what's the one piece of advice you would give to someone trying to hone their listening skills?
Now you're putting me on the spot.
You got this.
Listening skills, I would just say don't talk when you're on the phone with someone new. Ask a question and just wait for answers.
Right.
Get as much information as possible. And if the conversation, is paused because that's all they want to tell you,
right.
At that point, you start asking more questions. It's all about knowing your customer. I do have a compliance background, and they always used to instill in me and say, know your customer. The more you know about them, the better off you're going to be. You'll be able to guide them in the right direction. You'll be able to recommend different types of securities, just things that about them can lead you to, a better, I guess, understanding of what they need.
It's slow it down.
Yeah.
People seem to be in a hurry all the time.
Right.
Oh, let me get out what I got to get out.
Right.
No, slow it down. Here's a question.
Yep.
Oh, what's the answer? Well, here's another question, right? And just enjoy the process,
Sure.
right? Not try to rush through it. So I know you grew up in the Brooklyn area,
Mhm.
and you are bilingual.
I am. I do speak Russian fluently. If you meet me in person, you would never know. I think Nick here, was like, Russian? Where'd that come from? But yes, I do speak Russian fluently. My family is from Latvia, from Riga.
Okay.
But I was born here. And I do speak and write in Russian fluently.
That's great. I wish I was bilingual.
A lot of my clients come from, being Russian.
Yeah.
People just don't speak the English language, and that's where I take control.
Sure. So, Ron, how do you feel that being bilingual has helped you in your real estate career?
So my background, again, born and raised in Brooklyn, went to school in Lincoln High School in Brooklyn. And, a lot of my friends, I think 95% of my friendship database is Russian. And they've got, their parents, their grandparents, and a lot of those individuals are old school Russian.
Right.
And they're not as English savvy, I guess, speaking. So that's where I come in. And my competition, either it be at Keller Williams or any other brokerage, there are plenty of Russian brokers, Russian realtors, but I just use, again, my sphere of influence to be able to speak with these people in their native language and, get an idea of what they're looking for, because it's also tough because a lot of these people come to me and they haven't been pre-approved. So now I have to think, who will I recommend for mortgage purposes?
Right.
Because if they don't speak any English, for you, Greg, being that you don't speak their language, how do you combat that, or how do you find a middle ground, and how can you help them?
Yeah, and it's difficult, right? I mean, people want to be communicated in the fashion that they want to be communicated with.
Right.
So when you look at the real estate end of it, this is going to be the biggest transaction that anyone ever makes. It's really important that they're able to communicate with you in the fashion that they need to be communicated with.
Absolutely. And that's why a lot of my business stems from the Russian community. Not my only source of business, but I think about 50%, 60% of my business comes from, Russian speaking clients.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So a question for you, Ron, if you were to look at your overall style in selling, would you consider yourself aggressive, passive, somewhere in between?
I think it's somewhere in between. I
Yeah.
can be aggressive when I need to be aggressive,
Yeah.
but I'm very passive, and I let the client dictate until I know I have to.
Yeah.
So it's just, I'm in middle ground.
Yeah. Again,
Type of
once
guy.
you built that loyalty through question and listening, and then you have the right.
That I could be
Yeah.
aggressive. Correct.
Yeah. And then you can go after it.
Right.
So if you send me over a Russian client, it can become difficult. And I'm really transparent up front. I mean, it has to be a situation where the potential buyer is comfortable communicating with me if there's a language barrier. And either we get a third party involved.
I was going to
Yeah.
say, I think I would be part of that conversation, and I would have to micromanage how it goes, because I know you don't speak any Russian, and I know they need that help. So I would 100% have to be involved in everything.
Yeah. And it's so important. I can't stress it enough from a lending standpoint. People have to be comfortable. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
lot of money on the line, right? People
Right.
borrowing a lot of money. So you need to have the relationship with the agent like the one that we have, Ron. And hey, at the end of the day on something, if someone's just more comfortable speaking to someone in their native tongue, that's okay.
Right.
Because it's all about the client at the end of the day and making sure they're comfortable.
And that's what I was going to just say is I always ask the client if it's okay for me to recommend someone who doesn't speak Russian, and that I would be part of the conversation with them, so that I can, kind of go back and forth and tell them what you're saying so they understand it all.
Yeah, great stuff, Ron.
Yeah.
If someone needed you for something, Ron, someone's looking to buy a house, sell a house, or even wanted to pick your brain about how you've gotten to where you're at, what's the best way to reach out to you?
Just call me. I'm available. Like I just said before,
He'll pick up the phone.
I will not put it. My call will not go to voicemail. I promise you guys.
What's your phone number, your cell phone number?
917-974-1915. And my email is Ron J. Ison. That's RON, the letter J, ISON @gmail.com.
And could you please give us those instructions in Russian?
Вы можете мне позвонить мой телефон никогда не пойдет на voicemail. Вы можете мне звонить 917-974-1915, и мой email ronjison@gmail.com.
Ron, it was fantastic. I'm so jealous, by the way. Isn't that cool? How cool is that, Nick? Oh, I'm so simple. Ron, I really appreciate you taking the time to be on the show today.
Thank you very much for having me, Greg.
It was just my pleasure to have you. And thank you, everyone, for listening out there today. Again, this is Greg Wareham with Your Mortgage Process, our guest, Ron Eisen, today. Look forward to catching up with everyone next week. Thanks, guys. Thank you for tuning in to this week's edition of Your Mortgage Process, hosted by Greg Wareham, produced by Greg Wareham and Nick Pavis at The Social Rift, and executively produced by The Social Rift. Thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
And then the intro. Are we on?
We're live.
We are live. We are live. What up, home team? Damn it, what is up? I hope everybody had an excellent weekend. This is the first of its kind and our very first episode here on Home Team Huddle. Guys, it is going to be ridiculous what you are going to get from Home Team Huddle. So, this episode is really going to be the intro to Home Team Huddle and a couple other cool things that we have for you. That's right. For you, our loan advisors, our loan officers, pounding the pavement, putting on the gear, putting on the Home Team logo, putting it on your chest, and being able to bang your chest against it with the logo out there promoting it. So let me talk to you a little bit about what Home Team Huddle will do for you, right? First, let's talk about the scheduling, right? So the scheduling is going to be Monday and Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., right? It's going to be scheduled for an hour, but guys, check it out. Not every show is going to last an hour, right? This show in particular probably won't last an hour, but here's what you're going to get. Monday mornings, it's all about skill building. It's all about skill building. It's all about building you up, giving you the tools that you need to go out there and continue to pound the pavement and bring business in the door. Bringing business in the door, that's something powerful, right? Because it's not only about Home Team, guys. You know me, I'm Big Easy, and for me, it's all about you. It's all about you. It's all about your families. It's all about paying it forward. Your success, right? You're not the only one that benefits from it. And I constantly tell you guys that because I don't want you to forget it. So Mondays, think of it as sharpening your tools, perfecting your craft. We're going to have all kinds of skill building, from the home buying process roadmap to some mortgage basics. We're going to get into income calculations. We're going to get into self-employed income calculations. We're going to get into all kinds of different things that a loan officer needs to get out there. Skill building Mondays, giving you the tools you need. Money making activities, right? All the money-making activities are going to be held Mondays from 11 to 12. Let me talk to you a little bit about Wednesdays, right? So Wednesdays are about inspiration. Wednesdays about motivation, right? Wednesday is going to be where the heavy hitters, the powerful LOs that we have on a team, and not only powerful LOs, but those LOs that are going above and beyond. We're going to have stories. We're going to have scenarios. We're going to have special guests, right? Pay attention to that newsletter that's going to come out at the beginning of every month. I know you guys seen it. Every face that's on the newsletter is actually going to be a guest on Home Team Huddle. So let's talk about July. Let's talk about July, right? This is the intro, right? We're going to talk to you about what is Home Team Huddle. Then we have our wonderful business development team coming on. We're going to have kind of like a home team town hall with all the executives coming on. And we're also going to hear from two heavy hitters. We're always going to have an LO spotlight at the end of every month. So if you want to get on the LO Spotlight, you already know. It's not only about production for the LO Spotlight. It's about who's doing the right things, right? And this month, we have our own Who's the Boss? And Who's the Boss is our heavy hitter. Who is the top performing loan advisor here with Home Team? What are they doing? What are they doing that's different from everybody else? Who knows, right? That's why I'm going to bring to you what they're doing. And it's going to be a fireside chat with these high-level producers, again, to help you. It's all about giving you some blueprints, right, guys? So Mondays, skill building. Wednesdays, all about inspiration and hearing the stories of how our successful LOs and our successful team members really go and get it, right? So Home Team Huddle, what is it? Listen, it's going to be a platform for you to be able to educate yourself, for you to be able to hear different things, sharpen your axe, get out there, listen to different people, what their stories, what their inspiration is, and you're going to be able to apply it, right? It's going to be aired every Monday and Wednesday for right now. But here's the cool thing, guys. Once we get a month or two under our belt, we're going to have some reruns, right? So those reruns are pretty much going to be aired almost every single day. So if there's a show you missed, right, don't worry. It's going to come back to you, right? And every year we're going to refresh. Like I said, we're going to have all kinds of trainings, income trainings, blend trainings, operational trainings. There's going to be a show that's going to come out. It's going to be a great episode. It's called Date the Underwriter. We're going to have one of our underwriters here talking to you guys. Again, it's all about giving you perspective. Tools, knowledge to perfect your craft. So today I want to go ahead not only and talk to you about Home Team Huddle, but I also want to talk to you about Hit the Streets. Listen, guys, Hit the Streets is powerful. For those of you guys that were in 0 to 100, right, you guys already know. It's all about money-making activities. The more money-making activities you do, the more credit pulls you have, the more pre-approvals come in the door, and the more closings you're going to have, right? What does that lead to? Happy times, vacations, success, going out with the family to dinner, paying it forward for those family members. I say it all the time, man. Look, I've taken my parents to restaurants that they would never even think about taking me to. That's powerful for me. You know, that's why I do what I do, right? I just got back from a whole week in Daytona watching my daughter dance. It was her nationals. I'm on cloud nine. She won all kinds of awards. But guys, this is the career that we chose, right? I'm able to do that because I'm rocking with the home team pretty much, right? That's why we do what we do, so that we can pay it forward and enjoy life. Look, guys, it's simple. I work to enjoy life. I don't live to work. I work to live, right? And you guys should too. And that's one of the main reasons why this program is out there. So check it out. Hit the Streets, right? For those of you that were in 0 to 100, Hit the Streets is going to be located on Teams. That's right, on Teams. Each and every one of you are going to have access to Hit the Streets. Hit the Streets, right, is a quarterly competition. Show me what you got. Who's out there doing these money-making activities? There's going to be a scorecard live for all of you guys can see. And you're going to see your competition and your loan advisors, your peers, going out there, hitting the streets, doubling down. Everybody wants to talk about the lack of inventory. Everybody wants to talk about the elevated interest rates. Guys, all of that compounded with you guys not doing any money-making activities is a recipe for disaster. Now's the time to double down. Now's the time to educate yourself. Get in tune with programs like sites like MBS Highway. Start to educate yourself using different sites like Housing Wire and mortgage updates and things like that, so that you can double down on your knowledge. Yo, it's powerful. So Hit the Streets is going to have every money-making activity that you could do as an LO. But guess what? You're going to get credit for it. There's going to be a bonus. There might be even another turnover chain for you, for whoever that champion is for Hit the Streets that quarter. It's going to be every quarter. So this year we got third quarter and fourth quarter left. Hit the Streets is going live today. We're going to go ahead and put up all the loan officers in Hit the Streets. You will all have access to it. Like I said, it's a scorecard. Money-making activities consist of open houses, broker opens, hosting lunch and learns, hosting first-time home buyer seminars, right? Visiting with your realtors, realtor one-on-ones, right? Credit pulls. They're going to get credit for credit pulls. Pre-approval and closed loans, those are the heavy hitters, obviously. That's what brings it in, right? And then on top of that, there's also going to be influencers, right, to where you're going to get credit for it. Keep in mind, guys, realtors are wildly important. They are our main referral source, but there's other people in our industry that can also be powerful referral sources that can help us, right? You're talking about divorce attorneys, you're talking about title agents, you're talking about insurance agents, credit repairs. But let's talk about outside the box stuff. My definition of an influencer is somebody that can influence your pipeline in a positive manner. Guys, it could be your barber. Not that I need one, but it could be your barber. It could be your beautician. It could be your nail tech. Whoever positively influences your pipeline, that's the person that we need to continue to go ahead and influence and help out. Hey, listen, guys, if my barber is referring me 1-2 leads a month, I got to talk to him about what clips do you need. You know what I mean? Do you got the most updated clips? Do you got some nice, the sheets that they put on you, right, when they cut your hair? Why? Because it's important to me. It's important to me if I have someone that can turn into a pipeline influencer for myself. And guys, believe it or not, you can turn these people into pipeline influencers. We're also going to have an influencer workshop. For those of you that have been into 0 to 100, you know that it's powerful. So open houses, broker open, lunch and learns, first-time home buyer seminars, credit pulls, pre-approved, closed loans, realtor one-on-ones, and influencers is really what you're going to get measured on. Now, it's a point system, right? You're going to see the point system live on your teams, right? Now, just like 0 to 100, for those of you that weren't a part of 0 to 100, the only way to get credit for these things is you got to put up a picture. All right. As cheesy as it might sound, I am not the guy to just check a box. That's not your boy. If you're going to go do an open house and you want credit for it, I got to see you at the open house. If you're going to have a realtor one-on-one and you want credit for it, I got to see you meeting with the realtor one-on-one, right? If you're going to do a lunch and learn, a seminar, there better be some chairs, a classroom setting, and you at the front hosting the lunch and learn. And then guess what? You get the points. I'm not trying to take points away from you. I know you guys are busy pounding pavement. You don't necessarily have to log them every day, right? If you're busy during the week and you want to log them all one day, you could do it. I'm going to give you credit for it. If it passes and you think you can't, don't worry about it. Your boy's going to give you credit for the retroactive. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to take points away for you or fight you on points, right? But if you're going to do an open house and you take a picture of a flyer, you're not going to get credit for it. If you're at a lunch and learn and you don't take picture of the lunch and learn, you're not going to get credit for it, right? So keep that in mind. Hit the Streets is going to be a competition, something fun and exciting for you guys to do. But while you guys are having that fun, while you guys are pounding pavement, your pipeline is increasing. This black box is ringing a little bit more. And at the end of the day, that's the name of the game, getting this thing to ring a little bit more. So guys, I hope you're excited. I hope you're stoked. Hit the Streets is going to be nothing but a fun competition for you guys. I want to give out more turnover chains. I promise you, if I were the one to win that turnover chain, I wouldn't take it off. If I'm coming to your office, I'm wearing the chunk. If I'm coming to your house for a barbecue, and I know you work for me, I'm wearing the chunk. It's just the way it is. You know what I mean? It's a fun competition. So Home Team Huddle, guys, was created for you, period. I can't say it enough. The level of, how do I put this? The level of involvement and the level of we're not going to let you fail here, it's at another level, right? Here with Home Team, the investment in the LO is everything. We invest in our loan officers first, and then everything else blossoms from that. But the investment in the loan officer is really where it's at, because it helps you sharpen your axe. Guys, I got to tell you, if your pipeline is dry, go out, make something happen. That's the only way that it's going to change. There's not one person in this industry that's going to come to you and be like, hey, here's a deal for you. You got to go get it. You got to make yourself known. For those new LOs, right, you guys should be thinking about exposure. Exposure is everything. You guys got to get with our business development team. You got to get with the Samanthas of the world. You got to get with the Ronnies of the world so they can sexify you and immediately start to put presence in market for you and start to work on your social media. Guys, that's the quickest way to get exposure in this industry. Remember, guys, for you new loan officers, it's all about putting your face to the career. It's like, okay, this is who he is. He is a lender with Movement Mortgage. And then you start to build off of that. You always got to make it personal. Don't make it all about business. You got to bring your personal life into it. Don't go off making business accounts or doing all these different things. No, trust me, we see these aliens. They exist. There's realtors out there. I follow them. You go on their pages and it's nothing but backyard pools. You know nothing about this person. That's not the way it works. Make it personal. Get them to know who you really are. Like-minded individuals are the ones that are going to do business with you. Remember, guys, there's really two reasons why people do business with you. And it's because they like you and they trust you. That's it. There's no magic pill. Now, where the magic comes in is what you do with yourself, what you do with the knowledge. How do you perfect your craft? Are you sitting there watching all the negativity that the media is spewing? Or are you sitting there doubling down on your craft, making your content known, starting to talk about different things than mortgage? Keep in mind, guys, nobody really wants to talk about mortgage. You got to switch it up. If you guys are out there, you're pounding pavement and you're visiting realtor offices and you're out there and it's like, all right, I've already done my mortgage 101. What do I do now? Homies, do whatever you want to do now. Walk up in there with a speaker and host some karaoke. Have a game show with them. Take them out. Maybe do a private networking event with them. Get them to know you. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Two reasons. They like you and they trust you. With us here at Home Team, we're going to give you the tools that you need. Believe that. All the tools you need. Not only from our powerful business development team, which guess what, guys? Not every company has, all right? To shows and programs like this. This is a true show. Home Team Huddle will be on loop, coming to an office near you. It's the first of its kind. This is live. This is not recorded. I can say a bunch of shit. It's not recorded. We're going to do it live Mondays and Wednesdays for you. So to wrap it up, right, I want you guys to know Mondays, just to repeat, skills, all the skill building you need, right? And then Wednesdays, it's really all about that inspiration, the motivation. Doesn't come from a powerful speaker. Doesn't come from someone that gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's going to come from your peers. It's going to come from your squad. It's going to come from people that you sit next to that may be doing something a little bit different than you. And it's helping them. Well, guess what? We all wear the same colors. I say this all the time, guys. We all compete against each other. We do. Every single loan advisor and Home Team competes against each other. That's just the way it is, right? But the most beautiful thing in the world is we all wear the black and red. So since we all wear the black and red, especially for me, if I'm doing something that's successful, I want to pay it forward. And I want to make sure that you guys are at least opened up to what's happening. And that's what all Home Team Huddle is about, right? So check it out. This Wednesday, first Wednesday of Home Team Huddle, you guys are going to hear from a special group of people, right? These people sexify you. They put you through a car wash. They transform you into that movement LO, right? And they do so much for your build, for your growth, right? And it's our business development squad. That's right. They're going to be on with us this Wednesday, same time, same channel, 11 to 12, right? And you're going to hear some cool tips and tricks from our business development team. What do they do? How do they do it? What's it like talking to them, right? Are they approachable? Guys, listen, I don't know if you know this yet, but one of the biggest positives working for Home Team is that from the tippy top all the way to the bottom, people are in production. You're not going to find someone who's completely disconnected. Number one. Number two, they are all approachable. Reach out, touch them. You know what I mean? Reach out and touch them. If they're in your office, you know who these beasts are. You know who's in your office that's performing at another level. Maybe you know somebody that wasn't performing good and all of a sudden now they are. Homie, tap them on the shoulder. Get your own resources, right? Have your own type of hustle. You know what I mean? Go to your GOAT mountain. And that's right. I say GOAT mountain a lot because it's okay to go shadow somebody. It don't matter how many years you have in industry, what your experience is, shadow them. Find out what they're doing. How do they talk to people, right? What are they doing that's special? How is your credit pulled up here and mine still down here? It's all right, right? It's okay. We got you. Like I said, Home Team Huddle's here just for that. Home Team as a whole, as a family. Listen, it's all about making ourselves better in every aspect of the game. And then, very important, paying it forward, guys, right? So this is the first episode of Home Team, right? Home Team Huddle. I hope I went ahead and defined everything that you guys are going to get from it. Mondays and Wednesdays, 11 to 12. Mondays, skill building. Wednesdays, inspiration, stories, motivation, and hearing from our top level LOs. Hit the streets. Powerful, guys. It's going to be fun. All right. It should be 100% active by the end of this week. If there is any activity that you're doing this week, money-making activity, take a shot of it. Take a picture of it. As soon as Home Team Huddle, as soon as the Hit the Streets goes live, you will be able to get credit for everything you're doing starting today. That's right, starting today. So if you guys have anything on your plate today, a networking event, open house, a broker open, anything this week, start taking the pictures from it, guys. Now, how do you get credit for it? You'll see. On Teams, you're going to see the Hit the Streets logo. You're going to be able to click on it. And then you're going to see post. You're going to see the scorecard, right? Under post is where you're going to go ahead and log the pictures. Guys, it's super fun. One of the things that you're going to notice about the Hit the Streets is everything that your peers are doing. And maybe everything that your peers are doing that, guess what? You're not doing. So we gotta motivate yourself, right? Nobody's going to come like a superhero and come save you. That just doesn't happen, right? So motivate yourself, look at your peers, right? And most importantly, you're going to find that it's not really leadership. It's not going to be me. It's going to be your peers that are going to be pushing you to go out there and do better. There's some great people working for this company. You are here because you're good at what you do. And most importantly, you're good people and you're Home Team material. So guys, from your boy Big Easy, Home Team Huddle is out. I will see you guys on Wednesday. Don't forget, Wednesday is going to be all about our business development team. If you want to hear what they do for us and you want to get some tips and tricks, this is the time to do it. I'll see you Wednesday, 11 a.m. Take care, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us for this week's episode of Your Mortgage Process. I'm, of course, your host, Greg Wareham. So you ever wonder, how do I become a multimillionaire? You know, and in my experience, people have accumulated a 7+ figure net worth. They've really kind of excelled in a few different areas. Some's real estate, right? Rental, property, value appreciation, leveraging other people's money. Number two, business owners, you know, which is a great industry or a great way to go about building equity in something, driving big revenue, but it also comes with high risk. High-end job, you're a CEO, you're a Wall Street person, executive, celebrity, athlete, and investing in smart financial planning. Now, any of these, when managed correctly, can skyrocket someone's net worth. And many people with wealth have likely mastered several of these or all of these. So for today's show, I wanted to focus just on one area, disciplined and focused financial planning. And in the big picture, one specific financial plan, it doesn't fit everybody, right? Financial planning's a product of someone's individual goals, age, risk tolerance, along with a ton of other criteria that our guest today will talk about. Now, when you look at time value of money, I mean, to me, that's like the eighth wonder of the world, right? You start with a small amount of money, it becomes a big amount of money over the course of time, given the right investment strategy. And I'm going to give you a quick example of that. So let's say somebody wanted to have $1 million. If they were to save $35 a day over 30 years, earning a 6% rate of return, that would have accumulated $1 million. You operate in the presumption that you haven't paid taxes on it or anything like that. Now, to put that into perspective, that gives the individual a total investment of $385,000, and they would have earned dividends or interest of $615,000, right? It's like magic. And what did you really do? You hired the right person to work with to be able to accumulate that over the course of time. Now, again, everybody's different, so I don't want to minimize that cost per day, but with a disciplined expense management and the right plan, it can potentially be achievable for anybody. Now, time, in my opinion, is your best friend when it comes to a disciplined financial plan. In that same scenario of $1 million, if you could achieve that over 40 years with an investment of under $20 a day, and you can imagine what 50 years does, or bigger investment over a shorter period of time. But in order to help shed some light on a comprehensive financial plan, I'd like to introduce our guest today, who's an expert in this area, Chris DiGregorio.
Greg, thanks for having me. I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak to people about this subject. And financial planning is generally what I've been doing, what I'm specializing in. And it's interesting. At the beginning of my career, I didn't process really what a good quality financial plan would be. But over time, I learned that sometimes planning is actually more important than the investment themselves.
Sure.
So, when I speak to somebody, like you said, there's so many different things that come into a financial plan, which people aren't really expecting. And when they sit down and they do a plan with me, and we go through that process, there's a lot of things that come out that they've never really figured
Oh, sure.
out.
Yeah. You got to go deep on everyone to figure out exactly what they're trying to accomplish, short, long term. What's your background, Chris? How did you get into the industry?
Yeah, so about 22 years ago,
Okay.
I've been in the industry over 2 decades now. I really just kind of fell into it. I had gone to college, I got my business degree. I came out with like a lot of people who have a business degree, didn't know which aspect of business I wanted to choose. Started thinking about accounting, but didn't like the idea of sitting and kind of crunching numbers all day.
Sure.
So
Well, that sounds like fun.
yeah, terrible. At least for me, at least
No,
for
I get
me.
it. Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, so I decided at that point to take some financial planning classes, some other classes outside after college, and at that point, I just liked it, and I liked the fact that you could help people.
Sure.
And we're not working with anything tangible. So really, now that I'm working with I worked with a grandfather, and now their kids, and
Right.
now their kids, and I'm working on sometimes third generation, and now kids are going to school on the planning that we set up 2 decades ago. It's just
Great,
really
Chris.
exciting to me.
Yeah. How rewarding is that?
It's
right?
really rewarding. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can imagine. So, and I know you work for a huge company. Everyone will recognize the name. We're not going to mention it today, and you're extremely successful in what you do. Now, I know that it's different for everybody, Chris, depending on your individual goals and a couple of things that I already mentioned. What does a comprehensive financial plan look like? Like, what are the broad strokes?
All right. So I think when people hear the word financial plan, a lot of people pull back,
Right.
right? Because they think of this, and some of my competitors do this. They throw together 100 pages of financial planning with every graph and every chart and every possibility that could possibly come. All right. So when you say what my financial plans, all right, I try to break them down, all right,
Okay.
into a couple different parts. And it starts obviously with assets, and then it goes down to, you could break it down to the assets, needs and wants of the clients and goals, obviously the most important.
Sure.
That's what they've worked their whole life to get to. The biggest part of financial planning right now is how long are we actually planning for? Because when I did a financial plan 20 years ago, all right, we were planning for 20 years in retirement.
Right.
Now we do a financial plan today. We're planning for 40 years in retirement.
Right.
So you were talking about time value of money. Well, it's
Yeah.
the same type of thing, right? I mean, you have to really plan for some plans are longer than the people worked for. We've actually planned for.
Wow.
So when you say what does it look like, it looks a little bit different for everybody.
Mhm.
But the way we do our plans is we start out, like I said, with assets, goals, needs, wants, and then we really, and then obviously hypothetical returns, risk tolerance, and then we work into cash flow distribution, which in any financial plan that I've worked with, cash flow distribution, which is each year, how does cash flow come into you, right? Either through Social Security, pensions that you might have had, through your investment income, real estate, or any other, any other items that they get as far as cash is concerned.
Sure.
That's what is the most important, because they can see how that distribution changes over time, how inflation works over time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's important. You look at like today's day and age with inflation being so high. Now I know it doesn't meet the average, but you got to be prepared because some products, the inflation is going to impact more negatively than other products, right?
Yeah, a huge aspect of a financial
Yeah.
plan is inflation. When someone says to us, we need $100,000 a year to retire comfortably and be able to do what we want and live the way we want to live, that $100,000 in year two is $103,000.
Right.
And that $103,000, $106,000 or better, if you're compounding it, because a $200 meal today is going to cost $400 in 20 years. So
Maybe 10.
So, right, exactly. But, maybe if I don't know what it's going to cost. So
this
the
weekend.
point being is, if you're not building in that into the plan, and
Yeah.
somebody just says, I need this set number, a lot of people don't understand the time value of money and how that inflation is eating up their savings.
Yeah, no, and that's a fantastic point because inflation rate's going to be what, 2% historically, right?
Yeah, we use 2 to 3% on our plans. Yeah,
2 to 3. So now you're earning 3% on your money. You're breaking even.
that's right.
Right.
And then depending on if they have qualified money, which is anything in IRA or anything in a 401k, all right, or non-qualified money. The non-qualified money is going to be taxed when they take money out of it, and qualified money is going to be taxed when they take money out of it. So if they haven't planned properly and they don't have maybe some tax-free buckets or other income, now taxes are getting taken into account as well. So you have inflation eating it up,
Yep.
and then you have taxes eating up the distributions.
Right. Well, let's talk a little bit about a 401k. So are you from the school of everyone should be maxing that out? Like, what do you think about a 401k as an investment?
Yeah, so a 401k is important. I think you got to really look at there's a couple problems with 401ks. There's pros and cons to anything.
Sure, yeah.
All right. So I think 401ks are probably one of the least managed assets, okay, that anybody has, but probably one of the biggest assets people retire with.
Sure.
And why is that? Well, I think most people don't get a lot of education, if not mostly all people don't get education on their 401ks. And that's one thing that we try to do, is really educate people on their 401ks and pull that into the financial plan and the process. But you really have to look, number one, into the company and what they're contributing to the 401k.
Sure.
If you have a company that's not contributing any sort of match into your 401k, you're going to think differently than a company who's matching the first 4% of contributions. So, a company that's matching 4% of your contribution, you put in whatever the number may be, let's say $10,000, and they're giving you $400 or whatever their income's $100,000, let's say, and they're contributing $4,000.
Sure.
You've made 4% on your money year one.
Right.
That's something to look at, and I'd say you'd probably want to, you'd probably want to at least hit that number, so you're getting at least that match number.
Sure.
All right. But if they're not contributing anything to the 401k, then you may look at it differently and look at other avenues of where that money to go.
I have a question for you about that. So you look at a 401k, and if you have a company that's not matching your 401k, and you're just you're in the 401k plan, whichever company they choose, right? The employer chooses. If you didn't put the money in there, do you have the ability to then self-fund an IRA for an equivalent dollar amount?
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
So if you're not in a 401k, you could go into an IRA.
Okay.
But business owners, you had mentioned business owners as part of accumulating wealth. Business owners have a lot of other opportunities that if you're not working with the right planner and you're not putting together a good financial plan, you may not see.
Right.
So that plays into a self-sponsored IRA, like a SEP IRA.
Sure.
You could do. A lot of people do some type of insurance policy, like a variable life, where you could put money away and then borrow off that money tax-free down the road.
Right.
You could set up, an HSA account. All right. You can employ children. There's a lot of other ways that you could. So a W-2 employee, we're going to plan differently than a business owner 1099
Makes
employee.
sense. I mean, W-2 is like the worst because
worst.
W-2, you're never going to pay more taxes than
That's
if you're
it.
a W-2 employee.
That's it. There's nothing to write off. You write off too much, you fall into AMT, and that's it.
This is why Nick won't let me hire him as a W-2 employee.
Yeah.
So now in the thought process on that qualified retirement money, the IRA, the 401k, it's that when you retire, your tax bracket should, in theory, drop.
In theory,
correct?
right.
Okay.
So in theory, and it depends again, if they're doing a lot of real estate and they're bringing in a lot of rental income, maybe not so, you know?
Okay.
Good
point.
Right?
Yeah.
If their pension is real high, maybe not so. It really depends, on how
Yeah.
their distributions are being taken in their retirement. And that is a major part of financial planning is how are we going to distribute the money in the most tax effective way
Yeah,
possible.
and you've mentioned that now a few times, and that's like gives me a lot of clarity on it.
Yeah.
It's all about the distributions at the end because someone because I think about it and say, oh, tax bracket drops, so you should be in a better position when you retire and start to withdraw that money, but it's not necessarily the case. It depends on the whole financial picture.
Correct. And in a lot of 401ks, especially the ones that we build out for companies,
Yeah.
and the ones that are being built out today, generally, even if we're not building them out, if we're not involved, they all have a Roth contribution, or most of them have a Roth contribution segment of their 401k.
Right.
So if you take a high earner who's really not taking a major benefit from that $20,000 or $26,500 that they could put away, they really don't need that tax benefit now. They should be maxing out that part of the Roth portion of their 401k, which is not limited to the amount of income that they get, where they couldn't do it outside. And I can't tell you how many people just actually miss that.
Well, you know what? Let's talk about that in a little bit more detail because you have your Roth IRA. And if you're married, there's still limits that you can put into it every year.
Yeah,
correct?
that's right. That's right. Well, yes, there's limits to it, and there's the limits of amount of income that you could receive in using a Roth IRA.
Got it.
Okay. One strategy that we use that a lot of people don't know is what's called a backdoor Roth IRA.
Okay.
And it really comes in, it's very timely right now, actually, for us. We're speaking to a lot of our clients about it because what happens is when the market goes down as it has, what they could do is they could actually take money from their IRA, all right, move it into their 401k. There's a portion that they can move into their IRA, all right, pay taxes because they don't have to pay taxes, but they actually move it into a Roth IRA, not a regular traditional IRA.
Okay.
So we recommend that to people when the market's down because obviously they're paying taxes on a lesser amount.
Yeah, no,
And
that
it's
makes
something
sense.
that a lot of people don't know.
Now, if you were to move that money and pay taxes, is that subject to a capital gain tax or is it your regular income?
It's subject to a taxable gain tax.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that could be really super beneficial.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got to talk in more detail.
A lot of people don't know about that,
Yeah.
and this is a very timely time to do it. You want to do it when the market's down, not when it's up, and you're paying the taxes on the higher amounts.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned on the 401k up to 26,500. That's if you're over the age of 50.
There, you're right. You have a catch up.
Okay,
a
understood.
$5,000 or $6,000 catch up, but they change it every year.
Oh, I think Nick has a question.
I'm going to chime in real quick.
Oh.
Now, could you move over assets or it has to be cash?
It depends on the provider, okay? And
Okay,
it depends
just
on the
curious.
institution that you're transferring it over to. All right. So there's what's called proprietary product and non-proprietary product. And not to go into too much detail, but let's just say hypothetically Fidelity, there may be some Fidelity funds that the receiving firm can't hold.
Okay.
And those would have to be liquidated. So there could be one of the negatives in doing that strategy is there is a time that you are out of the marketplace.
Makes sense.
Both for the transfer and then maybe the liquidation of those products to be moved over.
Do you pay the penalty if you're under 59 and a half when you do that?
You're not paying a penalty if you're
'Cause it's
moving
going back into
That's
qualified.
correct. It's
Okay.
going back into qualified to qualified.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
So, how do you think, shifting gears a little bit, how do you feel about dollar cost averaging? People investing X amount of dollars every month forever.
So Warren Buffett's been saying this his whole
Right.
life, right? And
That's where I got it
they
from.
think he's boring. I don't
Yeah.
know, but he's not.
Yeah.
He's actually right. And you know that's part of my job is sometimes being a psychologist, especially when things are bad.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Dollar cost averaging, personally to me, both in my own investment life and my clients, has been the most successful thing you could possibly do. And by the way, pro of 401k, okay, is that people are continuously cost averaging.
You're
Right.
forced to.
You're
do
forced
it.
to,
Yeah.
right? You put in that 3% or 4%, whatever your number is, and you continuously cost averaging. They may not even know that they're doing it, okay? They're just looking at their 401k statement, oh, I'm down, or oh, I'm up, or whatever the case may be, but they continue, and that's why they become such effective and effective retirement vehicles down the road.
Sure.
That are high valued because they did that cost averaging.
Sure.
But when you have money that you're not forced to do, all right, we have to talk a lot of people down and just make them not, I wouldn't say make them. It's their money, their
Educate 'em.
decision, but educate them. And what we'll do is we'll do a lot of that. We'll break out some calculators and some tools that are proprietary to us, and we'll show them, look, if you put money in back in 2000, you put money back in 2008, if you put money back in all of these different during COVID,
Yeah.
okay, and, you've always made more money. The people that invest when times are bad will always make more money.
Right.
So
No, that brings up a couple great points on it. Either from dollar cost averaging in your 401k, you probably, depending on your income level, you may want to strategize that in a fashion so it comes out pretty much equally over a 12-month time frame and not to front end load it, right? Well, I'm going to put 25% in my 401k in the first 3 months because some plans allow for that. But that kind of defeats the purpose of dollar cost averaging if you've maxed that out.
exactly,
year,
and then it just comes down to lucky timing.
Yeah.
Which really I always tell my clients the stock market is the opposite of the casino. All right. The casino,
That's great.
the longer you spend at the casino, all right, and they know this, all right, the longer you spend at the casino, the more money you're going to lose.
Right.
And the stock market or investments in general, you don't have to, just say stocks, but there's a lot of investments. The longer time you're there, the more money you're going to make.
Yeah.
And it's total opposite.
Yeah, that's great. And I hope everyone is a nugget, depending on how savvy you are from an investment standpoint. And you can always reach out to Chris as well. We'll give his number at the end. That dollar cost averaging, my example is $35 a day, or, that's a couple $100 a month. Like too little is never too little, right?
That's right.
You save what you can save, and over the course of time, that compounds.
That's right. I mean, we have clients that are putting in as little as $100 a month.
Right.
Just something. My own family, my own daughter, excuse me. I mean, she's young, and that's one of the first things I taught her. Put in something.
Right.
It doesn't have to be a lot. Just put in something every month. Let it just come right out of your check. You're not going to feel it.
Yeah.
And put into a separate account. Get that account invested.
You had mentioned earlier about, plans now that you start to see come to fruition a little bit with kids going to school. Could you talk a little bit about the benefits of a 503B? Is it 503B?
529.
Oh, I'm sorry, 529. That's
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
That's a nonprofit. No, sorry. 529 college plan.
529. So we do a fair amount of 529 college plans. Yeah. It's really the only beneficial college plan that's out there right now.
Sure.
Back in the day, we used to do what's called UGMA, Uniform Gift to Minors Act,
right.
which was an educational plan. The negative in that plan, one of the big negatives that people saw, was at 18, it was actually the child's money. All right. So that money, you'd actually have to open up an individual account for that child to take possession of the money. Mm-hmm. All right. We'd all like to think that at 18 years old, that child is going to make the best decision with that money.
Chris and I may or may not have had this conversation off the air about kids.
That's right. But we both know maybe there's one, that may not make the best decision and go out and buy themselves a nice car. So that was a real, turnoff to a lot of people. All right.
Yeah.
So they opened up this 529 plan, and there are a lot of benefits to the 529 plan. Obviously, the biggest benefit is the tax efficiency that money is invested post-tax, after taxes, but that money grows tax-free as long as it's taken for higher education.
Understood.
What a lot of people don't know about that part of the 529 is higher education could be anything tied to higher education, which could be books, which could be housing, which could be commuter costs. There's a lot of things that fit into that category. It's pretty broad, and as long as they take that money, all right, they'll take it tax-free. The second biggest part of that, and I found this with my clients, is child one gets a scholarship, doesn't need the money. You could actually pass that to child two.
Right.
Okay. Child two doesn't go to college. You could pass that to child three. So there's a lot of, and by the way, higher education is not only college. It could be any level of higher education.
Trade school.
Yeah, anything like that. It could be used for as well.
Now, so you don't, as long as you use that money for education, let's say, then you're not going to pay taxes on the growth
Correct.
at all. What happens if none of the kids go to school?
So then that money would be taxed when they take it.
Okay.
It would be a 10% penalty.
Okay.
So it is definitely meant for education.
Okay,
Okay?
understood.
It would be treated almost like a IRA, like a traditional IRA.
And again, we keep talking about time. You can't start that too early.
That's
Okay.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I have clients. I'm talking to clients about starting that when their child is born.
Right.
As soon as the child is born and healthy, I'm talking to them about getting that started. The earlier, the better.
Yeah, and it's hard just coming from a couple of guys with experience with Chris and myself with having older kids. When you have kids and they're 1 year old, you never think they're going to go to. You never think it's actually going to happen, and it does.
Right.
Eventually
That's right.
they actually are
They're
at
actually
school, and
gonna
you
go
have
to
to pay
college.
for
That's
this
right.
stuff.
And by the way, inflation comes into account then too.
Yeah, great
I
point.
mean, think about that. I mean,
Well, that probably goes higher than 3%.
exactly.
Per year, right? Cost of
I don't even
education.
know what the inflation numbers are, but they're much higher in college.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at $100,000 education today, that's going to be a lot higher in 20 years from now.
Yeah, that's a great point,
know,
Chris.
So.
So, could you help explain to everyone the difference between temporary and permanent life insurance?
Yeah. Well, temporary and permanent could be the same thing. It could be just a term life policy. So
Great point. Yeah.
Yeah. So, back in the day in doing this, as an advisor, you learn every day as well. You never stop learning. And I used to really come from the camp of, term is best, invest the rest. You know what I mean?
Buy term, invest the difference.
Yeah,
I actually
exactly.
wrote that down. But
Yeah.
why do we know that?
Well,
how come we all know that?
that was just something that came to us, from, I guess, I don't know if it was ads on, I don't know where I got that from. I've just heard it before,
same.
and I fell into that camp.
Yeah.
Term is best, invest the rest. Term is cheaper. And then when I came to my current company, started learning where real wealth is accumulated.
Right.
Okay. And when you hear things that, the 1%ers aren't paying their fair share in taxes, the 1%ers, I'm not going to have that debate or not, but what I will tell you is that the reason they're not paying a lot in taxes is because they know where to take the money from.
Right.
They're not selling investments with huge cap gains. They're borrowing. And where is the borrowing coming from? A lot of time it's borrowing from cash value in their insurance policies.
That's a nugget, guys. I hope you heard that.
They're
Yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
I mean, they're smart. And they'll set these up for their young children as well. And
Right.
we'll have those discussions, of setting up these cash value policies. Are they higher in cost? Yes. Okay, there is an insurance component that's going to cost a lot more than the term part, but that's because they have cash value at the end.
Right.
With the term policy, you use it or you lose it. Hopefully you don't use it.
Right.
So there's a big difference, but you could create a lot of wealth in insurance in certain types of insurance policies.
Now, does an annuity fall into that category as well, Chris?
An annuity will have an insurance component, but
Okay.
it's a totally different type of investment.
I see.
Okay. And annuities, there's a lot of, again, pros and cons to an annuity. All right. And we have to really sit down and when we speak to a client, either a client or a potential client, speak to them if that's going to fit into their investment strategy.
Right.
But there is an insurance component of an annuity, and there's 100 different types of annuities. And I will tell you that I've seen a lot of bad ones out there,
Right.
but I've also dealt with a lot of good ones. And what's great about an annuity is that the insurance part could give you what's called a living benefit.
Okay.
So if somebody comes to me and says, I need $100,000 a year to retire on, and I'm going to ask them, a few questions, and the question that I'll answer a few questions, but the questions I can't answer is what is the market going to do, okay, over the time period when you're going to need this money, and what are interest rates going to be
Right.
when it's time to take the money. If you have $1 million saved up and interest rates are 1% like they were a year ago, that's giving you $10,000 a year. If they're 5%, it's giving you $50,000 a year.
Right.
So an annuity with a living benefit could really come in handy, okay? And again, this is a case-by-case basis, is that we could say, look, regardless of what that market does and that interest rate environment is, if you put this kind of money away, this is how much income you'll be getting at this point, regardless.
Okay.
And that's where annuities could come in really handy.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Now, variable life, is that a whole life policy where you can pick investments on it?
So a whole life policy, you're invested in the market, okay,
Yes.
and you're invested in mutual funds. It's a little different in annuity. You're also invested in mutual funds, but
Okay.
they just call them sub-accounts.
Got it.
So, yeah. And a negative to annuities is that some, not all, could be very limited to the amount of investment options, which is also a negative, not to go too far back, but also a negative in 401ks.
Yeah, makes sense.
They could have limited options to
Okay.
invest in.
So along those lines, how frequently should people be revisiting their strategy in making sure the money's in the right places?
That's a great question. So the way we do our financial planning is a little bit different. Like I said, we break it down into, a much less amount of pages to go through for the client. And we also give them action items each year that we should be striving towards,
Okay.
kind of goals. Because what you don't want is you don't want to provide a financial plan to somebody go over it one time and then leave it alone. Let's face it, it's a working document.
Right.
Okay. Your life is going to change year to year. Okay. There's going to be, may want to buy a second home, or you may want to travel more, whatever the case may be. The market may give you different results than you were expecting. So what we'll do is we'll do a fact-finding kind of exercise with the client. Then I'll work with an outside team who this is all they do. They will share the results with me. I will share those results with the client. We will then, based on what the client's feedback is, give them a proper plan, and then we'll revisit that plan once a year.
Okay.
Yeah, I think once a
Makes
year
sense.
is a fair amount of time, for things to change, and then to re-examine it and see what we want to add.
Do you get a
or
lot of
subtract.
phone calls when the market's so volatile?
Not so much in my practice. I
Okay.
mean, I think our level of education to our clients, and I think the level of reach out is so great
Yeah.
that it's not like our clients aren't hearing from us.
Yeah.
We hear a lot of stories from our competitors or clients that are coming into us that they haven't heard from their advisor when the market's down. And that's one of their biggest peeves. We are very proactive
Yeah.
and even more proactive when the market's down. And this really limits our calls. Now we
That
will
makes
get
sense.
we will get the one.
Yeah, sure. We all, yeah.
I mean, it's
People get
it's very
nervous.
common. People
Yeah.
get nervous. I mean, things are, and if they're watching the news, they're even getting more nervous.
Right.
And and the media plays a big part in how they feel day to day. And they should never, I tell my team, is that our clients should never feel like they can't call us at any point in time,
Mhm.
but we should be making the calls out. They shouldn't have to call us. If they called us because they're nervous, it means we haven't had enough proactive approach.
Yeah,
to
and that
them.
makes perfect sense because people get nervous because they don't know,
Right.
right?
Right, they
And it
don't
gives
know.
you the opportunity to educate people as to what's going on and what our feelings are, short and long term.
Right.
Uh,
Well, this time is different. That we
there you
hear that
go.
all the
Yeah.
time. This time is different. The
Right.
financial crisis is different. The tech crisis was different. COVID
Right.
is different. Fact of the matter is, it's different. It's a different, it's different, but the outcome is going to be the same.
Yeah,
in
great
which case
point.
you're gonna
Yeah.
have confidence in the United States and
Right.
confidence in the
Stay the
market.
course.
Stay the course. Stay the
Hey,
course.
Chris, we're going to take a quick break and come back. Greg Wareham, Christy Gregorio will be back with you in 1 sec. Welcome back, everybody. Of course, I'm Greg Wareham with Your Mortgage Process. Our guest today, Christy Gregorio. Chris, I want to circle back to something. You had mentioned SEP IRAs earlier for self-employed people. How critical is it that someone who's self-employed is investing in a SEP IRA?
Super. Because again, you want that bucket that's at least growing tax deferred. It won't give you a tax-free option, but it'll give you a tax deferred option.
Sure.
Right. So you want to, when we do our financial plans, we actually put it out on paper, different buckets, and one of those buckets is going to be your qualified money and your non-qualified money.
Right.
Non-qualified money, all right, when you're putting it to work is tough. You've already paid taxes on the money you've invested, and now you got to pay taxes on the gains that you've earned. So you're being almost double taxed on the money. So if you're in a 30% bracket, you've already paid 30% on the money going in, right?
Yeah.
And now you're paying 20% on the money coming out.
Yeah, great point.
All right. So the SEP IRA just gives one more option to a self-employed person to put qualified money away. Also, they don't fall under those 401k limits of, either 19 and change or 26,000 and change. They could actually, depending on what their accountant says, and they should check with their accountant first, but sometimes up to $61,000 a year away. So and that's coming off ordinary income.
Yeah, you're not paying taxes on
That's
it.
coming off ordinary income. So if you're in a 30% bracket, they're making $200,000, right?
Yeah.
You put that $60,000 away. Now that $200,000, they just drop their income to 140,
Right.
right?
It's like free money. You're getting a
money.
return on your investment before anything else
Before anything
happens.
else. So,
Yeah.
I mean, even if you put that in, and I wouldn't recommend this, but because it's long-term money for retirement, but even if you put it into something earning 4%,
Right.
they're so far ahead right from the get-go.
No question about it.
So, and they could change that. They're not set in stone.
Right.
It's not like you have to do it. Some people think they have to put that amount away, and that's a big misconception.
Well, the accountant will tell you how much you're allowed to
That's
put away,
exactly right. Yeah, and that's why it's really important that you work with a good accountant.
Yeah.
And I'm not an accountant. I can't give accounting or tax advice, but I will work with it if they're working with an outside accountant. We'll work with that accountant throughout the course of the year
Sure.
to make sure that whatever I do or whatever action we're taking for the client is going to fit them best in taxes. So
Yeah,
it's
that's-
important that we work with the other professionals.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Chris. Hey, what are your thoughts on disability insurance? Someone gets hurt on the job and they have a stream of income coming in. They get hurt in general. You get, God forbid, a car accident or something like that.
Disability insurance is cheap enough for everyone to have.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a high risk insurance for the insurance companies to provide. Okay, so I have had clients. You know, I had one client a few years ago who fell off a ladder.
Right.
And if it wasn't for his disability insurance, he would have been in trouble.
Right.
So I agree 100%. Most employers will definitely give their employees disability insurance options,
Mhm.
and they're generally really, really cheap.
Yeah.
So I would always have
That's
that
great.
in
I
my
was
back pocket.
reading somewhere that 20, and I didn't know this, 26% of Americans have some form of a disability.
26%.
26%. I don't know how that equates to permanent and Social Security and all of that. 26, 1 out of 4 people.
Big number.
It's huge,
Big
right?
number. Yeah, big
You're
number.
talking 100 million people.
Right. So I mean, I think disability insurance. I don't know what I mean, maybe $100 a month, if
Yeah.
that, coming out of your paycheck pre-tax. It's
Yeah, how do you
definitely an
go
arrow
wrong?
in the quiver that
So when do you feel someone should make a will?
So it's incredible to me how many high net worth people I meet that don't have a will.
Right.
Okay, and they're leaving it to the state to decide on how their money is going to be distributed, and they're actually going to end up in probate, which could be a lengthy and very costly process.
Right.
So, to me, a will got very important to me when I had my first child.
Yeah.
Okay, when I had my first child, because now that whole and it's I'll tell you, when we went, my wife and I remember that instance where we went to meet the attorney to put together a will. It's a weird conversation.
Yeah.
Who am I going to leave my child to if we're in a plane together and it goes down?
Right.
As soon as there's two. I tell clients two things. You should have a will when you start accumulating wealth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you don't want problems within the family. Okay, and you don't want extra costs and probate and all these other things. And you have to have a will when you have a child.
Right.
All right, or multiple children, of course.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Yeah.
So I've also seen through the mortgage process over the course of time, I see a lot of trusts.
Yeah.
And people set up trusts. Why would somebody set up a trust? And I know you're not an attorney, but why would they do it?
So a trust, by the way, there's a million different types of trusts, revocable and irrevocable,
sure.
and there's all different types of trusts. But people put money into trust a lot of times to take assets out of their estate is one of the most common things that I see.
Okay.
So right now, New Jersey isn't really dealing with a big estate tax. Okay, I forgot the number, but the number is huge. I mean, you
Okay.
have to be super wealthy. Okay.
Right.
But a lot of times, what they'll do is they'll take certain assets and put them into a trust, and that'll take them out of that estate tax bracket
Got
that
it.
they might have to pay. That's one of the most common
Makes
uses
sense.
of a trust. But if you speak to an estate attorney, there are trusts for everything. Another thing that we've used in the past, that I've spoken to estate attorneys and set up for clients, are charitable trusts. Have you heard anything about those?
No, could you talk about those?
Sure. I mean, a charitable trust is if somebody doesn't really have anybody to leave their money to, okay, which we have that. I have a client who their husband passed, and she really only has her sister, and her sister is well above her means where she
Right.
could live. So she wants to leave the money to charity. What happens with a charitable trust, which is really cool, is you could take distributions for the rest of your life off that charitable trust.
Right.
All right, tax free, as long as the money goes to the charity that you choose.
Okay.
So you could do a great thing and then live off the dividends, tax free.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. So it's a great thing we use.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's special. It depends on the individual.
It
right?
all depends on the individual.
So you could actually have a charitable trust and other trusts. You could probably break things down in a bunch of different ways.
That's right. And the trust will also, and I think we were speaking about this before the podcast, a trust a lot of times will put assets away in certain areas, like property and so on and
Right.
so forth. It'll separate those assets from, problems with the family. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
when someone passes away, this trust is set up, let's say hypothetically, for a child to get this property, or so it can be used in many
Yeah,
different
and we were
ways.
talking about that before because one thing that you wouldn't want to see happen, will trust, and part of the value for that is if God forbid something happens, do you really want the people that are left that are already upset because that individual or individuals had passed away fighting over money and putting any strain on the relationships when at that point in time it's the most important time the relationships have to be tight?
Right. Worst
Right?
thing in the world, and I've seen it firsthand.
Yeah, it's
I've
sad.
seen it firsthand, and it is sad. I know I have 3 children, so the way I put things together is, again, one is always going to be more responsible than the others, but in the same respect, you want to get your affairs in order, where basically have the least impact on the children.
Right.
You know, that's the or any of your loved ones that
Right.
you'd be leaving
That
them.
makes sense.
Yeah.
What percentage of money do you think people should be saving of their income?
So we do something really cool in our financial plans, which is giving us the amount of money that they have left over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I always recommend an emergency fund
Right.
because there's always emergencies. All right. So there's always a percentage of money that should be left over just in case. All right. But for the most part, everything other than that should be invested. Now, when I say invested, there should be buckets. So I'm not talking about invested in an aggressive bucket that's going out 20 years.
Right.
All right. But cash is not king at the banks. I will tell you that right now. You know, cash is not king. You know, when you're sitting there and you're earning 1/4% or 0.5%, and the bank is going out and lending that money at 4, 5, 6%, that's how
Right.
a bank becomes a bank. You should have money that's, you know, maybe 6 months out or one year out. You could talk to your financial institutions. A lot of people come to me for cash alternatives.
Right.
You know, so even if you're not invested, so you have your cash account. Okay, there's really no percentage per se. Some people like 6 months of money in reserves. Some people like a year of money in reserves. The rest of whatever we figure out in the financial plan that they have left over should be invested in one of
Yeah.
these
You
buckets.
got to have your money working for you.
All the time.
And I love the term you use, cash alternative,
Yeah,
right?
that's
Just
right.
because you tie it up for a short period of time doesn't make it any less cash.
That's right. That's
Right?
right. And there are cash alternatives out there. You know, most financial institutions will offer them. But what happens is a lot of people just use the banks, you
Right.
know, and it's convenient per se. You know, one of the things that we do in our financial plans is we put everything on one page so people could see all their assets on one
Right.
page, you know, and we don't like large cash balances sitting at banks.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's hurting their overall picture. It's hurting their future,
It's helping the bank.
and it's helping the bank. Yeah, that's
You know,
right.
being someone who's been in the mortgage industry for 25 years, I've always had the view that mortgage debt is a great debt to have due to some certain tax deductions that you could potentially have with it. You know, in your opinion, Chris, is there anything such thing as a good debt?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So there's bad debt and good debt.
Right.
You know, so bad debt is a credit card. You put, you know, $20,000 on it. You buy something, and it takes you 10 years to pay off, and now that 20,000 is turned into $30,000 or $35,000. That's bad debt.
Right.
You know, buying things you can't afford on credit is bad debt. You know, buying a car for $200,000 and you make $100,000 a year, that's bad debt. But what is good debt?
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, good debt is just like you said. You know, I had a instance not too long ago where a client is buying $1 million home. They have to make a cash offer,
Mhm.
okay, to buy this house.
Right.
So they're buying the house $1 million in cash. All right. But then they could actually borrow, okay, they could actually borrow the money from a, let's say, advisory account, borrow that money, 3%, okay, and use that money to buy the house and still have assets working for them. That's great debt. You
That
know?
is, absolutely.
So, you know, anytime you could borrow at a lower rate than you could make, to me, is good debt.
You know, and again, that kind of goes back to the wealthy. We're talking about that's what wealthy people do. They leverage, and they understand this stuff.
Right.
And if you don't understand it, it's okay. You know, you have people like Chris in the world that can help educate you on this.
Yeah.
So, how important is diversification?
Diversification, I spend a lot of time there.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll tell you, this is going back to 401ks. This is where I see one of the biggest problems is that when people choose their 401k options, they're not getting any sort of education whatsoever. So what most people do, I'll tell you, 99% of people do what's done best for the last 10 years, you know, and they're not taking all of the other things into account. And I'm not going to use all of the technical terms that we use in picking out portfolios, but diversification is usually important. Now, what's become very common is target funds and those type of vehicles that, you know, your Vanguards and your Fidelities
Yeah.
are touting. Okay.
Yeah, just along those lines, I hate to cut you
Yeah.
short, but it even goes, there's no education on those because
Zero.
you see them and it's a button that says target 2045 or 2030. That's all you see as the consumer. So you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm retiring here. Hit the button, right?
Exactly. And that's what they choose.
Yeah.
And there's there's no transparency.
Right.
You know, there's no transparency to what they own. There's no transparency from the one organization's 2045 fund to another organization's 2045 fund.
Right.
They may have a totally different allocation.
And
No.
odds are they do, right?
And odds are they do. So diversification is majorly important. Now, this is an interesting fact that we find in our financial plans, which your listeners may really want to be aware of is that because of people thinking that their money has to be more and more conservative leading up to retirement, and that is the truth. It does to some aspect. They also have to understand that they may be retired as long, if not longer, than they're working for.
Right.
So in our example of a target fund, it's broken because what happens is, all right, I'm going to retire in 2045. So I'm going to pick a 2045 target fund. At 2045, my money is liquid. It's pretty much in cash right now. It's ready for me. So I don't have to worry about what happened, in 2044. All right. I don't have to worry about the market crash.
Right.
Great. Now you're in cash. Now it's 2045. You're going to live to 2075. Now what? Now what?
Stock.
Well, I mean, now you're on cash. So
Right.
now what do? Start again?
Right.
So so diversification, super important to answer your question, but you have to diversify not to the point of where you're retired going completely conservative. You always have to have, something working for you
Right.
straight into retirement.
Right.
A lot of people make that mistake.
Yeah, and again, that's a great point on it, because when you look at as you get older, I mean, people are obviously living longer. Everyone knows that. Your average age is 80, let's say on average. Women live longer.
I was going to say for men. Right.
Rightfully so. They're better people than us.
Yes,
That's another
absolutely.
conversation.
Whole different conversation.
But you're also going to be forced at some point in time to start to withdraw money out of the market.
That's right.
Right? You're 70 and a half, I believe. You have to, or did they increase it?
Out of your 401k, out of your IRA, excuse me, they
Okay.
increased it now to 72.
Okay.
My presumption and just guess is that'll probably, as people get to live longer, probably they'll change that, make it older. But right now it's 72 years old.
Makes sense. And we will get there. So when you look at these, going back to the 2045 fund, it's kind of like we were talking before when you have a newborn, right? You never really think they're going to college. When you're 51 like me, you really, can you picture yourself retired? No, but it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
And you got to make sure that you're prepared for it.
Right. And you have to distribute that money properly.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more. When should people start developing a financial plan?
So I will tell you when they should start, and I'll tell you when I see people do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Great.
So I think, again, when you get married, I think that's when a financial plan, well, I shouldn't say when you get married. When you start accumulating a fair amount of wealth, and that could be different to everybody, whatever
Sure.
that number is, all right? You should start a financial plan, because a financial plan is giving you so many different things. It's not just giving you how to invest your money, but how to tax efficiently invest your money. Okay. Again, distribution strategies down the road, implementing diversification, which we
Sure.
spoke about. There's so many things within a financial plan that it's only going to help. Right. So, to me, I think at 40 years old is usually the number that I think people should really start taking it seriously. Because let's face it, before then we have children. Most people, not everybody. You're spending a lot of
Spend it,
money.
yeah.
You spend a lot of money then, right?
Yeah.
So it's some of the top money spending years there are. But what I see is most people are between 50 and 60.
Wow.
And more people between 55 and 60. And I'm going to tell you why. So what happens, Greg, is they get to this point where they've accumulated this wealth. And sometimes they've accumulated in a lot of different areas. They've accumulated in their IRA. They've accumulated in their 401k. They've accumulated in their whatever, their non-qual accounts, real estate. And they have all these different pieces of the puzzle. And it then becomes really hard to manage it.
Sure.
And it really becomes hard to distribute it and see where that big picture is going to be. And the most common question I get almost every day that I'm doing financial planning is, will I outlive my money? And a good financial plan will reassure you that, you either will or will not,
Yeah, and you know what? You really, we put together plans for so many things in life. I get a workout regimen, right?
That's right.
my plan. It's a
That's right.
workout. This is how I structure myself professionally, and here's my plan as to where I want to get. It just feels like, whether it's through lack of education or lack of discipline, that people don't focus on their financial plan, statistically, don't focus on their financial plan the way they should be. It's as important as your health.
Right. And why do you go to a trainer? I mean, there's a lot of reasons to go to a trainer, but one of the big reasons people go to a trainer is accountability.
Yeah.
And a financial plan
Great point.
gives you accountability
Yeah.
because you have different steps you need to take. And we're going to hold our clients to those steps. All right. If they don't do it, they don't do it. But we're going to push them to do it. And they are held accountable to making certain financial decisions that will help them in the future.
Sure. So I was reading through a Gallup poll the other day, and 58% of people own some sort of stock, right? Whether or not 401k, whatever the stock, you know all the different products. And that's down from 62% from 2001 to 2008. And unfortunately, it's a lot lower with people of color. It's even lower than that. I look at that and I say, it's a lot of that's a product of education, right? And
Right.
understanding what you need to do. How do you think we can go about better educating people?
Well, it's interesting because you've had kids that are either in or out of school. I have kids that are either finished or finishing school. And I think it starts there. I mean,
Yeah.
I know that kids don't balance checkbooks anymore like we used to
What's
do
a
in the old
checkbook?
days. Exactly.
And they
You know
never
what I
taught
mean?
it to you in
Right.
school
They never
either.
taught it to you in
Yeah.
school either, right? So, my kids have come out. I've asked them certain questions. Now, I think schools are getting better.
Yeah.
Like, I have a really funny story where my daughter, when she was in school, she was in an investment club and she had to pick 20 stocks. And I'm looking through her stocks and she has Apple and she has Amazon. And then all of a sudden I look and she has Carnival. And I'm thinking to myself, Carnival? I go, honey, she was real young at the time. She must have been 7 or 8 years old. I go, Hon, why did you pick Carnival? She goes, Dad, I love carnivals.
Go all in. I'm all in.
I love carnivals.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I love carnivals. and that's why
I
she
love
did
kids.
Carnival, you
Yeah.
know? I thought it was the funniest story, but the fact of the matter is they have to do better, I think, in school,
Yeah.
of educating people. And I think there's another phenomenon that's come around recently, and that's the phenomenon of certain institutions there's a lot of different things people could invest in now, and the ease of investment
Yeah.
has got so easy. And what that's done is push people into making their own decisions, especially when they're young and they get bad taste in their mouths because
Yeah.
they have bad decisions. No one's teaching them from these certain institutions. Put your money away. Put it in good quality companies.
Yeah.
Let those qualities earn and dividends and dividend reinvestment. No, they want to get rich quick.
Crypto.
Yeah, there you go. As
Yeah.
a perfect example. And they have a bad, I have a restaurant owner who's very wealthy, but doesn't have a lot of money invested. And I just started working with him. And why? He had a bad crypto.
Yeah.
He had a bad, he might have invested in a stock that was a meme stock. I'm not going
Right.
to mention names, that, he's trying to get rich on.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, yes, there are people that probably get pretty lucky. But now we're talking more about luck than
And when
investing.
when you look at something like crypto, and I'm not saying anything negative about it because some people have made a lot of money doing it. How do you even begin to understand what the product truly is, right?
That's right.
And I'm relatively well read on different things, trying to understand blockchains, and it's overwhelming. Do you have any experience with crypto at all?
I feel the same way as you do.
Yeah.
I kind of teach my clients, and I was kind of taught this early in my career, and I've kind of stuck by it, is I want to invest in things I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to invest in companies that make money.
Yeah.
All right. And that have been around forever. Soon as you get outside of my understanding
Yeah.
of what it is, then I'm not really interested in it. Definitely not for my clients. Definitely not for my.
Yeah.
And crypto has always been I would say, a mystery to me.
Yeah,
You know?
same. And again, I'm not saying anything bad about
Right.
it. Maybe I just don't understand.
be great.
Maybe I'm just an old man. I don't
Yeah,
understand
me
it.
too.
And
Could be
therefore,
great.
I
Yeah.
stick with things that I know. So, what's your feeling on where the stock market's going? We know it's been volatile this year.
It has. This time is different.
You're talking about that, yeah.
This time is different, right? So we have inflation, and we have still an ongoing war in Ukraine and Russia, and we have rising interest rates. And what's been different about this market, before I go to where I think it's going to end up, is what's different about this market is people aren't getting a lot of that 60-40 split or that 50-50 split in bonds and stocks,
Right.
bonds and equities, isn't saving them this year.
Right.
That's different. That's different than
You're
I've
right.
seen
Yeah,
in
I've
a
noticed that.
long time,
Sure.
where interest rates are going higher. So it's lowering the value of their bonds. And I
Yep.
think the aggregate's down about 10% this year.
Yeah.
And then stocks are going down as well, where usually
Yeah.
they have an
You
inverse
usually don't see
relationship.
both at the same
You have an
time.
inverse
I
relationship.
couldn't agree with you
So
more.
those portfolios aren't working, and we've put together a lot of strategies to put alternatives together and stuff like that. As far as the market and where it's going to go, I will tell you this: I never know where the market's going to go,
Mm.
but I know over the long term, I believe the market's always going to go higher.
Yeah.
But there will always be bumps in the road. There'll always be different times, and we're just dealing with a very different time right now.
I at times feel that the market runs on fear, right? Because you see these wild shifts in the marketplace. And just as a layperson looking at it, and I pay attention to this stuff, but I would never call myself an expert. I go, gosh, all right, well, if stock's dropping day, let me use Amazon as an example. Well, stock goes down. Well, has anyone hit the button any less to have something sent from their house yesterday as compared to today, right?
Right.
Earnings that much more impacted? Like, I feel at times nothing really fundamentally changed, yet you see these, aggressive drops,
Right.
you know?
And again, well, yes, fear is
Yeah.
the biggest thing, right? Because you're right, nothing fundamentally has changed. I mean, clients, companies, they report their earnings. You kind of know what they're kind of doing, and you know what a good company is and what a bad
Sure.
company is. A lot of people this year, they got stuck in, and we were totally against it, in some of these high growth multiple companies where they're trading to a price where they would have to earn 100 times, 200 times more than they're earning. A lot of people got stuck in those traps this year that we
Okay.
tried to help people in. But yes, in a case like Amazon, no, I get 9 Amazon packages a day.
Right.
Me personally, I'm supporting Amazon, So I
you
mean,
and me both.
Amazon, Apple, I'm buying Apple products. I don't even know why I buy them. The phone's always the same, but I buy it, So these are good
Well,
companies.
it just shows up.
Yeah,
Somehow the
exactly,
chart shows
exactly.
up. It's a kid factor.
Yeah,
It's the kid
exactly.
curve.
You need an Apple 13 and and all of these different phones
Yeah.
and iPads and stuff. They make it smaller, 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 bigger, 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 and you buy it.
Right.
So these are good companies, Walmart, these are good companies, the companies that are going to thrive. So why do they go down? Yes, they go down to fear is one of the big things, right? And people just saying, oh, well, everything's going to go down. Company hasn't changed, but I'm going to sell.
Right.
But you got to also understand it's a big institutional factor out there too, which you got to look at, It's not the me and you who's moving the market. It's the institutions and it's the algorithms that move the market. And those algorithms are way, I wouldn't say smarter than me. They're way ahead of what they have their own set of rules. And if they see certain things, these algorithms are going to sell.
Yeah, and
that's why you see those big drops.
That's like 70% of the market now. It's just algorithms.
Algorithms. It's not just you and I. Now, if you understand that, it gives you even more of a chance to buy these companies at a deeper price.
Sure.
And it's a very old saying back in the day, but if you liked it at this price, why don't you like it when it's on sale at this price?
Right.
But we're in the only industry where people run away from sales.
That's great.
When something's on a sale, they run away.
That's fantastic, Chris.
But it's hard. It's hard. You gotta be courageous.
No, it is. I mean,
know?
even if I go back to 2008 when stocks were plummeting, 2009, right in that time frame.
2008, yeah, it was a
right?
big one.
So you get the banking stock. I've been in banking forever, right? Banking stock is plummeting.
Yeah,
People are running away from it.
that's right.
But at the end of the day, now those stocks are worth a ton of money.
That's right. And if you invested in it then, I mean, I remember Ford back then and all of these
Right.
different. I mean, I remember
Citibank.
Ford bonds trading at 9 cents on the dollar back
That's hard to
then.
believe.
So yeah, I mean, and again, there was some
There's fear.
messes in 2008 as well. I don't think we're in a 2008 right now.
Right.
There was some real fundamental challenges that banks had taken on back then.
Yeah, no question.
A different time,
Yep.
but
And I
for
don't
the-
think we'll see that again.
I think there's a lot of things in place.
Yeah.
We may see something different. There's a lot of things in place now, and the banks are held a little bit more accountable than they were back then. And
Sure.
back then it was the mortgage crisis and so on and so forth. But now I think that we're at a different time. But again, the same thing will play out. I mean, look, even in the COVID crisis that we just went through, look at where the market had bottomed out at.
Right.
And now, who was investing during the COVID time? And let's face it, we were in a lot of fear during COVID. I don't think investing was on the forefront of everybody's mind.
Sure.
But if you had invested on those dips and keep if you remember the Dow was trading down 2,000 points one day, 3,000 points.
Yeah.
Think about where you would be today. So what I see is when we do our portfolio management is the person that held versus the person who cost average. Going back to your point,
Yeah.
person who held will get back.
Right.
The person who cost average will get back quicker. Just the way it is.
It's a nugget, guys.
Yeah, just the way it is.
So give me one piece of advice, Chris, that you'd give to someone looking to develop a financial plan.
Get started. Do the homework.
Yeah.
Right. So a financial plan takes a little bit of work from their end. They have to put together their financial statements. They have to put together a budget. Sometimes we'll do it with a budget, sometimes we're not. But at least we have to have a good understanding of what they're spending.
Sure. I think people don't know sometimes.
A lot of people, they don't know.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it's interesting in a relationship how one person doesn't know. You know what I mean? We'll
Right.
sit down and they go, oh, we're spending that? Yeah, we're spending that, So it's interesting. And that's why I like to meet a lot of times in our practice, we like to meet the spouses,
Sure.
and the couples together and not just one, because they could have very different outlooks on what they're spending or even what their future may look like,
Right.
So spending is a big part because what we want to do is get out of the spending part of it, the financial plan, is find out where the excess is
Right.
and how that excess could be best utilized.
Sure.
So I think people, I think financial plan, is to answer your question, it's a broad term. And I think people get a little nervous about it, okay?
Right.
Because maybe they've got one that was 100 pages and they couldn't disseminate through it. Or maybe they think it's a huge cost, to do it,
Sure.
which it's not, by the way. At least not through our practice. People charge differently. So I would say the first thing you have to do is start. Don't be afraid of it. Start. Without, what do they say? Without you plan to fail, you fail to plan.
Yeah.
Right? And it's the same in financial
No question.
planning.
Maybe they're even a little bit afraid. They don't want to know. Like when you start doing
Sure.
expense management, I do it because I do it.
Right.
I keep a spreadsheet, and you look sometimes, you're like, oh my gosh, where do we spend all this money? And where
Right.
do you, right? Because you
Right.
got a lot of kids, you got a lot of things going on. And I think sometimes people, they don't want to know.
Right. Well, we're dealing with business owners. The
Yeah.
business owners know how much they're spending in their business. They have to. They have to have a
Right.
P&L, right? But they don't know how much money they're spending in their personal life.
Right.
And going back to your example, even $35 a week or a month, whatever the number was, it adds up over time. I mean, if you buy something for $1,000 that's frivolous, it didn't cost you $1,000. It cost you $1,000 plus 7% compounding over the next 30 years.
Yeah. It's a great point.
That doesn't mean, I've heard some people say, don't buy your Starbucks. People are still going to buy Starbucks, but at least look, at least look at what you're doing.
At least
and
understand what
the
that
impacts.
decision is.
Absolutely.
Think
no.
like the wealthy people.
That's it.
So, Chris, I really appreciate you taking the time today. It was fantastic, man. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you having me. And if anybody needs some information from me or education, I could be reached. My cell phone number is 718-614-6024, or my office number is 732-967-2665.
Yeah, and your office is in Homedale, New Jersey. And can you give the phone number one more time?
Sure. 732-967-2665.
Fantastic. Chris, fantastic. Thanks for
Absolute
spending
pleasure.
the time.
Thank you for having me, Greg.
Appreciate it. We appreciate everyone listening out there. Again, Greg Wareham, Chris P. Gregorio today. Please, we look forward to catching up with you next week, and we appreciate you listening today. Thanks, guys.
Thanks again.
Thank you for tuning in to this week's edition of Your Mortgage Process, hosted by Greg Wareham, produced by Greg Wareham and Nick Pavis at The Social Rift, and executively produced by The Social Rift. Thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
What up, home team fam? It is your boy Big Easy. Happy Monday. That's right. It's Monday. Yo, stretch. Who needs a weekend? Bring on another Monday. Listen, guys, I hope y'all had an excellent weekend. It was an eventful weekend, especially over here, man. So, like we always do about this time, we are here to bring you some value. We're here to bring you some great content that's going to help your business grow exponentially. These are the times where you should be perfecting your craft. We've been talking about it already for weeks ad nauseum about perfecting your craft. What a better way than to learn the housing buying process. So we already had episode 1, which was our appraisal, right? Which was our title agent, right? Today we got a special one for you, right? Today is going to be all about credit repair, education around credit. We got the sports credit advisor pretty much on with us today. He's a friend of mine. He's the president of the Mortgage Bankers Association. Chris, what up?
Good morning. Good morning. How's everything, Big Easy?
Man, everything is great. Everything is great. How about you? How's everything with you?
Doing well, my brother. I'm so honored to be part of this show with you. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Oh man, come on, stop it. Listen, a part of what we do, right, has a lot to do with credit, right? So with Chris and I have been friends for many years now. When I tell you sports credit advisor, it really means sports credit advisor. Like literally, Chris is the credit advisor for athletes. And that is where I'm going to start. You know why, man? Because that's a fun part, bro. I know you were talking to me about your kids and everything being bored walking the sidelines. I'll tell you right now, I would never get bored of that. which is awesome. But man, let me ask you something. I know that you're in front of athletes, right? They invite
Yep.
you to their meetings, they invite you, to their gatherings, and I know that there's coaches, veteran football players, everybody that's trying to, I want to say, educate the rookies, educate the athletes on kind of like what they're going to go through. It's a lot of money involved here, man. Sticking with the NFL, because I know that's pretty much where you're at. What do you find is like the hot topic amongst those athletes?
The hot topic amongst the athletes now, Big Easy, is I want to have a very high credit score. They're really focusing on that. And the reason why is that they understand that everything's going to be based on those three numbers. The higher the credit score, the more leverage they're going to have. I remember when that show Broke came out, it actually opened up a lot of the eyes for the athletes and for the NFL. So after that, Big Easy, every year I go to NFL teams. And right now we're honored to say that we represent 16 of them. And every year we see the credit scores of these gentlemen, of these young professionals, going higher and higher and higher. Like, I'm there before they even get a paycheck. I run a credit report and I'm like, holy smokes, like you guys are doing well. Like they're being prepared. Like I'll say the Jacksonville Jaguars, they had about 29 rookies. I would say more than half had a 700 credit score. Yeah, it was crazy. And I remember when I first started doing the credit advising for the NFL, it was one of the years that the Carolina Panthers went to the Super Bowl. And I told Coach Ron Rivera that year, I'm like, you have a special group here. He's like, why? I'm like, out of all the teams that I've gone to, this team here has the highest credit score for the rookies. So it also translates. It's like, they were asking me, how does that translate? I'm like, if I have less things to worry about, and remember, finances is a big, big item to worry about. If I have less of these negative items that I have to worry about, I could concentrate more. I could concentrate more at work. I could concentrate more with my family. Or if you're an athlete, you could concentrate more on your craft to win. And that year, Big Easy, the Panthers went to the Super Bowl.
That's freaking awesome.
So, yep, it's the last four Super Bowl winning teams we represent. So there's a big correlation about finances, financial literacy, and credit literacy, when it comes to success.
Do you find that most of them actually, because I mean, dude, we're talking about millions of dollars, right? So for me, I'm just curious, do you find that most of them use the cash that they get paid, or they actually use their credit?
So it's a tug of war with that, because a lot of them come from humble beginnings, like you and I, you know. So it's like I don't want to use credit, because credit for them and a lot for us is like a bad word, right? Because credit goes to debt, right? So if you're not educated with that word credit, you automatically start thinking debt. You start thinking, I'm going to get into trouble. So a lot of them will still buy some things with their cash, but they know that their cash is not building statistics. And that's the way I frame it to them. You're here because the team loved your college statistics. You need to continue to create statistics, but for your finances. And the only way you can create that is by utilizing your credit, utilizing your strength, buying something, paying it off, buying something, paying it off. Don't overbuy. So one of the phrases that I leave them with is that if you cannot buy a object twice, you cannot afford it. So if the automobile you're trying to buy is $75,000 and you are stretching to buy the automobile, you cannot afford it. You can buy it, but you can't afford it. So I leave them with those little nuggets. Like I'm not saying that you cannot splurge and treat yourself, but don't overdo it to a point that you're gonna go broke because of it.
Man, I can spend all day talking about athletes, bro. That's it. Especially the NFL, man. It's right around the corner. I'm excited, man. But all right, so we know a lot of credit repair agencies. We know a lot of credit repair guys. Besides the kind of sports and athletic background, right? Like, what's Chris's mojo? What sets Chris aside from everybody else that's saying that they can do credit repair? It sounds to me like you're more financial literacy education.
Yeah. Yeah. So we have 23 years of experience, 23 years in this business, in the credit business. And it's been an evolution, right? We started with simple tasks and then more elaborate, and up and up. One of the things that makes me totally different, makes us totally different, is the referral sources. So we only get referred. So our referral source are mortgage professionals like you, Big Easy, realtors, business bankers, and financial advisors and CPAs. We are looking at individuals that says, you know what? These three numbers really mean something. Because if your credit score is not high, it's not a high credit score, it's not a good credit score, you're overpaying for items. So the United States of America has done a great job, Big Easy, in just brainwashing us, saying, hey, you're approved. And we're like, yes. What interest rate? We don't care. We're approved. So people are living day by day, getting items, obtaining items that they cannot afford at a rate that they cannot afford, but they get that a dopamine hit saying, I am wanted, I am approved. And by doing that, your brain is being tricked to give money away. See, imagine, Big Easy, you buy something and you're getting charged 14% interest rate on an automobile loan. You're happy because you got a new car, but you're training your brain to always give money away, to overpay. How is our community? How is our society? How are we going to be better if our brains already been brainwashed from the go?
I hear
And
that,
that's
man.
what makes us different, right? We don't want to put a
Absolutely.
band-aid. We don't want to put a band-aid, Big Easy. We want to fix the problems. We really want to identify problems and bring them solutions, rapid solutions, but solutions are going to stick around.
Dude, it's crazy, man. Because at least for and I don't want to date ourselves, right? But we always say the same thing, man. In life, even talking in circles with our friends and with our colleagues, it's like, man, we wish they had that financial literacy piece, in the schooling system. In the schooling system. Man, I went. Everybody knows my background. I started working at Wells Fargo as a banker in FIU, the college. Man, so surprised on how they don't know what how to manage a bank statement. They don't know what a credit card is, what it does for you. And like you said, man, it's almost like a brainwashing thing, like the hamster wheel. We've all been trained a certain way. People like you help people get off of that hamster.
Well, only the people that want to get off the hamster wheel, Big Easy. Only the people that want to get off. Because what happens is that if the United States of America puts in a financial literacy program, it will hurt their business. We're in a debt society, brother. I'll give you some fun facts. In 1 month, from June to July, our debt increased by $276 billion in 1 month. Why? Because we're spending. We are a debt society. So that's how they make money, because now they charge you interest rate on those debt. So if they teach you financial literacy, it's going against their own business plan. All those big high rises that you have, guess who pays for them? We do.
Yep.
Because we're
Yep.
living above our means, brother. It's crazy. It's automobile payments are through the roof, and more here in Miami.
That's the biggest handcuff, right? Like the automobile payments. Would you say that that's probably the biggest handcuff? How it really hurts families in the beginning?
Well, yes, but we need an automobile. But the thing with Miami, right? Because I just came from Atlanta, where my brother-in-law and my sister-in-law they live.
I like the way you
They live
said
in
that. Miami.
they live in such a beautiful, beautiful suburb, beautiful home. Like these houses are just incredible. And I went for a walk. I like to run. I like to walk, but this time was just to walk, just to intake the community. Big Easy. There was probably 3 luxury automobiles there. There was a small Range Rover Sport. Another guy had like a Porsche, and then another person had a Tesla. Out of all that gigantic community, everybody else was riding on 15-year-old car, 20-year-old cars. It's just us. It's Miami, and I'm guilty of it. I have a nice car. I'm very guilty, but it's Miami. We're brainwashed over here,
It's crazy, man.
and
We all know.
and that's why we don't have money. That's why we don't have money. It's all fake.
In some cases it's la la land, man. I mean, we know what happened in the 80s. We know what was going on with the entire country, but then people are driving Lamborghinis down here. It's a little bit different than that age, right? But you're right, man. You know, in other places of the country, it's entirely different. Now, turning to the loan officer side, right? And the partnership with the loan officer, right? How would Chris step in, right? So we use obviously 3 phases to qualify someone, right? Income, assets, and credit score, right? The way that I kind of, depict, everything is that assets and credit, probably the easiest things to fix and come up with in order for you to get a mortgage. Income would probably be the hardest one, because even if you
Yeah.
get a second job, you kind of have to have, a 2-year history with that. Chris, when you work with someone that doesn't have excellent credit, right? We always want like that fast turnaround. Like, hey, we just pulled your credit today. There's certain legwork that you have to put in. How does it work timeline wise, right? When you're working with those type of clients, right? I know time plays a factor.
Yes, it does. And that's a very important question because for us, with the 23 years of experience, it's always our evolution in our process. Everything for us here is process oriented because we want to give results quickly and we want to give them the best results. So in 30 days, from when a customer signs up with us, in 30 days, they can see already a credit score increase just by the strategic moves that we're going to be doing for them. You know, I know a lot of mortgage professionals have those what ifs, right? The what if simulator, what can we do? What can we eliminate? The what ifs only sees what's in the credit report right now. The what ifs does not see what can be added or what can be taken away from the credit report. So this is where the 23 years of experience comes in, that we see the whole picture and say, okay, this is what we have. What are we missing? Where's the formula? Because if we could plug this in or we could remove this and add another piece, it could be a big change. In 90 days, Big Easy, 90 days, they can see anywhere between 60 to up to 100 points more increase our clients. That's gigantic.
Hell yeah. That's great.
But the reason why we show those results, Big Easy, a lot of it is because before we say yes to a client, we do a thorough review on the credit profile. We see and we say to ourselves, can we really help them out within that time frame that they told us? If that's a yes, then we proceed. Then we do an interview with the client to see if they're going to be the right client, if they're going to be able to follow all of our steps.
So
and
important.
If we say yes, then we bring them in. Then we say, okay, here's a value proposition. Because we cannot help out everyone that does not want to be helped out, Big Easy.
They gotta want
it. They gotta want it. And they gotta have that type of merit and want and say, okay, I want to really achieve this. Because if not, we're just spinning tires. So this is how we're able to help these clients out. And we're not saying that we want clients in the 680, 700 credit score and take them to 800. We have many of those clients. But we have taken clients from a 450 and put them up at a 640 within 6 months because they wanted it. They were willing to do the steps. And by doing those steps, now their credit's going to be great for a very long time because now they know the don'ts, that what got them in problems, and now they know the do's, what can be done the right way to continue. And with all that, Big Easy, I was talking to one of my dear friends and mentors. She was telling me that an LO can lose one client at least per month because of credit issues or DTI problems. On an average commission, that may be $5,000 to $7,000 on a $500,000 home, right? So times 12, let's say 12 clients, that's $90,000 an LO is leaving on the table.
Just walking out the
So
door.
if you're losing one client per month, and that one client's gonna finance $500,000 home, for this example, that's $90,000 that just left you because that LO, that mortgage professional, they're not got their clients the right way.
It's almost like a drop mic moment right there, Chris, man. How many times do we educate these guys on use your current conversations for future dollars? Use your current negotiations for future opportunities. It's okay to incubate someone, but that's why, to me, it's like your team that you have around you is wildly important, right? So we tell that to borrowers all day long. Like, hey, your team is important, right? Your realtor and lender are wildly important, but there's other factors to the home buying process. For you to have a resource like a credit guru, a financial educator like Chris, would mean that you have the ability now to incubate those clients, those present conversations, and start to create future dollars. Man, it's awesome. I've experienced it. I really have, where you talk to someone, they might not qualify, their credit score is damaged. And then a couple months later, you get a tap on the shoulder from one of your guys saying, hey, he's ready. Go ahead and help them find a home now. I mean, that's excellent.
Big Easy, and the problem is that we think as financial individuals, right? We think that someone's credit, when it goes bad, is because of something tragic. Oh my God, a repossession, a bankruptcy, a foreclosure, something bad. But no, a credit score could go from a 720 to a 620 just because of one late payment on a credit card that you have not used in many, many, many years, or a collection, a medical collection that you forgot to pay, or that medical collection, right, that bill went to an old address that the hospital had on file and you never got because you don't live there. So just that one little shift, that one little degree could turn a big upside down. That word could turn it upside down. Just that one small shift. And that's why I tell the LOs, when you look at a credit report, don't just look at 3 scores. Don't look at Equifax, TransUnion, Experian, and say they have a 570. I don't care about them. They have a 620. I don't care about them. No, identify why that credit score is where it is. Because one little shift to the right can really help them increase 30, 40, 50, 60 points. And now, Big Easy, now you're the professional. You're the one that gave the green light to the client, and now you have a client for life.
Heck, sticking on that subject, right, with the LOs reviewing the credit report, and I know that this is it's kind of like out of left field, but when you're coaching an LO, right, pull your credit, you're looking at the 3 scores. What do you recommend them look at? What do you recommend them physically hone in on besides the 3 scores?
I'm going to throw you the biggest curveball here, brother. And it's nothing that you think I'm going to say. So the number one item that myself and my entire team does when we get a credit report, we look at the names. For example, let's give this name, Jose Rodriguez. Very common name, right? So is it Jose Rodriguez or Jose Manuel Rodriguez or Jose
Jose de Rey de la
Ricardo?
Torre.
Correct. So why is that so important? Because now we have different AKAs. That means that now they can get confused by another Jose Rodriguez.
So there could
Now
be
their
negative
credit.
reporting.
Yes, correct. So from another Jose Rodriguez that lives near you, you can have that person's negative information or positive information, whatever it may be. You can have that in your credit report. So you need to identify what names are on the credit report. Very, very big. Junior, senior. This is very important.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of the times, we're named after our fathers. If our dad has some negative baggage and we lived with him, because we did us once upon a time, with that negative baggage could be on our credit because our names are so similar. And we're not using our full middle name or we're not using the junior, senior correctly. So the credit report does not know. Remember, it's data. It's just pushing data, grabbing data, and just input it into a place. Item number 2, look at the addresses. This is gigantic. If you have an address you've never seen before, 2 things happen. Either your identity got stolen or you're being confused by someone else.
Wow.
We had that right there, brother. It's the 2 items that we focus here. After that, we identify, okay, we're speaking to the right person. Then we look at the negative accounts and all the other stuff. But we ask them, is this account yours? Is this yours? Do you remember this? 80% of credit reports, Big Easy, have errors. 80%.
That's a lot.
If you're not training your LOs to read this properly, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. Because the client may not be guilty for the crime that the credit report is saying. That's why they installed the Fair Credit Reporting Law. That's the law that we utilize to be able to fix these problems. Because if you don't help your client or you don't fix your own problems, guess what you're doing? You're carrying that negative baggage. And when someone tells you you're approved at a higher rate. So now you're overpaying. Don't overpay for anything. And I'll leave you with something else. This was crazy what I'm going to tell you. I got called by one of my referral partners at a bank. So her daughter is getting confused by another lady, another person. So they went in, the other lady went in to try to get, some help, for medical. And they told her, goes, you cannot get medical help because this. And she's like, what do you mean? So they had her confused. They had the same name, Alejandra Rodriguez. Actually, this is true story, true name, Alejandra Rodriguez. And they go, what do you mean? That lady came to this girl's house. Like they found out where she lived, came to her house and says, hey, we're having a big problem. We have the same name. They're confusing both of us.
Wild.
Check this
So,
out.
man,
It gets even crazier.
All right.
Check this out. So then my client's daughter goes to the pharmacy to go get a prescription medicine. The pharmacy hands her the prescription for the other girl.
Oh, that's wild.
And I told her, I said, that does not sound right. I can understand the mistakes of the name, right? Alejandro Rodriguez, I can understand that because now it could get confused by Alex Rodriguez. There's Alexander Rodriguez. There's so many variations, right? Because of the Alejandra. A lot of people don't use their full name. They use abbreviation. But I told her, I said, when you go to the pharmacy, they ask for your date of birth. She goes, we have the same birthday.
Oh, that's wild.
It gets even crazier.
Do it.
Their social security number is 1 digit off.
And that's my question. Like, doesn't it go based off of your social? How could they mix you up just by name? Like, wouldn't there be like a way to just separate them using the social, or that's not the way it works?
It is supposed to work that way. Easy. But a lot of these institutions, they don't do their job the right way. And they just blemish the client. That's why you have to. So if I was an LO and I'm building up my pipeline and I have clients that do not have great credit score, please send them to a professional. I would love it for you to send them to us, but if you have other people, send it to a professional. Let them monitor their credit. They have to monitor their credit. They have to have a website and not Credit Karma. Credit Karma is not a credit bureau. It's an information company. Get in Experian.com. That's the best website to use. And monitor credit and see that everything is being reported correctly. Because these individuals, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, they make money by reporting good information or bad information. So I can be a bank and say, Equifax, Big Easy did not pay me. Report him. Supposedly, Equifax, TransUnion, and Experian, they have to verify that what this bank is saying is actually true about you, Big Easy. But they don't have the time to do that. They just say, okay, give me my $50, give me my $100, and I'll report it. I don't care.
That's crazy.
Yep, that's exactly how it works. It's a business. So now we're walking around thinking we have great credit, or because once upon a time we did have good credit, so we still think that. And then when we go and apply for a mortgage, or go and apply for an automobile loan, or whatever we need, we come to the realization that we don't have a great credit score. And now we're like, what do we do? And I don't want your LOs or an LO to say, I don't know what to do. Have a team. Have a professional team around you that now you can say, okay, you have this problem, Mr. Customer. It's okay. We'll help you fix this. You need to be the quarterback. Going back to football, you need to be the quarterback. You need to be the source of solutions. Yep. That makes you a professional, not an order taker.
Oof, Swiss Army knife. The future is Swiss Army knife. You really gotta have the expertise in everything.
Yep. A good Rolodex.
Man, dimes from Chris today, guys. Listen, talking credit, now fun. And it's not a real fun topic, but I mean, Sports Credit Advisor is his IG handle. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and forward pretty much all of you guys today Chris's contact information. But if you want to get a step ahead of me, Sports Credit Advisor, Chris, where else can they reach you? I want you to give a quick plug.
So I'm gonna give you over here. I'm gonna put it in the chat. So this is the Sports Credit Advisors. Is the one for our handle for our sports division, but I'm gonna give you here our other handle.
Perfect.
DC Financial _.
So two of them, DC Financial _ Sports Credit Advisor. All right, reach out to them, guys. Any guests that we bring on, they are approachable, right? This guy is definitely somebody that we started as colleagues, man, and he's a friend. Get yourself a team, right? Get yourself a team, one of those important team members. It's got to be a credit guru, somebody that provides that type of financial literacy for your borrowers. Chris, I'm gonna ask you one thing. It's more for me because, dude, you work for the NFL, man. Basically, what do you find? What do you find? Because I know you said you get them kind of before everything, right? But what do you find these guys like? What's the common first purchase, if you will, for like an NFL athlete? What are you finding? Is it a house? Is it the car? Is it the jewelry? What are you finding?
It's a car.
It's a car. I'm sure it's not like a Honda Civic either.
No, but it's some. So the teams that I go to, I tell them, I'm like, get something nice that you like. Don't overdo it, and then your second contract, then you can splurge. Because talking about football, they're professional expectancy, right? How long they're gonna play? It's usually 3 years.
That's wild.
And a lot of them, Big Easy, they're not millionaires. There's only a couple of the guys in that building that are millionaires. Most of them are thousandaires. they're making a lot of thousands, right? More than the normal. Their minimum contract per year is 750,000. That's a minimum salary. But imagine, Big Easy, if I tell you you're gonna have a career, you're only gonna make 750 for 3 years. That's it. That's a tough pill to handle. Yes, you're getting a lot of money 3 years, but if your brain says, I'm gonna spend it, then we're gonna be broke. So a lot of them, they get themselves a nice car, but nothing crazy, nothing wild. Then after their second contract, then they can splurge a bit. But everything for them, and they're thinking like this already, and it's great. I love the new generation. They're very, very outspoken. They have a big vision. They're already utilizing and saying, okay, what am I going to do life after sport? And the NFL does a great job by encouraging them to think outside of the sport. They actually tell them, leverage us. Right now, you're here, get the accents, build the team. So when you're not playing football, you can take off. Because imagine, Big Easy, if you're saving, let's say out of the 750, after taxes, after everything, let's say you're saving $200,000 a year. And it's feasible to do. 3 years later, you got $600,000 in the bank. We could get, a job. Maybe we're not making 750, but we get a nice job and we got 600 grand that we can utilize, that we can invest. Now we have a great head start. And the whole thing is to create that head start. But the cool thing about this, Big Easy, we all have this opportunity. Because like you said, we have resources. You're a resource to me. I'm a resource to you. I have a big head start. You have a big head start. All the LOs and everybody listening to this are getting a gigantic head start because they're investing in themselves to be part of the show right now.
Appreciate the plug. Listen, guys, like I said, Chris is approachable. Chris, man, I really cannot thank you enough. Guys, go one more time, Chris. DC Financial, DC underscore. What is it?
DC Financial underscore.
DC Financial underscore. And if you want to see him on the sideline, Sports Credit Advisor. Thank you so much for dropping dimes, man. This is definitely not going to be the last time that we have you on. Guys, I'm going to share Chris's resource with everybody on the call, on our YouTube, on our Facebook channel. All right. But like I said, if you want to get a head start, he is 100% approachable. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, Wednesday, it's on and popping. We're back with Home Team Huddle. What is it going to be? I'm not going to tell you, but I'll see you soon. It's your boy, Big Easy. Have an excellent rest of your day. Yeah, what up? It is your boy Big Easy. Welcome, damn it, everybody. Welcome. This is the new and improved mortgage mastery course that you guys are used to. It is a new flavor. It's a new vibe. It's called Home Team Huddle Now. Listen, everybody, get ready. This is going to be a great channel for you guys to focus in on. We will be live pretty much weekly in your face, giving you high-level education, mortgage tips, sales knowledge on how to go get it, and most importantly, improve you and your business coming in. So without further ado, I gotta talk to you about today's episode. Today's episode is going to be crazy. We got some great people on the line right now, ready to drop some knowledge for you. This is our business development / media team / sexify makers / car wash guy. These are the people that make us sexy. These are the people that support us and help us look the part. Guys, powered by Movement Mortgage. Home team means something. We got to look the part. We got to wear the swag. We got the guys on the line right now. Our first guest for today is the one, the only, my brother from another mother, the guy that goes to the same barber, Mr. Ronnie G, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ronnie G. Ronnie, what up? Talk to us. How are you?
Yo, I'm pulling double duty here today, okay? Because what I'm doing here today is not only being involved in the pilot launch episode of this show, but I'm also in the background being kind of like the director, kind of navigating the system, clicking away. There's a lot that my hands are doing. Whenever you see my eyes get big, you know that my hands are busy doing something. I'm just trying to focus on the camera.
Ronnie, talk to us, man. I know you have a plethora of mortgage knowledge, but talk to us, man. Just give them a wide-eye view, a camera lens view, if you will. What do you do here at the home team? What do you bring to the table? What's Ronnie G all about here with home team?
You know what? I think that James Houston, sums it up the best, is that the leadership team, whether you're on the sales team, the processing team, the business development / media team, we are all ninjas. We are at first and foremost, we understand the mortgage business, which gives us such a competitive advantage, especially in business development and media. As somebody that got into the mortgage business, 1999, I've done billions of dollars in transactions. I've worked for the largest of companies, and to have all of that on my resume and then to be able to lead the media team here, we have a different insight or a different eyeball that we look at things to kind of make our digital media presence, whether it's on Instagram, whether it's on LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever, or we're doing content, helping our partners create content. It makes our content that much better, which then validates us. Anybody that looks at what we do, or anybody, whether it's a client, a realtor, a referral source, whatever, they go and they look at our walls and go to like Google search us. They're going to see all of this professionally done content that automatically validates us as being, first in class, tops at what we do. I'll put any of our digital media and any of our marketing, and I'll compare it against the biggest and best competitors. They don't even compare to us.
Oh, it's wild, man. It's like a marketing company disguised as a mortgage company. It's crazy, right? Creating brand awareness, driving customer engagement, showcasing our company's brand. Man, explain it. How do you bring someone on who really doesn't have any type of media presence, right? What type of a car wash do we put them in when we do get an LO from another company who, let's just be real, might not have the same squad that we're talking to right now? How do you do that, Ronnie?
Listen, there are people that are so good on camera. I know Samantha's here. She's going to come on a little bit later on. Jackie's here. But some of the things that I've been the most proud about have been the people who maybe aren't good on camera, and we just hold their hand and show them how easy it is. Two people definitely come to mind. Mike Goldberg, who's from the New York office, kind of relocated down to South Florida, within the past year or two. He's doing videos every single day. And then I would also say like Harold Delcam, who's out of the Orlando and Tampa market. Again, another person who, maybe wasn't really, doing a lot of digital media content before he came and joined up with us. But now he's doing songs. He's doing videos every single day. And one of the things that I can tell you that we've done that I think separates us from a lot of maybe our competitors is my mission as the person who's in charge of media is trying to train people and show them how easy it is to create content, how the tools that we have, on our phones, right? These are like computers, the tools that we have on our phones to just shoot some content as a selfie video and then be able to edit it, add in captions, add in some music, maybe add in some graphics and logos by using Canva, using Video Leap. I know you've got your host of things, using caption apps to be able then to upload it onto your social media where it, instead of it looking really elementary, it looks like it was done by a professional. And that's really what we're trying to do, is just train everybody how can they elevate their content to the next level.
And then, I mean, how does that kind of drop and drip down to our realtor partners or referral partners, people that we actually do business with? Because one thing is obviously you guys, sexifying our loan officers, making us look the part, giving us the tools we need to get into market. Content is everything, But what do we do for our realtor partners? You know what I mean? Having this type of team behind us, right? And I know Sam's coming on later. She's our business development manager. It's going to go down because she's going to talk about a lot of things that she's already doing.
Well,
but man, how does it cascade down to our realtor partners?
Yeah, this is a really good segue. Let me wrap up, what I do, and then we'll move on to our business development, absolute superstars, Jacqueline and Samantha. When we go and we work with some of our referral partners, sometimes we show up and we have a ton of cameras with us, and we'll do a content day. We'll have lights, camera, action. And other times we go in, we show up, and I always get a kick out of it where I go in and I'll show up someplace and I'll just go with my phone, just shoot something on my phone. And then I sit with them with the phone and I say, okay, watch this. Boom, 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 boom. And you just see their eyes getting wider and wider and wider because the light bulb goes over, like, that's how it's done. I feel that most people are visual learners. So when you sit with somebody, you could show them how it's done. It really does change the way that they look at life. It changes the way that they know that they're going to refocus their business to get their business to the next level. And that's really, kind of like what I've been focusing on, is just trying to impart my wisdom, my knowledge to not only our own team, but to some of our top referral partners, so that there's no lag time in them creating their content. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's refreshing. It's refreshing. It's another conversation, not talking about mortgage, right?
Mm-hmm.
You show them you care, right? You put that on display. This is the partnership, right?
Yeah.
So for those top producing agents to have us and our media team at the ready for them, wow.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, great segue to bring on the one, the only Samantha Melendez, Jacqueline Gilberto. They're on right now with us. Sam, I'm coming at you first. Tell us a little bit about yourself. It's fantastic to have you here. Can you shed some light on the importance of having a business development team?
Showing up is more important than your excuses, right? So we're doing this live thing for you guys. I have things to do, but that doesn't give me an excuse to not be able to come show up for you guys. So that's what it's all about. So on my end, I help my fellow loan officers, to build relationships, right? Some of us are a little shy in this business, and we kind of have to get out of that shell, right? Because we know that in this business, you have to put yourself out there if you want to be successful. So that's basically what I'm here for. I'm here to help you guys build relationships.
Jackie, what's up?
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me.
Oh, man. Thank you so much for being here, right? So look, in collaboration with other departments, such as marketing and media and all the other departments, sales, right? Operations, right? How do we as business development constantly adapt? How do we as business development continue to try to go into these offices to help foster relationships? What's up? Give us a little bit, Jack.
Well, first, our department, like you said, we're always collaborating with other departments, like media, like marketing, so that we are all on the same page. And when it comes to our strategies and goals, we know that we are aligned. We're doing everything the same way. And that helps us have a better, seamless journey, whether it's with our customers or with our referral partners. By consistently being innovative and quickly adapting to market trends as they come every day. These are things that allow us to be the go-to experts within our industry.
Heck yeah. And let me see if we got Sam back. Sam, you back yet? I got a question for Sam because it is really a talent of hers, guys. One of the things that they're mainly tasked with from business development is not only really making us look the part, but it's really creating real relationships, putting us in front of potential partners. I tell my guys all the time, it's not checkers, it is chess. So when I constantly see Sam on stage, hosting a lunch and learn, hosting a first time home buyer seminar. That type of partnership is something that it goes above and beyond almost. You know what I mean? So Sam, talk to us a little bit about the value that you bring our realtor partners by getting on stage and not only kicking like home team stuff, but bringing a little bit more of the humanism into it.
No, yeah. So I feel like I completely like added so much value to my loan officers because I was a prior real estate agent. So I know exactly what agents are looking for in a partnership, right? And the things that they expect, right? So the fact that I'm able to come in and help them not only, right, just on the mortgage end, but I can also help them on how they can take their real estate business, right, to the next level. And a lot of mortgage companies don't have somebody that can provide that value. They mainly do, your typical mortgage 101s and that's it. But no, we help them with their open house marketing, with social media marketing. I mean, you name it. We're there to support our realtor partners 100%, which I can say that that's completely different than any other mortgage company that's out there.
Oh man, I remember a quote from Maya Angelou, and the quote's very simple. People might forget what you do for them. People might forget, the actions that you took to get them to where they are. But one thing that they're never going to forget is the way that you made them feel, right? The way you made them feel and putting them on the journey of, hey, you're our partner. You know what I mean? You come first. These are the things we know that you can, have help with. We're not just coming in here to provide you with mortgage knowledge, but we also want to help you with your day to day. We want to see what sets you aside. What does your social media look like? What do your headshots look like? You know what I mean? Hey, our loan officers are sexy. We want to carry it down to you. You know what I mean? I get it.
Yep.
And it is a valuable asset to have a business development team that strives every day on providing that value. Ronnie, I want to open the floor to you real quick. What do you got for Jacqueline and Sam today? Any questions at all for them? I know that pretty much we all work in tandem, but what do you got for them?
I don't have anything because you know what? When you work with bosses like Jacqueline and Samantha, you just know, just shut your mouth and let them do their thing, get out of their way. And when they call, you answer the phone. And that's really like, I feel the key to everything with them,
One main thing about these people, they are approachable. Guys, you guys can contact Sam, you can contact Jacqueline, you contact Ronnie, you contact myself. If you are uncomfortable with social media, uncomfortable with talking in front of people, we here at Home Team, powered by Movement Mortgage, offer trainings almost around the clock for that, right? I've had strategy sessions with each one of these people. They are fantastic. If you're an LO and you're watching this right now, I got to tell you, if you have a lunch and learn coming, if you have a first time home buyer seminar coming up, if you haven't and you want the tools, what do I do? How to? Guys, reach out to these people. There's a ton of resources for us in the hub. There's a ton of resources for us in the market. What is it? The market agency, Sam? I want to give you a second to touch on that. That's the market. What is it called again?
So the Agent Marketing Academy, I think they switched the name to. So basically, guys, this is a platform, and like Matt said, this is like basically another Sam, right? So there's so many different presentations out there that's going to attract realtors, right? How they should set up their business on Google, how to start, on YouTube, you name it, it's on there. And there's videos that show you guys how to execute these presentations. It comes with little attachments that you can share whenever you host this class. And like I always say, if you guys are too shy, you guys can always hit me up. We can schedule. Loan officers from New York do it all the time. Or schedule me through Zoom, right? Because they might not feel so comfortable doing the presentation. But I will more than happily, do it via Zoom and then give them all the credit in the world and give them the business.
Heck yeah, you heard it first. So before I let these wonderful ladies go, because I do have a little bit more to share with you guys with Ronnie, Sam, think about our LOs on the team. They're watching you right now. What advice do you got for them before we let you go when it comes to what it is that you do and how that you do it? What do you want to leave them with?
So I mean, you guys know in general what I can help you guys with. I feel like a lot of loan officers maybe are not reaching out enough. I can always send out another email to schedule a one-on-one, guys, but I'm here not only to elevate, right, your social media game, but how to actually obtain business from social media, right? Because it's not just about posting, it's about getting those direct messages of people actually asking you questions. I mean, guys, I get over 1,000 accounts reach monthly, right? And that's just by simply posting things that realtors want to see. So if you guys are interested in doing that, or just helping you in any aspect in your business of lead generation and how to even contact realtors, please reach out to me and I'll be more than happy to help you.
Oh, she's awesome. And that is your mic drop moment. Thank you so much for joining us today, Sam. Just a little FYI, she might have her own show on the new Home Team Network. That's right, Home Team TV. It is here live. Sam, thank you so much. Jacqueline, same thing for you. Before we let you go today, what do you want to leave these LOs with that are pretty much looking at us like, man, how can I start? What do you want to leave them with, Jacqueline?
I think the same thing to what you were saying and what Sam was saying. We are here and we're here to help you in whatever you need. Sam is the social media queen. She can definitely do that better for you than I can, but I can help you plan an event. What works logistically, what the best way to do things is. Everyone in business development has their own special focus and what they really enjoy doing and what they're doing the best. So if you don't find one person, just reach out to all of us, because collectively as a team, we are here to do everything and we are able to do anything for you guys.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. Ladies, don't go anywhere. We will be back at our segment of Q&A. But real quick, Ronnie, I got to bring you back on. This is, a guy that has gone for mayor of Miami. This is a guy who's definitely Miami. The cameras in his face, turned the other way, microphones everywhere. Ronnie is all about getting out there. Guys, there's no secret, right? There's no secret to becoming successful in this industry. You can't be a secret agent. You have to be able to go out and bang on doors. And if you guys find a weakness in getting out there, I really want to go ahead and show you by going to Ronnie's social. First of all, we all should be following each other, right? So all of you guys on the line right now, everybody on the stream, whether it's YouTube, whether it's Roku, that's right, whether it's Prime Video, whether it's Facebook, y'all got to go out, follow your boy Big Easy, follow Jacqueline, follow Samantha, and most importantly, follow Ronnie G and follow his Definitely Miami, so that you can get some ideas on how to go out there, how to talk to people. Ronnie, were you always like that, man? Let's talk to some of the LOs that are a little bit shy of really getting out there and banging on doors. Is this something that you trained yourself to do? And if so, how did you do it?
So is this like a therapy session? You're going to send me a bill after I get done telling you all my deep, dark secrets from inside of me? It's funny. I love telling people this because when people know me, I'm the guy that walks in the room and says hello to everybody. I've got to have the loud voice and whatever. But my true personality, I'm a little bit of an introvert. I like peace and quiet. I love not having the TV on. I love just sitting and thinking and reading. My normal personality is not as an introvert. This is something that I've trained myself to be over the past 20, 25 years in sales. And when I made the segue from being an executive as a mortgage lender into being, working in the media world and being on the Beach Channel, being on NBC, being on the E Network, doing what I do, now having, our own streaming network on Roku, Amazon Fire, and now Amazon Prime. It's been a true evolution in how I really was growing up as a child, and then how I was kind of like when I was a young adult into where I am today. And it's all because it's sink or swim. It's fight or flight. You either have to do it as a salesperson or you're not going to do it, right? And that's how I like to tell that story, not to be boastful, but I like to tell that story because people look at me and they say, oh, it's easy for you, you're great on camera. I'm okay on camera, but I'll take the compliment. But it's not how I am. That's not my natural personality. It's something that I've trained. And I truly believe that anybody that is in the sales world, that works in the sales world as we do, you're good on camera. You just have to get used to the angles, get used to how to say things, how to close out a sentence, and how to speak on camera so that it could be edited. It's not that hard. It's something that only comes just like riding a bicycle. It's just like playing sports. The more you do it, the better that you get at it.
Heck yeah. And I hope you guys hear the passion from these guys today, because it is real. Guys, this is one leg. We have several ways that we can help improve you. I don't know if you guys know, but the house that you work in, which is Home Team, we really do have an all-out effort pouring in to each and every one of our loan officers. It is we are not going to let you fail mentality. But at the same time I say that, it's almost like the New York saying, right? If you make it in New York under those lights, you can make it anywhere. Guys, if you can't make it here with the support that we have, not only with our daily trainings, weekly trainings, and now we're going to have new Home Team TV to bring you different episodes, different programming to help you sharpen that axe.
All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. Again, Jacqueline Giliberto, Business Development Manager, here for you for anything that you may need to help grow your business with your clients and your referral partners. Talk to you soon.
Guys, as you know, I'm here to support you and any relationships you are trying to build. You guys can follow me if you don't already to get some content ideas at Samantha_homeloans, or send me an email at samantha.melendez@movement.com. I'm here for you.
Is your boy Big Easy, and I'm going to take you home right now. Guys, you already know it's all about making it happen, but most importantly, it's about paying it forward. It is not only about you. Your success carries down. It carries down to those that really matter, and it carries down to our whys. Your boy Big Easy is always going to be here to take you to the next level. I'll see you on the next one.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this week's edition of Your Mortgage Process. I'm, of course, your host, Greg Wareham. Thanks for joining us today. We got a great guest today. So, I love being associated and knowing like-minded people. And Jackie Baker that we have today, welcome to the show, Jackie.
Hi, Greg. Thanks for having me.
It's so great to have you.
I'm so excited to be here.
So Jackie, she does an amazing show up in northern New Jersey that really now has some national exposure, and we'll get into it in a few minutes. But before we get there, tell us about yourself, Jackie. How do you get into real estate? How do you get into looking at online presence? Tell us about you.
Okay. Well, thank you again for having me. It's so great to be here. So how did I get into it? Well, I've been a real estate agent going on 8 years. I'm up in Bergen County. That's my primary area that I service. And so, like I said, I've been in real estate for almost 8 years. And the YouTube channel started almost 3.5 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I saw a need where I needed to educate people, right? Because I would meet people at open houses, or just people in the neighborhood, and everyone's like, how's the market? Or somebody ask a question, a friend of mine told me if I did this to my house, or if I made this kind of an update, if I, or where's there a good place to live in Bergen County or in New Jersey? So I had seen other real estate agents across the country get on the YouTube bandwagon. I'm like, you know what? Nobody's doing this in my area. I think I'm going to try it. I mean, since then, I have had, there's been a couple of people who've gotten channels started, not really doing much with it anymore.
Sure.
So here I am almost 3.5 years later. I think I have I definitely have over 200 videos. I think almost maybe 300 now. I have over 300,000 views on the channel.
Thousands of followers.
Yeah. So it's grown. And what I love about it is that people, when I hear from people and then they comment on the channel, they're appreciative of what I'm sharing with them, because they don't know, and it's a lot of first timers. I mean, as you know, you want to help your first time buyers out, and a lot of clients that I've acquired were first timers, and they were watching me for a couple of months,
Mm-hmm.
learn the process, and then by the time they call me, they're like, "Oh, we already know what to do."
That's
I'm
great.
like, all right, awesome. So I didn't have to sit here and
There's
tell you.
nothing better than an educated buyer or lister.
Yes,
Right?
absolutely.
Educated client.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, yeah, so it's kind of taken off. And now I'm doing my live streams once a week. And thank you so much for coming on last Monday. It was so much fun.
It was fantastic.
I know. I loved it.
It was great. There were people from different parts of the country asking questions.
Yeah.
The way that you run your show, very professional, very informational.
you.
And it's very relatable. You're very nice,
Yeah.
right? And it comes across on the air. It does.
And you as well. I mean, that one guy was like, remember he commented? He goes, Jackie, this guy knows what he's talking about. I'm like, of course he does. Like, I'm only going to have like smart, nice people on my show. So,
But I appreciate the compliment.
yeah,
Thank you.
it's seriously. But it's been awesome.
I got to back into this a little bit because a lot of people see a need, right? You're like, I have a need to educate.
Yes.
And then you look at it and say, hey, other people are doing successful live streams or podcasts or social media stuff. But you looked at it, you see the need. And what's your first course of action with something like that? Like, how do you get it into production and then make it successful?
So when I first started it, my cousin was just breaking into he started his own little media company. He was doing videos, doing videos and photography. So I hired him to start he did like the first, I think I would say for the first few months, and then COVID hit. So we had to stop, and we stopped meeting. And then I started recording the videos myself and editing them myself. And by the way, my cousin was doing the editing too. So I was editing them myself. And then I eventually said, you know what? I'm going to get an editor. I'm going to record these because I know how I want it to be. My cousin did an amazing job, but during COVID, you watch a lot of YouTube,
Sure.
right? So I learned from other agents and just watching other creators. I'm like, you know what? This is the style I'm going for. So then I just transitioned to just sitting at my desk, giving you the facts, giving you information. And then the editor that I ended up hiring, she's just done a phenomenal job.
That's great,
just with
Jackie.
bringing levity to it. Like she throws some really funny clips in there, which I love about her because, let's face it, real estate can get boring when you talk about it.
Not as boring as mortgage, but go ahead.
And I think they're neck and neck there, Greg. Sorry, but yeah, that's what I did. And the funny thing was, a lot of real estate agents, my fellow agents, were just like, "Oh my God, how can you do that?" Like, I could never get in front of a camera. Like,
Right.
You know what? I was nervous, but after a while, like, I just feel like I'm talking to a potential buyer or potential seller.
That's
And,
great.
yeah.
It's almost therapeutic in a lot of ways because you get to connect with people.
Totally.
And help and educate them.
Totally. Yeah.
So now you start at day one and you have no followers, right? You just start doing the
Yeah.
podcast. Okay.
Yeah. So we just started doing it, and then it just grew. It just grew. Like I was sharing with you before, I ended up working with a YouTube coach last year, and I learned ways to tweak the channel to make it better, to make it look better. And,
Sure.
And it's grown from there.
How important was it to hire outside people to try and help you get through the process?
Oh God. Like, I wish I'd done it sooner.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, I had my cousin in the beginning, but then, when COVID, we started coming out of COVID, his work started getting more demanding. He was doing bigger projects. So that's why I went and got my own editor. And oh God, she's a lifesaver. She's a lifesaver. So I spend several hours a week just researching content,
Sure.
trying to figure out what am I going to talk about this week. And now it's twice a week because I have to figure out what I'm doing in my live streams.
Right.
And so I spend hours doing that. Then I'll record, and then I send it off to her. She sends me back a work of art, and we're off.
How much time does it take? And I bring that because people want to dabble in it. You see people dabbling in it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
But no one's doing it with any type of consistency. What kind of time commitment's associated
It's
with it?
hours. It's hours. So, and especially if you want to batch record, like some days I'll try to get more than one recording in.
Sure.
That alone could probably take 2 hours or so, depending on, how many takes I have to do, or, if I'm like, oh, I don't like how they came out and I got to re-record it.
Right.
But the most time-consuming part, I would say, is researching and coming up with the content.
Right.
Seeing what's trending out there. What's the latest in the housing market? And the housing market's like the topic of the day,
Right.
every day. Everybody's watching it. and it's trying to find the right content that's going to appeal to the masses and that people can relate to. And what now this past year, everybody was, as you know, was saying, oh, the market's crashing, and so now the channel has spun into this. Now that the channel's called Your Dose of Real Estate Reality, because I'm as real as you're gonna. I'm gonna be real and honest with you, and I'm gonna tell you how it is.
Yeah.
And what was driving me crazy, I was seeing a lot of creators out there, and I'm not bashing anybody, but there are some people that capitalize on the negative.
Yeah.
Right?
I couldn't agree with you more. You see it all the time.
Totally.
Yeah.
So these people were putting out there, it's going to crash. Housing prices are coming down. Get ready for another 2008. And I'm sitting back. I'm like, that is so not happening. So
Right.
I was putting the opposite out there. So last year I was putting out videos. The market is not crashing.
Right.
And here is why, and people were commenting. They're like, thank you for being so real about this, because that's all you hear about.
And we were chatting about that as far as the market not crashing. And the reality is, there's not a rating company out there right now that thinks this market's going to crash.
Right.
Nobody.
No.
It's anywhere from a little bit of appreciation to as much as some projections of a 10% decrease. But the reality is we're not even going to see that much this year.
No.
We're going to see some fluctuation.
Right. And, it's funny we bring this up now. I had a comment last night on the video I just put out on Wednesday, and it was about bidding wars coming back.
Mm-hmm.
And it was from an agent in Florida. And he said, well, here's my thought on this. Inventory is going to increase because people who bought a couple of years ago aren't going to be able to afford the rising insurance cost and the taxes, and there's going to be short sales. I'm like, where are you getting that from? You see what I mean?
It's a fear mongering.
Yes,
no question about it.
But I'm like, you're a real estate agent. How could you say that?
Right.
So, yeah.
It's funny. So I was reading, so interest rates are down a little bit after the Federal Reserve meeting.
Yep.
We'll chat about that in a little bit. But what seems to be the underlying theme is when interest rates get to 5.5%, which they're getting pretty close to that right now.
Yeah.
That's the point at which people that have a house right now that are step-up buyers will then consider listing their house because they feel like they can get a fair deal on what they're looking to purchase.
Right. Yep. I agree with that. And the other thing that people have so much equity in their house right now too. So if they sell, they're going to make a lot of money.
That's a great point.
Right?
Yeah.
So you're going to walk away with a lot more cash in your pocket, and you may not have to borrow as much. You have more money to put down on the next place.
That's a fantastic point because we have all that appreciation. So now you've gained another $150,000 in equity, right? So that next mortgage you're taking out, it's at a higher interest rate, but you're not going to borrow as much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it makes sense, and you can see it trending that way.
Yeah, totally. I hope people will think that way. I think the sellers are still apprehensive.
And a lot of it's just stability.
Yes.
Once we have stable market conditions across the board, right? You get stable stock market, you get stable interest rates, you have a balance in buyers and sellers, right?
Yes.
I think that only good things are going to come.
Absolutely.
Gets market a little bit back to normal.
Yes.
Now, your area of expertise is Bergen County.
Yes.
So what are you seeing in that market?
Oh, God.
That's a loaded question.
It's it depends on the town, but overall, it's pretty strong. It's still pretty strong. Even when the interest rates were up last year, we did see a lull. Things slowed down, but once we hit that peak of 7%, right? It was like crickets. We didn't have any. I had like no business. Soon as that rate came back down, bidding wars like it was earlier in 22. Wow. I could not believe, I'll never forget this. In November, right before Thanksgiving, I have an investor that we helped them buy a lot of houses. She wanted to put an offer on his place, and it literally, it was 2 days before Thanksgiving, and that's when the rates had just come back down.
Right.
I called up the listing agent and said, hey, I'm going to put an offer in. Just want to know, do you have any activity? He goes, yeah, we have 14 offers.
Wow.
I'm like, what? We're back. Are we back in, January or February of 22? That's what it felt like. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. And now since the rates came back down even more, just in the past few weeks, we are back to like lines out the door at open houses.
Right.
Multiple offer situations. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm like, I feel like it didn't end.
Right.
You know, like where some markets, like Phoenix and Austin, they're seeing the price reductions. You know, they're seeing things totally shift. Where Bergen County, it's unique, and even down here in Monmouth County,
Yeah.
like we're unique because we're so close to New York City.
Right.
And I don't think we're ever going to take a big hit because of that. Because so many people want to leave the city.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. I don't
Yeah.
think we're going to see much price volatility at
No.
all in our marketplace.
No.
We just have an unlimited. We have millions and millions of people.
Yep.
From a demand standpoint, coming from the city and in the surrounding areas.
Yeah.
It's just so densely concentrated,
Yep.
and even more so in Bergen County.
Yes.
Monmouth County's got concentration, but up there, it's just a lot.
Oh, it's a lot
of people.
Yep. And if you go to like parts of Essex, Hudson County, I have a client who is looking to buy an investment property in Hudson. As soon as we call about the house, it's gone.
Right.
You know, it's crazy, but I just don't think it's ever going to get affected to the point like these other markets. It's just because we have the New York City factor, you know.
Yeah, and it's just a different market. You know, people get embedded in their brain this 2008, 9, 10, 11, recession, right? The Great Recession. And you see the housing values drop so significantly. What people fail to realize is that was strictly a supply and demand issue.
Right.
That's all it was.
Right.
Builders are building at epic proportions, and one day the buyers go away, and there's a ton of inventory. And
Yep.
that's what drops prices.
Right. Right. And then people also went to foreclosure, unfortunately, because of the the interest only loans.
Sure.
Like that didn't help either.
No, it's
So,
great. It's a great point.
But so what we're in right now, it's so not 2008.
It's just not. We got a
It's
4
not.
million unit housing shortage
Yes.
nationally right now.
Yep.
And I was reading that the past 10 years is the lowest amount of new construction that we've seen in this country since the 1960s.
Yes.
So, and the builders are afraid because they
Yeah.
got burned in 2008, 9, and 10.
Well, I did a video or live stream about this a couple weeks ago where builders are now building apartment buildings. They're building multi-unit buildings because now they feel people can't afford a house. They're going to offer rentals.
Yep.
And then you have investors buying up homes that are turning around and renting them out. And don't even get me started on that because that has me so aggravated.
So the government's incenting that now. So the government with the housing shortage has went to the local municipalities and basically, I say incent, which is you don't get penalized if you open up your zoning to do more multifamily properties.
Right.
So you see it in Princeton right now. So Princeton now, there's a lot of two families going up.
Really?
Well, historically, that wasn't a product in the Princeton marketplace.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So I forget the name of the plan that Biden calls it, but anyway, they rolled out a plan to incent new zoning.
Wow.
For multifamily homes.
Interesting.
And to your point about builders, right? So if you're a builder, there's less risk in the rental market.
Right.
With rents being so high, you're going to fill them.
Exactly. Yep. So that's that has me concerned. See, reading about that, I'm like, oh my God, are we all just going to be renting? We're just producing renters now, and like they're discouraging home ownership.
Yeah, and that's where I think we'll see some things change politically over the course of time.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got all these hedge funds coming in and buying property.
Right.
At a huge clip. And it's like, at what point you can't have entities just control the market from a rental standpoint.
Right.
Right? It warps the whole market.
It does.
So, hopefully we'll see some changes there over the course of time.
Hopefully.
So what else in Bergen County? So we still got a high demand on it. Are there any sweet spots that people may want to look at to have something relatively affordable?
Well, let's see. There's towns such as like Wyckoff, Oakland. Oakland's like it borders Passaic County, so it's a little further west.
Okay.
That became more popular during this whole crisis we're in right now, the affordability crisis, because the homes were cheap at one point. They're getting more expensive now, but it's still more affordable.
Sure.
Where you can get like, can get a decent house between $500,000-$600,000.
There you go. That's reasonable.
It is, but I know, right? It's reasonable. So
It's
you
crazy,
talk to
right?
other people in the country, like $500,000.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, but towns like Ridgewood. Ridgewood is a hot market. You cannot touch Ridgewood.
Right.
It's like bidding wars. It's it's gotten so super expensive, and it's just such a popular town.
Right.
Everybody, like, especially people from the city, they just
And now
love it
Ridgewood,
there.
is that by Hohokus?
Yes.
Okay. I got married in Hohokus.
Did you?
I got married at the Hohokus Inn. We actually had
Oh,
the ceremony in
Did you
there.
really?
did.
Oh, it's such a great place. I haven't been there in a while, but
Well, what I learned when I was there, so there were literally 10 people at my wedding. It was like my parents' brothers and sisters, and
Yeah.
that was it. We were going to have a big wedding, and we're like, it's not, I'm not big
Yeah.
into that type of thing. So anyway, so we get married at the Hohokus Inn. And apparently, there's a special chair in there that Richard Nixon used to sit in.
oh,
That's
I
in the
didn't-
corner.
I didn't know
Yep,
that.
that's the Richard Nixon chair.
Oh, very cool. He lived in Park Ridge.
I didn't know that,
Yes,
so now it makes
that's
total
why.
sense.
Yep.
All right, that was like his favorite place to eat.
That's so funny. I'll see. Now, next time I go, I'm going to have to ask about that. Could I see Richard's?
See if you can sit in it.
I'm going to, yeah.
Matter of fact, you should do a show from Richard Nixon's chair.
I think that's a great idea. Totally. How about you do it with me?
I'm in.
When we hit the road, we'll stop in. We'll show everybody the chair.
Absolutely.
We got to go look at the chair.
Absolutely. Let's just report from the chair. It'd be great.
Oh,
Can
that'd
you
be
imagine? It'd be a
fantastic.
new show.
Right. We could plug
Report.
Richard Nixon. We could tag him. We could do all sorts of things.
I love it.
So what are you seeing? Do you see a lot of first-time home buyers right now in your marketplace?
Yes.
Okay.
For the majority of my sales last year, they were first timers. I have one of my clients right now. They're downsizing. They're actually we're under contract at a house in Rivervale. Beautiful house they're getting, by the way. I love this. Is like one of my favorite houses. But they sold their house in New York last year, and they've been renting in Jersey, and now they've downsized. It's like a ranch,
Okay.
one level. But that's it. But it's my first timers, my millennial first timers.
Yeah.
I love my millennials.
You know what? They're great in such pent-up demand, and I know we've spoken about it on the show before.
Yeah.
That's the demand right now, right?
Yes.
Because everybody got termed out of the market,
Yep.
and it's the biggest demographic ever,
Yes, it is. It's
Yep.
huge.
bigger than the baby boomers
Yes.
from a head count standpoint.
I mean, think
They're
of-
never on time, by the way. Nick's a millennial, and they have to get some time management skills.
So untrue.
Sorry.
So untrue.
I apologize.
Sorry, Nick. Sorry.
That's it. You have our group because we fell for the hey, everybody needs to go to college, and then
Sorry about that.
everyone's paying back loans and living with mom longer.
Well, we
Mom
should have
and dad.
all been like electricians and plumbers and carpenters. There's
Yeah.
such a demand for it.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Look what happened. Now there's a shortage of that. Right.
And it's so funny because I think we're the first generation, Jackie, where that really became a big push, right?
Yeah.
Where go to school. Parents probably didn't go to school.
Yeah,
and-
my parents didn't, and
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh, you're going to college," and it's like I got a business degree, and yeah.
and what'd that get you?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Right.
same. I used to think I didn't know what I was going to do when I got out of college.
Yeah, same. I had no idea. Like, they were just like, "No, you're going." I'm like, okay,
Right.
I'll just figure it out.
Oh gosh, who's the? It's the religious group in Pennsylvania.
The Amish.
The Amish, yes.
Yes.
Oh, what they- yeah,
okay.
yeah,
yeah. So I
you
think
got to
when-
go out. Yeah, go
Yep.
out and see the world before you commit to the Amish life, like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, there was a
Exactly.
reality show about that.
Was there?
Yes. So I forget what it was called, but they document these kids leaving the Amish community and going out in the real world and
See who comes back,
getting
who
a little
doesn't.
yeah, right, going a little too crazy. Like, can you imagine?
I love the name, Rumspringer. I think that we really need to consider your son changing the name of his band to that. So Jackie's got a very successful musician in the family. Went to Berkeley, like
Yeah.
big time.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll tell him that. I don't know if that's gonna fly.
What's the name of his band?
Among the Stars.
Among the Stars.
Yeah, they have they're on all streaming platforms, and they're trying to make it big. They're all Berkeley kids.
That's great.
Yeah, like super talented.
That makes him wicked smart too.
A very wicked smart.
Yeah.
I can't believe he's still living up there among the. I don't want to say the mouse holes. That's what we call them.
Compliment accepted. So I grew up in
I
Massachusetts.
know. I'm
right?
right? That's
It
what I'm
is
like,
so
do I
true,
say it?
though.
I know.
I remember when my wife is from New Jersey originally, and she moved up to live with me, and she was like, "Why is everybody so rude?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" She's like, "Everybody's rude everywhere I go."
Yeah, it's so true because my son experienced that being in Boston and going to school. He's like, "What's wrong with everybody up here?"
They're
And I'm like,
nasty.
and people say New Jersey people have attitude. Oh no,
I found New Jersey people very nice.
oh, very
Still
nice.
find them, yeah.
Very, very nice. Yeah, my son actually, he likes coming back home now. When he comes back to visit, we're like, how are things up north, up in Boston? He's like,
The biggest acclamation, though, to come down here driving were jug handles.
yes.
Because you could take a left anywhere in Massachusetts.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't do that. I got a great story, and then I'll get off the topic. So we moved down, we moved from Massachusetts. So my wife's from New Jersey. She moved with me in Massachusetts. I met her in the mortgage industry. I've been in the industry since '98. She was an appraiser down
Okay.
here. And anyway, we fell in love. She moves up there, and we relocate down here. So when I relocate down here, I show up at the DMV to say, "Hey, I need a New Jersey license." I hand them my old license. They go, "Well, we can't just give you a license." So what do you mean? You have to take the written test. I was like, okay. So I'll take the written, I set an appointment to take the written test.
Right.
And I sit down with the other 15-year-olds that are taking the written test. I failed. So I kind of like build this little network of 15 and 16-year-olds taking the test. I'm like, how'd you do? They're like, yeah, we got a B. I failed. I was like one out of the 10 people
my
that had failed the written
God.
test.
It was the jug handles that threw you off.
The whole thing threw me off. I didn't know. I mean, those tests are hard.
Oh my God.
So I had to retake the test. And I remember going up to the person behind the counter. I was like, well, give me my license back. Because they took it. They I'll take the test. We'll get you a New Jersey license. I'm like, well, you have to give it back to me.
Yeah.
So they did give it back to me.
Okay, I was going to say,
and then
I hope they give it back to you.
I passed the second time.
Oh, good.
I
All
studied
right.
really,
See?
really, really well.
Awesome. Good.
So,
Good for you.
So we're going to go to a quick break. Greg Wareham, Jackie Baker will be back with you in 2 minutes, and then we'll talk about the economy a little bit and
Sure.
shift gears.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
Thanks.
So hello, everybody, and welcome back to Your Mortgage Process. Of course, Greg Wareham. We have Jackie Baker here today.
Hello.
So, Jackie, we were talking a little bit before I zoomed off on a tangent about what a poor driver I am. We were talking a little bit about the millennial marketplace,
Yeah.
which really is a kind of the first-time home buyer market.
Yep.
What does a first-time home buyer need to know?
The first thing they need to do is speak with a mortgage lender.
That's such a great idea.
Got to get pre-approved
Right.
because I see it so many times where people will call me and they're like, I really like this house. My credit score is this. I have a credit score
Right.
of 720. And I'm like, yeah, but are you pre-approved? Have you talked to a lender?
Right.
Well, no, but I know my credit's good. I go, I'm sure your credit is great, but you got to speak to a lender.
Will you even take them out?
No.
Okay.
No, definitely not. Like
You don't don't give them a freebie or anything like that?
No, I
Okay.
did in the beginning, like when I first got into the business,
Okay.
but then I learned.
Right.
So they reach out to me, like talk to the lender first, get back to me, and send me your pre-approval, and then we'll go hit the ground running.
Yeah, and it's funny with that. I was on a call before we came in here, and it was about a first-time home buyer, self-employed, that originally had an approval from a big bank, the pre-approval.
Right.
So the agent, called me and said, "Hey, listen, can you take a look at this, see if they qualify?" So I have them send me all their tax returns. Well, they don't qualify, but we can put them on a plan to get them where they need to be. They're just not showing enough money. So then they tried to leverage the big bank. They tried to leverage, and hey, we got this pre-approval from a big bank. Agent reaches out to their mortgage person. Mortgage person says, well, I haven't reviewed their income yet. They send their income. They don't qualify. Now they went on to another bank to try to go through the same process. And there's no magic sauce to it. You kind of qualify or you don't qualify. So it's absolutely critical that you talk to somebody.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the nuances in the industry that are really, really important. Right. So when we pull, because I get a lot of times people do not want their credit pulled yet. And what I say to them is, listen, if we pull your credit report's good for 120 days. Generally speaking, it's going to be good for 120 days.
Right.
That means from the time I pull it, you have to close on a house in 120 days.
Yep.
Worst case scenario, we have to re-pull it after 120 days. But the bigger advantage there is if you have someone that might be have marginal credit, it gives us the opportunity to fix the problems up front.
Yes.
Because if you're working with a really good mortgage person, they run everyone through what you'd consider a credit analyzer.
Yep.
And the agencies will come back and tell you this is specifically what you need to do to get your credit score up.
Yep.
And to your point with it, Jackie, it could be the difference between FHA or conventional. It can have big swings in interest rate as well.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
kind of doing that diligence.
Right. So now with my client, now she's going to go conventional. The rate is higher, but now she's avoiding the PMI and the other upfront costs with FHA.
Right.
So
It makes sense.
It totally makes sense.
Yeah. If you have good credit, conventional always makes more sense.
Yes.
You know, and you see a lot of it in the industry that where people pre-approve people as an FHA loan. And I look at them, I go, well, why did they do it FHA? And, you know, a lot of times those people qualify conventional. I'm not going to get into the down and dirty behind the scenes in the industry, but FHA is a more profitable product than a conventional mortgage is. Now, I'm not saying that influences anybody's comp. I just know the math behind the scenes.
Gotcha.
So, but conventional's always better if you get really good credit.
Yep.
And you qualify for it.
Right.
So as a first-time home buyer, all right, they've spoken to the lender, we've issued the pre-approval. What else do they need to know when they're out there shopping for a house?
What else do they need to know? Well, they have to. The other thing I try to be upfront about everything, but and I'm sure the lender explains to them as well. They also have to have money to the side to cover the closing costs. They also need enough money to cover their inspections. You know, because inspections can get costly depending on what you're going to do. So if you're going to go, you have to do radon test, your standard home inspection, you need a septic inspection, oil tank sweep, like all that stuff. It adds up.
Sure.
So what else do they need to know? They need to know they got to walk into a house and just like with an open mind, right?
That's a good point though, going in with an open mind, because I don't know that people really know what they want until they see it.
Exactly. So as much as like, and I get this a lot where people will do like, oh, I want a 4-bedroom colonial.
Yep.
And then we'll happen to just come across a split level, which believe it or not, I used to hate split levels. Now I kind of like them because I like the ability to be able to expand on them and like put an addition on and make the kitchen and living space larger. It's like it has a lot of potential. Right. And that in and of itself, like will people walk in and say, oh, you know what? This would work better for us because it's less stairs going up. Like when you walk into a split, you go up a flight of stairs, there's a living space, and you go up a small flight of stairs to go to the bedrooms. You know, like, oh, you know what? This would work better for our kids, you know? And then I had another family, young family, millennials last year. They ended up buying a ranch, which they never expected that because they were all like, I want a colonial. I want a 4-bedroom colonial. And that's, you know, that's what they all envisioned.
Center Hall
colonials. Yeah. And then we walked into a ranch and they were like, this is great because our 3 kids were all on the same floor. Like they never thought about that until they were in it. And they're like, this is perfect. You know, we don't have to worry about running up and down the stairs for the kids. And, so yeah, so keep an open mind. That's why
you hit the nail on the head with that. You really do, because you don't know what you want.
No,
until
you don't.
You know what you want.
Exactly. It's so true. It's so true. You know, and of course, when I take my clients to the houses, I mean, I'm very you can tell by talking to me how, but like I'm going to tell you how it is.
Yeah. You're very honest.
I'm like honest to a fault, because like sometimes I'll walk into a house and they'll be like, oh, well, this is nice. And I'm like, no, it's not. Like, no, you have this wrong, this wrong, this wrong. The location's terrible. Or even before we go look at the house, they'll send me a house that like, oh, can we look at this? And I'll go as far as go on Google Maps to see where it's located. If it's on a double yellow line on a busy road, make sure it's not in a flood zone. It doesn't back up to any water. That like, these are things they're not thinking about.
And these are the things that they do not see online.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that's my job, to like dig deeper and look at the flood maps and look at the exact location. And then I'll reach back out to them and say, okay, this is what I see with this property. It's a nice house, but you have a brook behind the property.
Right.
You know, is that going to be an issue for you? You know, is this location going to be an issue for you? You know, the property backs up to, say, an industrial area, or, you know, it backs up to a parking lot of a shopping center or something like that. So these are things that's my job, and I'll tell them. And the first thing I say to them, it's like, you got to think about the resale.
Right.
You may love this house, but you can't change the location.
That's
So
great,
if
that's
your
great advice.
location's not good, think about when you go to sell it down the road, and especially if it's a house that's been sitting on the market for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell them that's why it's sitting on the market,
Right.
because people don't want to deal with that. So if you you buy this, you're going to have the same issue.
Yeah,
So
you really have to look at all the business aspects of it, right?
You
'Cause
do.
probability is you're not going to be in that house for the rest of your life, even though it feels that way when you come
Right.
in. You're like, this is
Yeah.
perfect for us.
But you just never know. Like when we bought our first house, we were in it for 14 years before we sold it. We thought we were going to live there forever. Like
Right.
we were going to, the kids were going to come home with their kids, and we were going to have grandkids there. I'm like, no, you just don't know, and you got to think about that.
Right.
So
Right. I remember my first house. I knew I wasn't going to live there for very long.
yeah.
So I had a house. I lived in Sussex County. That's why I
Oh,
said when you go to
okay.
Sussex County, I'm like, okay, I lived there. And then I learned really quickly that there's bear there, but that's a whole other story. And
We had bear up by where I live too.
I had to fight with them with the garbage. Like I had to put the garbage out that morning.
really?
I did.
Oh.
And bears don't get into garbage like raccoons do. Bears destroy the garbage.
Oh, yeah.
They shred everything.
Oh yeah.
So it was a big cleanup. And the house that we had purchased up there, it had a flat roof on it, which I regretted. So
Oh.
all right, I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent here. So we buy this house. It's got a flat roof.
Yeah.
And I just moved down here from New England. And there was no air conditioning in the house. And so we get air conditioning put in because it would get like 110 degrees in there during the summertime. So, all right, we're going to get air conditioning. They have to put the unit on the roof. So when they're done with everything, the unit they put on the roof looked like the lunar module that they put on there. Like clearly the people I hired, you got to shop around and don't always go with the cheapest price. It's another
No.
side story.
Didn't anybody tell you that? Come on.
I know. I didn't listen. I didn't have any money. All right. So they put it on the house, and I'm looking at it saying, I wonder if that's going to leak where they cut in. Make a long story short on it, the first rainfall, the water poured into the house. Oh, it did like $75,000 worth of damage.
Oh,
It was
my
covered by insurance.
God.
But it was awful. It was awful. So anyway, this is why you got to work. And I didn't trust my real estate agent, and I knew better. She was selling me on it. And I was like, I was in my, I was 29 maybe at the time.
Yep.
And, I wasn't as smart as 29-year-olds are today in a lot of ways. And I was like, if you say so, I trust you. And, it wasn't a good fit.
Yep. See that, and that happens, and there are still some real estate agents out there today that'll just sell you. They just want to sell you the house, and that's what I tell my clients. Like, I'm not here to sell you. I'm not going to sell you the house. You have to love it, and I'm going to help you get it.
Right.
Like if this is the right thing for you. But too many agents do that. So another story. So I had these millennials, these buyers that I had. They closed in December. They bought a beautiful house in Morristown, and they fired their other agent. So they were under contract on another home. There was a ton of issues, probably like $50,000 worth of work that needed to be done.
It's a lot.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
And they were like, we just felt like our agent didn't really fight for us. Just like we went back and forth, between the attorneys, and we just felt like he didn't support us. And so they found me on YouTube, and I went out with them on day one. We found the house, put the offer in, and got it. But what their biggest thing was, it's like, we just want to make sure we feel supported, and you're not selling. So the day we went to look at that, the day we found that house, we looked at maybe 3 or 4 other properties. Oh dear God! Like I told you how like I'm honest when I walk into a house.
Right.
The wife turned to me. She goes, "I so appreciate you telling us, your thoughts on the house." She said, "The last guy we were with, all he would do is try to make it look great. Like, but look at the potential here. You could do this and you can do that." And she's like, we're looking at these crap houses, and he's making it like, we have to buy this house.
Right.
And I said, that's not what we're really supposed to be doing. Like,
No.
I can't tell you what to buy. I'm here to help you.
Educate
help
you organize your thoughts as to what you want, what you need.
Right. And I'm going to point out the negatives.
Right.
If I see things, like, you got to look out for this, and, whatever, like I was saying before, like, look at your location. You can't change that, and I make them think about it as much as if they fall in love with the place. I'm sorry. I got to point out the negatives
you're gonna
too.
give it to 'em
You
straight.
got to make it, because they're going to regret it.
Right.
They will absolutely regret it.
And it's not like buying a TV where like a
No.
salesperson sold me on this thing. I mean, this is going to be statistically your biggest investment
Yes.
ever.
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's big money on the line.
Yeah.
So you got to be happy with it, or at least you need to understand what you're getting into.
Exactly. Yep. It was, especially if there's issues with the house and, understanding the maintenance of it too.
Right.
There are, people who purchase homes with septic tanks and
Right.
oh my God, it's septic tank, and we just walk them through it. It's like, you got to have it, got to have it emptied. You got to have it serviced once a year. They don't understand like what's involved
Right.
with maintaining a home, and like those extra things thrown in there. Like, oh my God, I didn't think about that when I have a septic tank. Like, I have to do all these things. And I'll tell them, if that's not your thing, if you're not a handy person, or if
Right.
you're not going to want to deal with that, that's not the right house. Let's find one that will meet,
Right.
that's going to fit you. So
Yeah, and making sure that you understand, again, all the nuances of the house.
Yeah.
And you're working with the right home inspector, someone who's
Yep.
trustworthy to look at it. I know when I purchased my first house, he was maybe like my age, and not that that was a bad thing.
yeah,
But he just breezed through everything. Just make a long story short, within 2 weeks, the boiler broke.
right.
And he said, "Oh, this thing's great." Well, the thing was it was like 30 years old.
Yeah.
I just didn't know.
Right. Yep.
Septic had an issue. It was really a nightmare.
Yeah.
And
Oh God.
it's just I wasn't working with the right people is my
See,
point.
that's the
Doesn't make
thing.
them bad. They just weren't right for
They
me.
weren't exactly. And
So-
that's the thing. And if you got to go out, like I tell people who come talk to me, and I'll tell them, go talk to other real estate agents. Don't just
Mhm.
don't just choose me because of how you found me.
Yeah.
We may not be the right fit, or I may not find you to be the right fit. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? There's certain people I'm like, yeah, we're not gonna jive. We're not
and
gonna work.
it's a unique relationship as a real estate agent. It's a closeness that you have with your clients.
Yeah.
Because you're going through where their bedroom's going to be and where the
Yep.
bathroom's going to be. Like, it's just a more intimate process. It's actually, from a sales standpoint, it's probably the most intimate of relationships working with someone looking to buy or
Yeah.
sell a house, because
Yeah.
it's so personal to them.
It is.
Where a
Yeah.
car's not as personal. And I'm not comparing the profession so much as just it's
Yeah.
intimate.
Yeah, and then if they have kids, you get to know the kids,
Yeah.
and you got to think about, like, a couple that I'm working with now. We're closing the end of the month. They're expecting their second child, and like any day now, she's due. And when we were looking at homes, I would point out to them, it's like, okay, so do you want both girls staying in one room, or are we gonna you're gonna split it up, because like we walk into a house where you would have like 2 bedrooms upstairs and 1 downstairs or something, and like,
Right.
and I would say to them, I don't think this is gonna work for you
Mm-hmm.
unless you want both girls in the same room. And they're like, oh yeah, we didn't think about that, like
Yeah.
as a mom, that's the other thing too. I'll share stories with them, like about my own kids. I'm
Sure.
like, I go, all right, can I be honest with you? Because they were like, oh, we can redo the bathroom and we'll make it really nice. I go, can I be honest with you? Don't touch that bathroom till the kids are much older, because they're going to destroy it.
great
And they're
advice.
like, what do you mean? Really? I'm like, no, trust me.
Yeah. No, kids wreck everything.
They do.
They do.
They
the
do.
hardwood floors, they wreck
They
everything.
do. I love them, but yeah, like, wait, don't waste your money, because you're going to end up redoing it again.
It's so true.
Yeah. So I kind of bring the mom
Yeah.
perspective too, and I think they appreciate that, because
Now, talking about the mom perspective,
Yeah.
with everything that you have going on, Jackie,
yeah,
real estate, successful show that you're doing, how did you balance, or do you balance that, being the mother of 3 kids?
it's it's challenging, but it's getting easier now that they're older and a little more independent. My daughter, my youngest, she's 16. She's a junior. She'll be driving soon, thank God.
Right.
Because
Liberating, isn't it?
Oh my God, it's like it's the best. It's been for the past 8 years. It was challenging, especially working the schedule, that like working the weekends, going out, showing houses,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to manage, being available for them, and then, being available for my clients, and
Right.
and even like working evenings too. I would do a lot of showings at night. But my husband's super supportive, and he was available to
That's
to
great.
be in charge and all that. And my oldest son, when he was still living at home, he was very helpful too.
Now, were you working prior to coming into real estate?
I was a stay-at-home mom for a
Okay.
while, and then but prior to that, a lot of my work was in client services, so it was just kind of a natural thing to walk into real estate because
Sure.
I loved it. I enjoyed working with customers or clients, and the real estate. It's kind of in my background. My dad was a flipper. He was a contractor, but he flipped homes. He owned a couple of mobile home parks.
Mm-hmm.
He owned apartment buildings, so he was an investor. So I was, very familiar with real estate for like my whole life growing up with him.
Well,
So-
it's a lot, and I commend you for being able to, 8 years ago, going to real estate because it's hard for the household, right? Because you take care of everything. So you're
Mhm.
taking care of everything. You have the kids, and then there's a balance with making sure you're there for the kids. I know
Yeah.
they're all in like band and different things
Yep.
like that.
Yeah.
So you have their activities, plus you get your real estate career, plus
Yep.
all these other things that you're doing. It's not easy.
No, it's not. But you know what? I enjoy what I do, and I make time for it because especially with them being in band. As I said before, I'm a big time band mom, and I'm like I say it loud and proud. Like
Yeah.
I love our marching band. I love our music program. We are like very very involved, and we don't get those years back.
Right.
So that's why it's important to me that I make the time for that and be available. Like every summer, the kids have marching band camp the first week of August. Like that's it's blocked out, and all my friends know. I'm like, marching band is officially started once marching band camp starts, and you won't hear from me until November. Like that's just how it is. And they're like, okay, like crazy band mom. I'm like, yeah, I am.
Give it to them straight.
I do,
You gotta know.
but they just know. They
Yeah.
know, and it's funny. My friends will sometimes text me, and they're like, "Hey, we're going to go to an Oktoberfest. You want to come?" I'm like, "Sorry, we got a marching band competition." They're like, "Ah!" They're like, "When's it over?"
And they travel around.
They do,
for it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah. We have. I would say our band is. They're flipping awesome, and I love the kids. All the kids in the group. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, doing it for 9 years, so it's been. Yeah, it's very enjoyable, and I love the parents too. So, and
that's great.
Yeah, it's good. But again, working real estate around that can be challenging at times.
Oh,
But
sure.
we make it happen.
Sure, that's great. My wife was in the band. She's from West Milford originally.
Oh, get out!
Yeah,
yeah, they have a great program.
Yes, they had a great program up
band.
there.
Oh my God, they have a great marching band.
Yeah, they went all sorts of cool places
Yeah.
to compete.
That's one thing I'll say about Jersey, man. They're really into their marching bands here, and it's like especially North Jersey and even parts of South Jersey too. We went to a competition in Thomas River in October, and oh my God, some of these bands are just insane. Like the stuff that they
It's like
do,
professional stuff.
It really is. It really is, and the bands some of them are huge. Like our band isn't that big, but some of them around the state, they like, have over 150 kids in the band. It's just, it's crazy, but we love it.
Yeah,
Love
and
it.
it's actually really is amazing how you can pull all that together and make it sound so good. 'Cause
Oh, I
you get-
know.
We got 150 teenagers.
I know.
Right?
I know.
It's like
And-
herding cats, you would think, but they all
Oh my God.
cohesive unit.
Well, like I told you, our band director, he's very disciplined. And,
Yeah.
and like as much as my kids complained about how he was like a stickler on time and, you got to be here to be early is to be on time. As much as they complain, I'm like, these are life skills that man is teaching you. So
Yeah.
you will thank him one day. And sure enough, it stuck with them.
That's
yeah,
wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, you're shifting back into real estate. Where do you think this market's going this year?
I think it's going to be stagnant.
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
I don't see much happening
Mhm.
because of even if the rates come down to 5.5%, the way the economy is right now, I still think people are going to be apprehensive to list,
Right.
and and we're going to still have the bidding wars because of the inventory. I just think it's going to
Yeah.
be stagnant.
I think there is an underlying fear of some type of a recession coming down the pike. I mean, you have
Yeah.
the gross domestic product last quarter was up 2.6%, which was great, and jobs are still there.
Yeah.
But from what I read, it's just they're waiting for something to happen. Like
Yeah.
there's still uncertainty. Good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've been saying this since last year. We're waiting for a
know.
recession.
Yeah.
Okay. So where, I'm looking at my watch. Like, where is it? Like,
Did it happen?
did
Maybe
it happen?
happened.
Maybe it happened. We blinked and now,
Exactly.
oh, look, we're recovering. Like what we were talking about Monday night on the live stream, how now some experts are saying, oh, the housing market's starting to recover.
Right.
From what?
Right.
Oh, that's right. We had a housing recession and
For 3 months.
For 3 months.
Right.
Thank you. And we're recovering from that. So they're making it sound like, yeah, we did have a 2008, and look, we're coming back now. We're recovering. No.
Glad we made it through it.
Exactly. Like, oh man, that was brutal. But no, it's again, see, clickbait. That's what people, people are putting all that stuff out there. The headlines, like, oh look, the housing market's recovering.
You know what? If you're not going to listen to people that are giving it to you straight, then don't listen to anybody.
Yeah.
Put the blinders on and just focus on what you have to do.
Yes.
Like from a consumer standpoint, from an agent standpoint, mortgage standpoint, business standpoint.
Yep.
What do I got to accomplish?
Right.
And what am I going after this year? And just don't listen to the outside noise.
I know. That's what I tell my clients too. And a lot of them have the first timers have their parents chirping in their ear about like, oh, I don't know if you should be buying a house and it's so expensive and
right.
Like just they don't know. They don't understand what it's like right now. They really don't. And I get a little, I guess people get annoyed with me when I'm honest about that. But it's like, look, you can't have the outside influences tell you what to do, and don't let them instill that fear in you. There's you get talk to the experts like you and I.
Yep.
So
and understand the full picture of what you're doing, what you're buying, the resaleability of it. Understand your tax benefits.
Yes.
If you're a first-time home buyer.
Yeah.
Like you have to know these things so you can make an educated decision as to what's right for you.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. But I find some millennials, I have a friend, she's 39, 38. She's 38. She doesn't want to buy a house because she watched what her parents went through in the crash in 08.
Right.
So they, so she's like, I'm never going to buy a house because I don't want to lose all that money. And I'm like, but you don't understand. Like, we're not going to see that again.
Right.
And I said, look, I bought my house 10 years ago and it's appreciated a lot.
Well, you timed that well.
I did.
But it's just ironic.
Oh, you mean timing it? Yeah. I did. We timed it very well. We bought it in 2012.
Yep.
Right at the end of when, when things are starting to come back.
Right.
Right. And now we're doing very well on it now.
Yeah.
So we can make a good chunk of money, and that's I explained that to her.
Right.
Yeah.
You're spot on though with that great recession we saw that had never happened before. Not like that in such a short period of time. Yeah. Odds of seeing it again, very, very, very remote. Anytime soon. Maybe 30 years from now you're seeing something like that.
Yeah.
But it's not in this upcoming housing market.
Unless the job market crashes. Like unless we see that. That's the only and I always have to put that disclaimer in there, unless something happens where the economy blows up and the job market crashes. But doesn't look like that's happening.
No, it's just like the interest rates. People got brainwashed by the 3% interest rate.
Oh, God.
And not understanding the fact that, okay, it's a one-time anomaly due to a global pandemic hasn't happened since the Spanish flu in the early 1900s.
Right.
And that's what forced the rates down. They're not going to go back down that low unless something major were to happen.
I love when people comment on my channel and they're like, I'm just waiting for prices to come back down. I'm like, keep waiting. Like, or you can buy real estate and wait, you can't wait to buy a house because the prices are just going to go up. I mean, people still have this thought that their prices are going to crash.
Couldn't agree with you more. And I hear it on the interest rate standpoint too. Well, we're waiting for rates to come down. Now you're going to have some fluctuation, but you're just not going to see the market crash unless something significantly happens. And to your term with the clickbait, right? I see the interest rates all the time. So I get phone calls saying, hey, Greg, I saw that interest rates plummeted today. Like, well, what it doesn't factor in was how much they went up 2 weeks ago, right? So they went up and they came down. So now we were at where we're at. They're not at 3% yet.
Yeah.
I will call you.
Yeah.
If that happens. But it just doesn't. It's not realistic.
No, it's not. And I think people need to get on board with that and get real.
Right. I couldn't agree with you more. So your show's fantastic.
Thank you.
It's fantastic.
Thank you.
How would somebody tune into it, Jackie?
So I'm under the handle. It's called Jackie Baker Sells NJ on YouTube.
Mhm.
And I like I said, I've kind of named it now Your Dose of Real Estate Reality. So I've been going back and forth. Like, should I change the YouTube handle to that now? So yeah. But you could find me under Jackie Baker Sells NJ.
That's fantastic. If anyone needs you for their real estate needs, get in touch with you the same way.
Yeah. All my contact information is out there on my channel, my email, phone number, email and text. Is probably the best way to get a hold of me. So,
And would you be kind enough to give it to us one more time?
Sure. My channel?
Please.
Yeah, it's Jackie Baker Sells NJ.
It was so great having you on the show
so
today,
awesome
Jackie.
to be here. It's so much fun.
Oh,
Thank
this
you.
is great. This is great. So
Yeah.
Jackie Baker, everyone.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thanks for taking the time. And
so much fun.
That was great. And I want to thank everybody out there for listening today. I'm Greg Wareham. This is Jackie Baker with Your Mortgage Process. Look forward to catching up with you next week. Bye, guys. Thank you for tuning in to this week's edition of Your Mortgage Process, hosted by Greg Wareham, produced by Greg Wareham and Nick Pavis at The Social Rift, and executively produced by The Social Rift. Thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to catching up with you next week.
Yeah, we are live. We are live. What up, everybody? What up? Welcome. Damn it. Welcome to another home team huddle. Listen, guys, today we got a great one for you. All right. Make sure you got your notepads out, something to take notes, because this particular episode right here is going to be something that you guys are really going to want to remember. All right. So today's show is called Who is the Boss? We are going to have a show like this pretty much once a quarter. It's basically our top gun, our top performer in many ways when it comes to units and volume for the last quarter. All right. I appreciate this guy for coming on today. Remember, guys, the content that we spew here is for nothing but your growth and development. You already see him. He's on the screen. We're live. Chris Alessio, thank you so much for being on the show today, brother.
No doubt. Appreciate you having me. Hopefully I'll add some value to the show.
Hell yeah, man. So how you doing? How's everything?
I'm good, man. Another day in the trenches. That's what we do here.
That's what we do. That's what we do. Well, look, man, I got a lot of questions lined up for you. Definitely want to get right into it. I know you're busy, right? So talk to me, man. What made you become a loan originator?
Well, it's not something you just wake up one day and then say you're going to become a loan officer, right? When I was, I come from a long lineage of entrepreneurial, small business owners. So life after college was a mixed bag of, especially from a career perspective, it was like a mixed bag of like hopping around to different sales jobs and, figuring things out. And, but I always, I worked a little bit corporate America. I worked a little bit in, small mom and pop startup shops. And when I was in my mid 20s, at the time, I met a group of guys that ended up becoming my business partners, and we built a company. We started a company, third party fulfillment center, which is basically like if you guys see that stuff like the Amazon clips that or YouTube clips that people are buying and selling goods on Amazon and doing third party fulfillment. So we started that business. We kicked it off. And it was literally just a couple of us that threw in a few dollars. We were in our 20s and we figured it out. So we grew that in a matter of a few years from like 0 to $50 million in sales. And it was it was crazy. It was just like, it was my legit MBA, like boots on the ground, real MBA experience. So with that, I learned a lot of lessons. I always say that's where I really cut my teeth, learning about sales, learning about customer service, learning about, raising capital, accounting, just a whole wide variety, because everything, you wear so many hats as a small business owner. So fast forward a few years, I just, the business was extremely lucrative, but I just wasn't passionate about the work, and I was just not fulfilled. So, when you're young, I think a lot of us can relate to this. When you're young and, you don't have a lot of responsibilities or obligations, you can take risks that are different, and maybe they're not sometimes as calculated, although I think that that risk was relatively calculated, but I took a shot on doing something and it worked out. But maybe if I was a little older and I had other responsibilities, things change, right? So at the time, I was, when I ended up marrying my wife at the time and then having a family, that whole conversation changed dramatically, as far as, what do you want to do? If you're not passionate about what you're doing every day, and you spend most of your wake hours in working, you should be at least passionate about what you do, and you should also be fulfilled with what you do. And neither one of those things were checking those boxes for me. So I knew that I always had a knack for real estate. I just didn't know what facet I wanted to get into. So I chose the path of getting into real estate. And it actually started with Palumbo, with John Palumbo. Big shout out to him, because he's really the top dog, as everyone knows here, definitely with the home team. And him and I were having drinks one night, and he was like, "Yeah, man," he's like, you should be a lender." He's like, "You're built for this." And really, I didn't even think I was going to do that, but I was more already investing in real estate, and I was just like flipping houses and buying rental properties, and trying to position my exit with the business. So what I had did is, I got married, I had my first kid. So like at that point, responsibilities and obligations changed dramatically in my life. So everything now became about calculated risk and calculated decisions. So I knew that if I was going to make a change, it had to be a pivot, and it couldn't be a 90-degree turn to really disrupt things. So when I started investing in real estate, okay, let me replace my income. When I can replace my income from flipping and, the rental properties, then I'll make a play, which I was able to end up doing. And I was able to structure a buyout, like selling the company, my shares to the company, and structure a buyout to completely exit amicably. And it was I literally was down and out, and I went to a Tony Robbins event, and like Tony Robbins just was like, you know what I mean? Like you come out of there, you're like, yeah, I'm going to walk on the moon. I'm going to lift up a car. I'm going to do all that. Like you could come out of there and you literally walk on coals and on fire. And, and that was like a big position. That was a big point in time where like it really changed my career, where after that, I always knew I had it in me that I could choose and do whatever I wanted to do if I put my mind to it. But like coming out of Tony Robbins just gives you this boost of like confidence and, clarity, and making sure you write down your goals and things like that. So that allowed me to exit. And around that time, I was like hanging out with Palumbo, and Palumbo was like, "Yeah, man, this is what you need to do." And I was like, "I don't really know." But, he's a good salesman. So, when you're listening to Palumbo, he's just like, he makes it seem he breaks it down for you, and he's never selling. Right. So he's just kind of like offering advice and guidance. But he saw the potential in me to come into this industry. So if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be here. So yeah, that was it. I positioned a structured buyout and left. And then I told Palumbo, I said, "Listen, I don't really want to, whatever I choose to go into," because my last career, it was like I accidentally was in the right place and the right time in history, that I was like, I know I don't want to work for corporate America. Let me go and be an entrepreneur. And then we built that business and we started doing very well. But then this next go round, I wanted to choose my path and choose my destiny, and not have somebody else or accidentally fall into the role and say, oh, well, now I'm doing this and this is just what I wake up and do every day. I wanted to pick and choose what I did. And so I told Palumbo, I said, if I go into this, I'm going to give it, my all. And like, that's it. And he was just like, I think that's a great idea. So I continue to do the real estate investing, which I still do today. And then I also just, went and banged out my license, the test in the first try, which I was like, wow, I can't believe I did that. It was pretty damn hard, which I actually didn't pass by that many questions. I think I was off by like 2 or 3 before I would have failed, but whatever, I passed. I take that as a W.
Hell yeah, it don't matter.
And then honestly, yeah, went into lending.
Man, there's a couple key parts of what you just said, man. But I want to hang on the Tony Robbins part because a lot of us, forget, man. This is a cyclical business. We do what we can to keep it as consistent as possible and keep it growing. But even the top producers, you know what I mean. Sometimes there has to be that investment in yourself to bring yourself up. You know what I mean. That was a decision that you made to go to Tony Robbins and sit there and get that motivation and get that inspiration. You know what I mean? So that's beautiful, man. So no matter the market, right? Message for the LOs, man. No matter the market, first you feel a certain way, you already know you're not by yourself here at the home team. Reach out, touch somebody. But at the end of the day, there is that part that you have to invest in yourself. So, man, would you say that your experience, right, sets you aside from everybody else? Is that the real difference maker of Chris Alessio as a LO versus everybody else?
I mean, I definitely think it has a big part to it. Everyone's got their own unique journey of how they got to where they are. And, me taking on certain roles early in my life definitely makes my experience more unique, or at least to me, in the sense that, I think honestly what separates us, because I'm a firm believer, and you'll hear me say this to everybody in my office, you'll hear me say this to my kids, you'll hear me say this to anybody I meet in the street, is that I think that all things can be learned, such as you want to be an LO, I think you can learn to be an LO. You want to be a title rep, you can you can learn to be a title rep. You want to be you want to be a sports therapist, you can be a sports therapist. But what you cannot train and what you cannot learn is how to be driven and focused. Like, we can give pointers to people and say like, hey, like, you really need to like dial in and really show up. But I can't motivate you. And money is a lot of times only a limiting factor for motivation too. There's a cap there. Like, because once you start making money, like, okay, now you're feeding the beast, but like, does the money even make you happy more? Does that motivate you? So like, I personally believe that that's something that is like internal. And I'm just unbelievably motivated every day when I wake up. Even the days I took it. Yesterday, I'm not to go down a rabbit hole, but yesterday was like a terrible day for me. I had the worst day, and it rolled into everything I did. And I had to like pick up the phone, still talk to the clients, and act like you're the only one that I'm talking to. You are my only client, give them my full attention. The whole time I'm dreading it. So I'm like, whatever. And then, like, you know what? I woke up today and I was like, it doesn't really matter because today's a new day. Let me just kind of put on my face. I come into the office and I still give it my all. So I try to stay motivated, which is not always easy because, like, we're all human. But like, the motivation and the drive is really kind of what I feel is part of my experience. Is like, I know nobody's going to outwork me.
Hell yeah. Keep doing what you're doing, but nobody's gonna outwork me. That's fantastic. So, man, let's give these guys some tips, man. Let's give these guys some nuggets, right? Let's talk a little bit of strategy, right? Let's talk a little bit of strategy, Chris. Give us some strategies on, things that you're doing, specific things. You know what I mean? Are you picking up the phone more? Are you going more to networking events? Are you doing it organically, right? Like, what kind of nuggets do we got for these guys?
All right, so like, honestly, there's no secret sauce. Legit. So I tell this to everybody in the office too. We have a thing here in Totowa. It's like, show up. Just straight up show up. Because so much action happens in the office. If you're fortunate enough to be around one of the offices where there's a lot of people coming in, you should all show up. There's zero excuse for that. because the energy that's in the office is what keeps us all going. We share ideas, we share pitfalls, customer experiences, guidelines, operational issues, how we're getting over things. You know, literally the office is the pulse on what is going on. That is my pulse on the street, right? So what you're seeing is a culmination of compounding interest. I have just been kind of going at it for the same, in a lot of the same ways that I've been doing for all these years. It's just now it's starting to see a lot more compounding interest. So what does that consist of? Like, legit, my first of all, I show up in the office every single day unless I'm out for whatever reason, but like I'm typically in and I'm the last one out, either first in or last out. That's not every day, but a lot of days. So like during the refi boom, I was here till literally I would be here till 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. Not that I couldn't do that at home, but I knew here I was like dial in, focus. I had no distractions. So I could do that here. I go to networking events at least once a month, a lot of times twice a month. Okay. On the regular, whether that's personal development networking events or that is like business networking events that I'm a sponsor or I'm a speaker on a panel or I'm involved with in the event in some way, shape, or form. I talk to my referral partners every day. I make them feel like they are the ones that are the most important. I try my best to make them money. To every time that they send me a lead, that I take that as like, hey, that's money calling. That's money who I have to call and I have to pre-approve them. And I keep them updates on what's going on with the files. I always try to make myself be positioned a little bit better than the other LO that is on the street, right? So I want to always make sure that, they're getting the updates, they're feeling important. Their clients, if it's a troubled file, and it's a really shitty file, I want them to know how bad it is and how they know that I'm going to get it to the closing table. I always say to my referral partners that like in the beginning, you got to trust me. We got to build trust. I don't just want you to give me your trust. I want to earn your trust. But once I've earned your trust, you'll know that like the second that deal gets passed over to me, that like I have this in my pipeline, this will get across the goal line. I want you to now go back out and hunt. And I want them to be able to feel comfortable to take their mindset off of like having to tend to that deal, that they can kind of put it on the back burner, knowing that it's being they hunted it and or maybe together we've hunted it, but I'm going to farm it and my team is going to farm it. My LOA, my processors are going to farm it, and we're going to make sure it gets to the goal line. That way no fruit dies on the vine. I need to make sure that like they're earning money, and if they're not going to come back to me. So that's just providing a lot of value. And literally a lot of those things are pretty much core practices for me. And you're just going in and you're doing it on a regular basis. I try to really also build rapport with everybody, whether it's a client or whether it's a referral partner or whatever. You have to build rapport. You have to separate yourself and make the other people feel that you can, like, I always say, if you're a CEO or like you just got out of prison, I'm going to find literally I'm going to find common ground. It doesn't matter what it is. Like, pick something out of their file that you can relate to, but be genuine about it. You know what I mean? Be absolutely genuine. And then like, it will come off genuine. If you come off fake, it will come off fake. And maybe some people won't catch it, but a lot of people will. And then they'll be like, this guy's selling me. So I try my best. And this is not easy. This is sales tactics they take a long time to develop. But if you talk to a lot of clients and you do a lot of files, and over the years, they start to become second nature, where you're not ever really selling somebody. You're trying to just provide options and offer advice. And then you become more of like their advisory. So whether it's my agents or like the clients, I become their advisor. And a lot of them call me to talk about shit that's nothing business related. They call me about like personal problems, or like, you end up or like how to structure something that I'm not involved in, which I'll still offer my advice because I'm just adding value. And you have to be okay with that. You're not going to eat on every transaction or eat on every deal or eat on every phone call, but you're but they know that you're in it for the long haul, and then they, those people that are going to feed you keep coming back to feed you because they know that you can deliver and you're a closer.
Hell yeah. Dimes, Chris. You're dropping dimes. I mean, look, sticking with the referral partners, right? Like we know our main referral source is what? Realtors, right? So we know where their value is. If we can take all the headache off them, all the trust, right? Because it's really a trust thing. They want to still control the deal. They want to get documents for you. They almost want to qualify the bar. Stay in your lane. If we know that a realtor's value and our main referral source's value is on the streets, getting us more business, that trust that you just spoke about, man, it's everything. Go back out, get us more customers. Know that when it comes to a home loan, just like you said, that's money coming in. The building rapport, absolutely. Like-minded individuals are the ones that are really going to be able to do business with. Two reasons, right? They like and they trust you. That's why they do business with you. Let's switch gears from our referral source, right? Teamwork's everything, man. And here at Home Team, I teach it to the guys all the time, man. Our house, if you can't make it here, it's just like the New York vibe. You can't make it anywhere, man. But there is a part of it that we have to pass the baton. Man, it's a relay race. We have our loan assistants, we got our processors, we got our underwriters. A lot of people grab that baton. Chris, talk to me about teamwork. Talk to me about how things changed for you, let's say operationally, and how do your relationships with operations, how real are those relationships?
I mean, listen, I say it all the time. I'm legitimately only as good as the team that I'm around by. So, I show up I'll again show up in the office because the relationships that are here in this office are just as vital as the ones that are back in operations as well. So, a while back, I implemented doing pipeline calls with my processor. That was back in the freedom days, and it really allowed me to kind of like dial in and like figure out what was important and like have deal flow and things like that. So I had which I still use to this day. It's not the most robust, and I'm trying to go to Salesforce, but I still have this Excel sheet that like I'm constantly living and breathing in, and it's my pipeline of leads and also referral sources, and also pipeline, what's actually active in the pipeline. And I have those conversations and those pipeline calls with my processor on the regular. We're always communicating what's important, what should you prioritize, and then it helps set the expectations of what needs to be done in the week or the month, so that way we can start forecasting the month. I always try to forecast my month of what deals are in the pipeline, which ones are actually going to close that month, and then I can prioritize with the processor. George, my LOA, he's a G. He's come a long way in a short period of time, and him and we sit side by side, so we're constantly talking, we're constantly figuring things out, we're working through the fires. I talk to Shields probably every day. He hates my phone calls, I know it, but that's okay. Eddie, I talk to multiple times a day. It's really hard for me to turn it off because it's just my personality. So like when I dial in. So like, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock on a Friday is no different to me than a Monday at 9 a.m. I'm hustling. And Eddie's getting those calls at 5, 6 o'clock on a Friday, and so are Shields. And they're like, do you relax? Do you chill? And like, I do check out sometimes, you know what I mean? But I always have these questions. So like I leverage the experts, right? And if you like Thomas Edison, there's famous quotes about him that saying like, I don't need to know everything, but like I'm surrounded around a team that does know everything. So if I need to figure out the answer to something, I push a button and then I'll get the answer to it. So like if it allows me to leverage by calling Eddie and figuring out something before I put something in writing, then like I'll talk to Eddie about it and then we'll try to figure out what the solution is. Same with Shields. Shields is really, really, really smart about constructing when it comes to the, rates and how to, in the beginning when we're getting used to the systems here, it's like a lot of little things like, can you AMI totally changes the whole game. Like if you're able to get the borrower under a certain threshold of income, changes their rate, changes the points. It really makes you look like a superhero. So like by talking to them on a regular basis, it's helped. I definitely think they give me a little bit more attention than I probably need sometimes, but you know what I mean? Like I try to leverage them, whenever, and again, showing up. Cause like Palumbo, I'm always picking the brain, his brain too. He's just been doing it for so long and he's seen a lot. So like I leverage what's in the office, but I call everybody. Like if I know Juan has seen a deal because I've heard him talk about it before, I'm going to call Juan. If I've talked to everybody on the home team, people, the veterans in the home team, I'll regularly hit them up to be like, hey, what do you think about this? Have you ever experienced something like this? And like we share information. So, that's it. We're open books. So it goes out for anybody on the call. If you got questions, just ask them,
It's beautiful that you say that, man, because that point is missed. It's missed so much. Like all of these people are approachable. You could reach out and touch anybody. I've had, 0 to 100, courses with 40 people in them. And I've had, Brian, Juan, put up their phone numbers. Talk about, give us a call. We'll drive around. Brian's always on the street. He's like, come on, I'll ride with you. You pick me up. Like, man, that's a beautiful thing that you can go ahead and get all those blessings before anything goes down. Just like you calling them on a Friday at 6:00. I tell these guys different. I'm like, who's going to open your file on a Friday at 3:00 in the afternoon? Is your LOA going to open it? Is your processor going to open it? These are the type of relationships that I'm talking about, real relationships. You know what I mean? People that go above and beyond. Man, I got one more, and then we're going to go ahead and wrap up. Look, your growth is everything. The volume, the units, completely remarkable. What do you do to invest in yourself? Stay on top of the game. Make sure you're still growing. Make sure you're still perfecting your craft. Like, what dimes could we give these guys? Whether that's opening up the internet and going into MBS Highway, or looking at Housing Wire, or having Bloomberg open. Like, what are the things that you do to invest in your professional growth?
So personal development is very near and dear to me, and I think that everybody should invest in themselves personally, whether that's spending money to go to an event, or the most inexpensive things of just reading and listening to audiobooks. But so I'm a big fan of reading, listening to audiobooks on the regular, attending a lot of events that specifically are geared towards personal development to set your mindset, because mindset's everything. It's the 80% mindset, 20% mechanics. That's really big. And then regardless of what happens in your industry, or whatever, regardless of what happens in your your career, nobody can ever take that away from you, and that like will remain with you personally into your personal life, regardless of your professional life. So big fan of that and an advocate of it also. I invest in a lot of real estate. That's the name of the game for me. Long-term, generational wealth. That's one of the main reasons why I got into the game. So what you guys don't see on the front lines is that in the back, and behind the scenes, is that I'm always looking at deals. I'm analyzing the market. I basically also have wear a hat where I'm semi a realtor too, but I'm not a realtor. So like I'm looking at deals and I'm analyzing deals on a regular basis. And that's a lot of the times why the realtors call me, is to pick my brain about how do they even structure an offer, because I'm constantly trying to sharpen my skills and on how do you acquire, how do you renovate, how do you stabilize rent, how do you appreciate value, and then how do you kind of like rinse and repeat and do it all over again. So that investment on that part of my life, when I'm not doing loans, is I'm doing that, you know what I mean, in conjunction with everything else that I'm doing. But like that's a big part of it. So that, and I strategically chose that role. That's why getting into lending was a strategic choice for me, because it was really important for me to understand this part of the business. I understood a decent amount about being a realtor. I understood a decent amount about doing title. Looking at so many contracts personally helps me analyze different deals. and then also the lending side, which is huge. That's another big piece of the puzzle. So like by doing that, they're all ancillary to one another, and they're complementary as well. So when you're looking at all these things, you're not just securing your and helping yourself and your family's future by getting into that sort of whether it's one property, whether it's two properties or whatever, but I'm also able to you know I'm also able to be a little bit more valuable to my clients because you're practicing what you preach. So, and I'm also like, sharing my pitfalls as well. So I really try to invest and do a lot of that, which leads right into the lending. And then basically one is always complementing the other, and one I'm learning for other mistakes or wins. I can kind of, they kind of go hand in hand for both sides of the industry. So whatever people are doing, this is your day job, quote unquote, even though we don't clock in, clock out as loan officers. We're kind of 24/7 people. But like if for me, what worked was, and what's working is like investing in real estate. And I highly, suggest that you guys do the same, even if it's one rental property, or like getting your first home. If you're a loan officer and you haven't bought your first home yet, that's okay. But when you do, you're going to be that much savvier as a loan officer, because then you personally actually went through the process yourself. You know what it's like to fill out your own application and like get your credit checked and then like know what your DTI is. It makes you better. You understand your own self now, and then where the road is going to take you. But like, you got to also practice what you preach. It's like when the realtor is telling you to go buy your investment property and they don't even own their primary. It's like, they may be right, but why should I listen to you? So there's little things like that I think that are investing in your future, financially as well as, professionally, that you can do. And if anybody's got questions about stuff like that and they want to know where to get started or how to get into it, or they're already into it and they're looking to scale it up, reach out, let's talk, let's collaborate. That shit really drives me, and it gets me excited to talk about the conversation.
Yeah, one of the biggest messages that I can remember some of our leadership, saying when we've had several meetings is the fact that our success is not only ours. You know what I mean? We pay it forward. We pay it forward to our family. We pay it forward to those people that we care about, and those people that we want to bring up. Right now, they say it best: no matter how much you want to bring somebody up, it's really on them to try to come up with you. But that paying it forward mentality, man, offering yourself the phone numbers. I've been saying it, man. Go to Gold Mountain. If you're an LO on here and you're thinking a certain type of way, or even if you're successful and you want to scale, talk to these people. Reach out. Go to Gold Mountain. We all compete against each other. We know that, right? But we all wear the same colors. It's a beautiful thing. I say it all the time. Chris, man,
If I can just leave with one thing I want to say.
Do it.
So, Kobe Bryant, he's amazing. If you guys ever go on YouTube, go on TikTok, go and listen to some of his motivational stuff. That dude is amazing. God rest his soul. He would never be outworked by anybody. He wasn't. Everyone's like, oh, how are you so good? How are you? He just put in the time. He showed up. He practiced 3 times a day when his other teammates were practicing once a day. And over time, if you hit it, I do Brazilian jiu-jitsu, right? So there's an expression that like we always is mat time. How many hours do you have on the mat?
Chill,
Right.
You
So
got the cauliflower here?
No.
Don't
Thank
mess
God,
with
no. But no, so like your mat time is the same thing as like court time for him. So how many hours you put in during the day, if you show up in the office and you put in a solid 8 hours a day and you're working those 8 hours, you're not just like hitting the water cooler, taking the bathroom breaks, going on lunch. Like if you're actually dialed in for those 8 hours, after 1 year, how much better are you going to be? How much better are you going to be than the next guy? Because you just have more hours. You put in more time than that person. I know it's a grind, but like then times that by 5 years. You know what I mean? I've only been licensed since 2018. So, I mean, I still got a lot to learn, a lot to learn. You know what I mean? I only got my license in 2018. And then, but I knew when I got in, I was like, I'm dialing in. I'm dialing in. So you just got to put in more time to show us. So the Kobe thing is that he did 3 training sessions a day. He woke up, he did his like 5 a.m. to like 7, came back 8, cleaned up. He did his like 12 to 2, came back 8, chill. And then he would do like 6 to 8. And he would do that like regularly. So his court time, his hours on the court were just dramatically. So he was just better just by compounding interest. So it's
He
no
had
different.
mad
You can
respect.
translate that to any industry.
Mad respect he had. You know, he knew who the goats were. If he wanted to shoot better, he would reach out to Bird, right? And you see that on that documentary too. If he wanted to shoot better, he would reach out to Bird. He would reach out to Magic. Obviously, he would reach out to Jordan. I mean, Jordan, you know, when he gave his I believe it was his eulogy and stuff like that, Jordan said he used to call him at 2 a.m. You know what I mean? To try to get better. Guys, you have goats in this house. Go to Goat Mountain. If you guys want to reach out to Chris, he's already said it. I feel he'd be a great mentor for anybody, from not only the LO and the mortgage knowledge, but from the entrepreneurial spirit that he has and that knowledge and those dimes that he just dropped. Man, I can't thank you enough for being
Appreciate
on
you.
the show today, man. For real, can't thank you enough. Excited for you, man. Happy for you. All the success. I mean, man, I see it. I know it's a grind, brother, but geez, man, you know, hats off to you. Hats off to you.
Appreciate the opportunity, the platform. Yeah, anything I can do for the team, anything I do for the individuals. If you guys got questions, reach out. Don't be shy.
Heck yeah,
You know?
heck yeah. You heard it first. Chris, thanks again, man. Guys, that is today's episode of Home Team Huddle. Coming right back at you on Monday. It's going to be a great one. Watch your emails. I'm going to go ahead and send out the teaser Monday morning, first thing. And then the rehashed team over the overall team mid-year meeting is going to be on Tuesday. And then we're right back to Home Team Huddle on Wednesdays. Guys, it's your boy, Big Easy, bringing you nothing but the best content. Thanks a lot, and we'll see y'all next time.